Chapter 2947, Owners.h.I plus P of the origin. Chapter 2947, Owners. H. I. plus P of the origin. W. A. N. Ji Qian discovered to his dismay that he could forever only eat dust behind Yi Yuan. This guy's comprehension ability was seriously too monstrous. Seeing Yi Yuan enter the spatial door, W. A. N. Ji Qian gritted his teeth and followed after. He did not believe that Yi Yuan could really foretell things accurately. Bai Shan and the rest of this batch of people were in no rush. They had already tasted the benefits in the first level. They were naturally unwilling to give up halfway. Upon entering the third level, W. A. N. Ji Qian's expression changed. Wind. This place was endless wind, wild gale-like blades, blowing until his soul body was close to collapsing. Looks like you won't be beaten to death. Sure enough, the inheritances in these later few levels are exactly the same as Master Yi expected. By the side, Singyu mocked him. The current son you had already become Yi Yuan's hardcore follower. His strength was weak to begin with. His comprehension ability was also not high among this group of people. If not for Yi Yuan, he would have definitely been in the first batch that died. But now, not only did he survive, his soul body became much more powerful than before. Therefore, he found W. A. N. Ji Qian displeasing to the eye. There was wind everywhere here. Even a moron could guess that what needed to be comprehended this round was the misty air turning into wind. Those few rounds at the back naturally also had an extremely high probability of being what Yi Yuan expected, turning into other attributes with the misty air. Talk again after clearing the round. It's still hard to say what it will be like now. W. A. N. Ji Qian was still stubborn as he said those words. Yi Yuan ignored him and started preaching on Tao. W. A. N. Ji Qian also mustered up his strength and raced with Yi Yuan. However, it was still a cruise. H. I. Plusing defeat. Even if he knew that Yi Yuan was a genius, he was also being flung more than 10 streets behind by Yi Yuan in comprehending mist turning into wind. In the end, it was still Yi Yuan preaching Tao that he gained sudden enlightenment. However, W. A. N. Ji Qian no longer cared. Either way, he was already being shameless. If he lost, he lost. What was the big deal? But in his heart, he was shocked. He naturally knew how difficult this kind of comprehension was. However, it was not a problem at all with Yi Yuan. Regardless of whether it was mist turning into wind, mist turning into fire, or mist turning into lightning, Yi Yuan could comprehend it swiftly and reach the realm of grand completion. W. A. N. Ji Qian could not imagine it all. Everyone was of the pseudo-imperishable physique. What right did Yi Yuan have to be able to accomplish this? Of course, Yi Yuan already gradually understood some things. Him being able to comprehend quickly, comprehension ability was naturally one aspect. But a big part of the reason was that his soul physique could integrate into heaven and earth, and it could borrow the power of heaven and earth to restore the enshrouding mist soul physique. Although Yi Yuan had not met Hegemon Imperishable before, he felt that Hegemon Imperishable was likely the same as him. He was of the true enshrouding mist soul physique. The others did not have this ability. If the misty air was completely wiped out, they would really be dead. This 7-colored pack. Oh, there was actually the legacy that Hegemon Imperishable customized for the true imperishable soul physique. Only the true imperishable soul physique could pass through these 7 levels. The first level was to lay down the foundation for the enshrouding mist soul physique, strengthening oneself. While at the back, it was mist transforming into myriad Tao. Of course, these 6 levels were just the beginning. But with this foundation, the road in the future would become much easier. Time flew by quickly. In a blink of an eye, a month said. Everyone outside the pack, had long already fallen into shock, because they had already completely lost control of the 7-colored pack. Da situation. How is this possible? Over 100 people stepped into the 7th level at the same time? What on earth happened in the 7-colored pag? Oh, duh. The old woman had a look of confusion. Just earlier, there were still over 100 people who were still alive that stepped into the last level one after another. Then a few major powers present completely lost it. In this 1 month, the shock in their hearts grew greater and greater. It seemed like apart from the casualty rate being a little high in the first floor, the levels at the back became incomparably smooth. The cannon fodders that they led here actually cleared one level after another. This kind of situation simply made all the jaws the ground. North Seoul region's old man frowned and said, "This 7-colored pag. Oh, they wouldn't have a problem, right? This kind of thing has never happened before." Mountain Goat immediately said, "Are you kidding me? What can go wrong with the chaos heavenly treasure that progenitor imperishable left behind?" The old man smiled bitterly and said, "Then how do you explain everything that happened in the pag?" "Oh, duh." Mountain Goat opened his mouth and actually had nothing to say in reply. Yeah, what on earth happened? He really wanted to know as well. Cloud Neon, who had been silent all along, suddenly opened her mouth and said, "I think it should be related to Yi Yuan." The moment the old woman heard, she snickered and said, "Oh, Junior Apprentice Sister Cloud Neon really knows how to joke around. No matter whose turn it is, it won't be his turn too." Cloud Neon said coolly, "In each round, Yi Yuan was the first to clear. Clearly, it has a lot to do with him." The old woman could not help laughing as she said, "The first to enter the next floor, and it has something to do with him? Then, if I'm the first to enter East Seoul region, will the entire East Seoul region be mine?" Cloud Neon was expressionless and shut her mouth. She felt that she had no way of communicating with this idiot. Mountain Goat smiled and said, "Oh, they have already entered the 7th level and will be able to come out very soon. At that time, everything will naturally come to light." Rumble. The S.P.A.C. inside the 7-color pag. Underwent enormous changes. The 7S.P.A.C.S. completely melted into one S.P.A.C. In the center of the S.P.A.C., there was a 7-hole crystal. Yi Yuan walked toward the 7-hole crystal and placed the obtained 7 pieces of origin fragments inside. All of a sudden, light shone in all directions. Several breaths later, a prismatic 7-colored crystal appeared in front of everyone. This was the wisp of origin that progenitor imperishable left behind. Everyone's breathing became heavy. This tiny crystal was where the entire 7-colored pag. Das essence lay. What was the use no matter how much you comprehended? But once you fuse with the origin that was really soaring to the heavens in one bound, body could stop you anymore. Everyone cast envious gazes toward Yi Yuan. This piece of origin belonged to him. They palpitated with excitement, but no one came up to S. Body was a fool. This object was left behind by progenitor imperishable for his successor. At present, this S.P.A.C. already belonged to Yi Yuan. If they took action, that was courting death. However, in the next second, something that made everyone stare dumbfoundedly happened. Yi Yuan casually threw the origin crystal to Tsung Yu, who was not far away, and said, "You come. Try to fuse with it." Tsung Yu was taken aback, wondering if he heard wrongly or not. "Master Yi, stop joking around. Tsung Yu, still have self-awareness." Yi Yuan said, "I asked you to fuse, just fuse with it. What's with all the CRAP? I reckon that you probably can't fuse with it. Everyone come and try. See if anyone can succeed." Bai Tsuei-shan said, "Yi Yuan, you aren't kidding, right? This is progenitor imperishable's origin. Civ lucky chance you don't want it?" Yi Yuan said lightly, "I have my own Tao. I don't want this origin. Yi Yuan, won't walk other people's path." Everyone felt that Yi Yuan was crazy. If it was an ordinary He Jimin's origin, then forget it. But this was He Jimin imperishable's origin. Chapter 2948. Inflated. Chapter 2948. Inflated. I can't. Sing Yu looked at Yi Yuan and laughed bitterly. He tried for half a day and ultimately still failed to fuse with it. Following that, a few more people tried it, but it still did not work. Clearly, fusing with Origin this sort of thing was not easy. I'll try it. Bai Tsuishan came forward on his own accord. And, body could resist the allure of Origin. Bai Tsuishan could not resist as well. Seeing that so many people failed, he was somewhat eager for action. Who knew that Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "Brother Bai, do you trust me or not?" Bai Tsuishan grinned and said, "Without you, Yi Yuan, there wouldn't be me, Bai Tsuishan, today. If I don't trust you, who else can I trust?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "If you trust me, don't fuse with the Origin." Bai Tsuishan was taken aback and said, "Why?" Yi Yuan said, "Origin is a sharp weapon and also a shackle. You've already obtained progenitor imperishable's inheritance. There's no need to fuse with his Origin anymore. As long as you follow this path, your future accomplishments will definitely be above the person who fuses with the Origin. In fact, even right now, he might not be your match too." Yi Yuan had fused with an Origin too, but He Jimin Imperishable's Origin was different from the Chaos Bloodstone's Origin. That wisp of blood Origin was not tainted with the slightest secular aura. It was completely born from chaos. Extremely pure. Yi Yuan did not have any side effects when fusing with the Dao Sword. But He Jimin Imperishable's Origin carried a thick personal brand. That was the Dao of He Jimin Imperishable. Fusing with this trace of Origin, one's strength might soar rapidly in the beginning. But when Time Pies said it would be very hard to carve out your own path. When one reached Origin realm and wanted to step into the realm of He Jimin, it would be even more difficult. Yi Yuan's impression of Bai Tsuishan was pretty good. Although this person liked to posture, his thoughts were simple without distracting thoughts. During the first round previously, he even came to remind him to leave. Then later on, Bai Tsuishan was also the person who comprehended the 7 Daos the deepest among these people. His current strength already far surpassed. Said W.A.N. G. Qian. Therefore, Yi Yuan decided not to give the Origin to him. Bai Tsuishan thought about it and said, "All right, I won't fuse with it. If any of you want to fuse, take it." Everyone looked at Bai Tsuishan with disbelieving faces. This guy was insane, right? One sentence from Yi Yuan, and he gave the Origin that was about to come to his hands to others? Even if it was very difficult to step into He Jimin realm in the future, even if one reached Emperor Sakura Heaven, just this step of stepping into Origin from Emperor Sakura Heaven already stumped countless geniuses. Most people were still just Emperor Cloud Heaven. D knows how long Emperor Sakura Heaven would take. He did not want this Civ lucky chance? Although Yi Yuan had received Yi Yuan's favor, they still felt that Bai Tsuishan was a dumb person flushed with money and was hoodwinked by Yi Yuan. Many people started whispering to each other. When W.A.N. Ji Qian saw this scene, he sneered coldly. He Jimin Imperishable and everyone all descended from the same lineage. They were pseudo-imperishable physiques. Why would He Jimin Imperishable's Origin cause a hindrance when stepping into He Jimin realm? Moreover, there was only He Jimin Imperishable alone who stepped into He Jimin realm with the pseudo-imperishable physique. No matter how strong the others were, they were unable to break through the shackle of He Jimin realm too. This Origin could be said to be the only hope of stepping into He Jimin realm. Obstruction? Idiot. Very soon, many more people tried to integrate it, but all of them failed without exception. Fusing with Origin had an extremely high requirement on talent. It was not that you could fuse with it when the Origin was placed in front of you. Shall I try it? W.A.N. Ji Qian finally could not resist stepping forward. The moment he stepped forward, a wave of ridicules immediately came over. W.A.N. Ji Qian, do you still want face or not? Others all have the qualifications to try, but what qualifications do you have? Give up. It's impossible for Master Yi to let you try. W-A-N. Ji Qian was already invincible. He directly ignored these words and looked toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said, "Give a shot then. Either way, it's also a waste for this origin to be placed here." W-A-N. Ji Qian wished to smack Yi Yuan to death with a slap. "You're too freaking good at posturing. It turned out that your father was a rag-and-bone man." The others also looked toward Yi Yuan in shock, wondering whether or not Yi Yuan became stupid from cultivation. Actually, Yi Yuan had his own considerations too. If no one here could fuse with it, then he could only fuse with it himself. With his mist physique, there was naturally no difficulty with fusing with it. But he was not willing. If he went out, Cloud Neon, that woman would definitely force him to fuse with it. Therefore, it was best if he could find someone to fuse with it among these people. W-A-N. Ji Qian received the crystal, his mood extremely agitated. He was someone that progenitor found promising. He had confidence in fusing with the origin. As long as he fused the origin, he would regain all the face that he had lost. Taking a deep breath, W-A-N. Ji Qian started fusing with the origin. His soul body gradually transformed into a Ma. S of misty air, attempting to penetrate into the origin. Concerning his fusion, everything seemed to be going well. The origin crystal actually started to melt. W-A-N. Ji Qian was wildly elated in his heart, forcefully suppressing the agitated in his heart and continuing to integrate it. Little by little, bit by bit. Finally, he felt an additional powerful to the extreme power in his soul body. Originally, the areas that he was confused about on the journey of Tao suddenly became enlightened at this time. Boom! W-A-N. Ji Qian's soul force rose rapidly and actually directly entered Middle Emperor Cloud Heaven. Everyone was dumbfounded. He actually really fused with it. No wonder Great Emperor Shanyang was so optimistic about him. It turns out that his soul physique is really the closest to progenitor imperishable. Sai, what's Master Yi thinking? Such a large piece. He gave it away with both hands. Everyone around him either exclaimed, felt regretful, or was angry from his failure to live up to expectations. But they were unable to change the fact that W-A-N. Ji Qian fused with the origin. Ha! You didn't expect it, right? Yi Yuan? W-A-N. Ji Qian fused with progenitor imperishable's origin. From now on, we're no longer of the same world. W-A-N. Ji Qian felt that he was currently powerful to the extreme. In fact, after possessing the origin, he felt that He Jimin realm was within reach too. The things that were originally vague and insubstantial, he currently felt that it was very solid. He Jimin imperishable's origin was not the average origin. This was the soul race's supreme He Jimin whose strength roamed the heavens unobstructed. That kind of feeling could not be described with words at all. Yi Yuan was indeed a little surprised. He did not expect that W-A-N. Ji Qian really fused with it. It seemed like W-A-N. Ji Qian's pseudo-imperishable soul physique was indeed very strong and already somewhat approached the real imperishable soul physique. However, no matter how close, it was also just pseudo-imperishable physique. Everyone's expressions were ugly. They did not have any good impression of W-A-N. Ji Qian. But now, circumstances were stronger than people. Many people started grumbling about Yi Yuan in their hearts. W-A-N. Ji Qian felt that he was very inflated. He arrived before Yi Yuan and said with a disdainful look, "Yi Yuan, didn't you say that he's stronger than me after fusing with the origin? I'll have a battle with him now. You don't have objections, right?" While talking, he pointed at Bai Shan. The latter's expression changed, becoming somewhat fearful. He was originally not W-A-N. Ji Qian's match. Now, the other party fused with the origin. How could he possibly be his match? Yi Yuan's boast was a little too overboard. Chapter 2949. Imperishable Inheritances, Terror. Chapter 2949. Imperishable Inheritances, Terror. W. A. N. G. Qian. You're showing off your cleverness after coming off cheap. Even if you fused with the origin, do you really think that so many of us are scared of you? Bai Shan was somewhat threatening in manner, but inwardly shaky as he said. This guy was like a dog previously. Now, he actually jumped up again. He was somewhat unable to understand why Yi Yuan wanted to let him fuse the origin. Now, it was really somewhat difficult to dismount the tiger after climbing on it. W. A. N. Ji Qian had long forgotten what face was and said with a smile. So what if I'm showing off my cleverness after coming off cheap? I didn't beg him to fuse with it either. This guy didn't have any good intentions either. Letting me fuse with it was just in order to humiliate me. It's just that he probably didn't expect that I, W. A. N. Ji Qian, am amazingly talented and actually really fused with it. Ha ha. Yi Yuan, the face that I lost, I'm going to claim it back now. Everyone cussed W. A. N. Ji Qian for being shameless, but could not do anything to him. This guy had the appearance of a villain intoxicated by success. Just looking at him made you want to punch him. But Yi Yuan smiled and said, Brother Bai, play with him. Bai Shan's face turned black, and he said, I'm not his match. Yi Yuan said, Relax, I can still control this S. P. A. C. If he dares to harm you, I'll beat him to death. W. A. N. Ji Qian was speechless. Bai Shan's eyes lit up, and he said, For real. Yi Yuan nodded his head and suddenly flipped his palm over. Boom! An enormous palm fell from the sky, directly pressing W. A. N. Ji Qian down to rub against the ground. W. A. N. Ji Qian was furious and let loose a torrent of abuse. Yi Yuan, F***CK, your grandma. Art, I won't let you off. Bai Shan was overjoyed when he saw the situation. How satisfying. They thought that after W. A. N. Ji Qian fused with the origin, he should be able to dominate this S. P. A. C. Who knew that Yi Yuan was still the master? Okay, I'll compete with him. Bai Shan said very readily. The giant palm vanished. W. A. N. Ji Qian was in a thunderous rage, both eyes blood red as he said, Yi Yuan, I'm going to kill you. Bang. He was pressed and drubbed again. I urge you to calm down. In this place, I can trample you at will. Yi Yuan said coolly. W. A. N. Ji Qian became quiet. Facing Bai Shan, W. A. N. Ji Qian's fury was already surging to the sky. He and Bai Shan had enmity too. Previously, in the fire sea, Bai Shan suddenly smacked him flying. It even almost killed him. Being helpless against Yi Yuan, he was going to vent all of his anger on Bai Shan. Even if he could not kill him, he would also make him regret being born in this world. Feeling W. A. N. Ji Qian's surging fury, Bai Shan was rather scared. W. A. N. Ji Qian's awe-inspiring reputation was very strong. In their circle of pseudo-imperishable physiques, he was absolutely a big brother-level figure. His talent had once obtained progenitor Imperishable's praise before. Bai Shan was really scared of W. A. N. Ji Qian. Although he had seriously comprehended all the things in the 7 floors of the 7-colored pack. There was no benchmark as to how much help these things had on his strength. He knew that he had become stronger, but he felt that he was still too unskilled to face off against the W. A. N. Ji Qian, who fused with the origin. Moreover, W. A. N. Ji Qian was currently even a cultivation realm higher than him. Ho-ho, Bai Shan, prepare to bear my wrath. W. N. Ji Qian gave a cold laugh, and a fierce wind immediately surged. Sinister wind howled, blowing until people's soul bodies hurt. When everyone saw this move, They could not help sighing slightly. Divine Wind Nether Kill. This move was the soul path mystic art that progenitor imperishable specially pious set down for the pseudo-imperishable soul physique to cultivate. Furthermore, W.A.N. Ji-Qian also cultivated mist transforming into wind here. The power of this move became even more terrifying. Sigh, just this move is much more brilliant than us. The central soul region has always been transcendent, with progenitor imperishable personally imparting mystic arts. What can we do? Under this blow, Bai Shan would be seriously injured even if he did not die. What's even more deadly is that W.A.N. Ji-Qian hasn't even employed the power of origin. All around came a series of sighs. The moment this move came out, they had already predicted the outcome. Central Soul region might not be very powerful in other aspects, but in pseudo-imperishable soul physique this area, they were truly invincible. W.A.N. Ji-Qian smiled coldly and said, Yi Yuan, open your dog eyes and watch closely. Even if your father doesn't use the power of origin, killing this fool is also like taking something out of my bag. Yi Yuan smiled and did not speak, as if he was not worried at all. Bai Shan was not an ordinary person either, but under this swift and fierce move, he could only defend. In the 5th level, the inheritance was mist transforming into earth. Under the current desperation, Bai Shan unconsciously converted the misty gas into an earth yellow color. Boom! A showdown that could topple mountains and overturn the seas. The result made everyone's jaws drop. Bai Shan was unmoving like a mountain. W.A.N. Ji-Qian gave A.M. U.F. fled groan and fell to the ground. Everyone's eyes went wide. What happened? Mist transforming into earth actually had such tremendous power? Bai Shan himself also had a dumbfounded look. He had already been prepared to be seriously injured. Who knew that he did not feel anything? It was W.A.N. Ji-Qian himself fell down. This guy had injured himself. Bai Shan recovered his soul body and muttered, W.N. Ji-Qian, why are you so weak? W.A.N. Ji-Qian nearly spewed out a mouthful of old blood. Weak? Apart from not using origin, your father already used all of my strength. This attack of his earlier was extremely fierce, but who knew that it was like it had crashed into a steel plate? The opponent was fine, but his soul body suffered a tremendous backlash force. As a result, he injured his soul body. It's not that he's weak, but that you became strong. Yi Yuan said with a smile. Bai Shan seemingly woke up from a dream and was rather excited as he said, You're right. It's me who became strong. How did I become so strong? Heh. W.A.N. Ji-Qian, eat my move. Buzz. Without waiting for W.A.N. Ji-Qian to respond, there was suddenly an additional bolt of lightning in by Shan's hand. SMAs. H.I. Plussing over towards his opponent. W.A.N. Ji-Qian's expression changed drastically. He felt a great threat. The power of this lightning was even stronger than Feng Rui's 5 lightning execution. The power of origin suddenly blossomed. At the same time, wild wind howled. Under the augmentation of the power of origin, this storm was more than dozens of times stronger than before. Hegemon Imperishable's power of origin was no joke. Whirlwind scattering the clouds. Bai Shan, you forced me. W.A.N. Ji-Qian bellowed, pouncing toward Bai Shan. Everyone's expressions changed again. The two people's battle immediately rose several levels. It was just that W.A.N. Ji-Qian was too terrifying this time. However, in the next second, everyone was stunned. W.A.N. Ji-Qian screamed miserably. His soul body started quivering like it got electrocuted, flying out backward. Bai Shan was unbelievably excited, his soul force instantly transforming into countless fire B. A.L. SMAs. H, I, plus ing toward W, A, N, G, Qian. 6 forms. Each form was strong to the extreme. Furthermore, Bai Shan's attacks did not have any profound technique. It was all just a superficial application of the mist form. But W, A, N, Ji Qian was pursued by Bai Shan and brutally beaten, without the slightest strength to fight back. Miserable screams echoed. I'll also perform a whirlwind scattering the clouds. Have another sword of lightning. Watch my move. Fire dragon technique. Bai Shan became more and more excited as he fought, and could not stop at all. Too strong. Too satisfying. My opponent has the power of origin. But, in front of your father, he could not even let out a fart. Ha ha ha, satisfying. Chapter 2950. Well done, Wang Qian. Chapter 2950. Well done, Wang Qian. Wang Qian, you're too weak. Fight back. Don't you even have any strength left over to retaliate? To think that you looked like a villain intoxicated by success just now, your strength doesn't match your boasting. Amidst the loud laughter, Bai Shan was devastating Wang Qian brutally. Everyone present was stunned from watching. Everything before their eyes was seriously too subverting. Wang Qian already brought out the power of origin. In the end, he was still being thrashed. Although Bai Shan displayed powerful strength earlier, they thought that after Wang Qian used the power of origin, there should have at least been a BL. Oh, Odie, why battle between both parties? Who knew that it was completely a one-sided devastation? If not for the power of origin, Wang Qian would have already died. D knows how many times now. It was not that He Jimin Imperishable's origin was not powerful. It was just at the time Wang Qian's fuse was too short, and his comprehension of origin was too little. And Bai Shan had long already cultivated his soul body until it was incomparably solid in this 7-colored pag. In the later 6 levels, although he was cultivating mist transforming into myriad Tao, Bai Shan's soul body still obtained tremendous tempering. That was right. The mist body could be cultivated too. The stronger the misty air, the harder it was to be killed. Even if they were all pseudo-imperishable physiques, it was the same too. Bang! An earth attribute mystic art was executed, and Wang Qian was pressed to the ground and drubbed once again. Now, he was already powerless to talk anymore. Bai Shan stopped and came to Yi Yuan's side as he said excitedly, "Turns out that the enshrouding mist soul physique can be cultivated to such a point. I finally understand why progenitor imperishable is called He Jimin Imperishable." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Progenitor imperishable isn't truly imperishable, but it's that he has trained his enshrouding mist soul physique to the point where it's difficult to kill. In the future, even if you can't reach his height, you can also one-shot most hegemons." Hearing this, Bai Shan was excited to the extreme. At the same time, he looked at Yi Yuan with gratitude. The reason why he had today was entirely because of Yi Yuan. Now, his path of enshrouding mist had already been opened. He already had a clear direction for his cultivation direction from now on. This way, his future was truly limitless. The others looked at Bai Shan, already envious until they went crazy. Only all the way until Bai Shan displayed his strength did they understand where the significance of this 7-colored pag. Delay. This was the cultivation method that progenitor imperishable customized for the enshrouding mist soul physique. Furthermore, it was only under these kinds of specific conditions that one could forge a cultivation path that belonged to themselves. One could imagine, back then, progenitor imperishable definitely spent considerable effort for the sake of this cultivation method, and even specifically refined a chaos heavenly treasure. Now, the 7 layers of S, P, A, C had already disappeared, and it was impossible for them to continue cultivating anymore. Therefore, the more seriously you cultivated here previously, the greater the benefits obtained. Without a doubt, Yi Yuan and Bai Shan were the greatest beneficiaries of the seven-colored pag. Oh duh! Bai Shan was already so formidable. Then how terrifying was the Yi Yuan who reached grand completion in all 7 layers of S, P, A, C? They were already unable to imagine. At this time, everyone regretted it to the extreme. Wisconsin H, I, plusing to go back again and cultivate with Bai Shan. Except, there was no medicine for regret in this world. On the ground, the dead dog-like W, A-N, Ji Qian felt like all hope was dashed to pieces. This was really too demoralizing. The 7-layered S, P, A, C vanished. Our plan actually really succeeded. Excitement was written all over Mountain Goat's face. With the 7-layered S, P, A, C disappearing, it meant that they had already obtained the power of origin. This was also to say that the hope of finding He Jimin imperishable had greatly increased. The old woman also had an excited look as she said, "It's just that I don't know if any of them has integrated the power of origin, or who fused with the power of origin." Mountain Goat narrowed his goat eyes and said with a smile, "Actually, progenitor imperishable said before W, A, N. Ji Qian's enshrouding Miss-Soul physique can be called half an enshrouding Miss-Soul physique already. If there's a chance, he might be able to become the second He Jimin enshrouding mist. If talking about who has the highest hope of fusing with the origin, it's none other than him." The moment these words came out, everyone's faces changed. They really did not know that progenitor imperishable actually regarded W, N, Ji Qian so highly. Then wouldn't the rest have become accessories? Mountain Goat smiled and said, "Therefore, no matter what happened inside, even if others obtained the power of origin, it's useless too, because they have no way of fusing with the origin." Junior apprentice, Sister Cloud Neon, this time, you've probably miscalculated. Cloud Neon's eternally unchanging face was still like an ancient well without ripples. However, she was also very surprised by progenitor imperishable's evaluation. She believed in her eyesight, but no matter how sharp her vision, it could not compare to progenitor imperishable too. Could it be that this time, she really made an error of judgment? Suddenly, the old woman shouted. They came out. A group of figures flew out of the 7-colored pag. Oh duh! W, A, N, Ji Qian, who fused with the origin, was still unable to control it freely. He appeared extremely conspicuous in this dense crowd of over 100 people. The few great emperors saw him at a glance. Mountain Goat's face revealed wild elations. Progenitor imperishable's origin was indeed still obtained by his own people. Ha ha! Well done, W, A, N, G, Zwa. This seat knew that you wouldn't let me down. Mountain Goat went up to welcome with a loud laugh. While talking, he even looked toward the other few great emperors with a smug look. That meaning was very clear. Thank for giving way. Cloud Neon's brows furrowed slightly, and she could not help sighing slightly in her heart. Sure enough, did she still make an error of judgment? All right, this human was harboring evil intentions. Better kill him. It was just that upon going closer to take a look, everyone's condition was very different. The W, A, N, Ji Qian who obtained the origin was slouching his head, looking listless and lethargic. While on the other side, Bai Shan was valiant and spirited, like a proud rooster. Seeing this scene, Mountain Goat was slightly stunned. What was going on? W.N. Ji Qian arrived in front of Mountain Goat and said listlessly, "Lord Shanyang." Shan Yang's brows furrowed, and he said, "You obtained the origin. What's with the long face?" The moment W, A, N, Ji Qian heard, he felt even more bitter. Can't get happy. You treated the origin like a treasure, but people cast it aside like a pair of worn-out shoes. I only picked it up because people did not want it. Even if it was picked up, it was originally a happy thing, too. But the events that happened after that seriously made him unable to cheer up. Too demoralizing. W.A.N. Ji Qian smiled bitterly and said, Lord Shanyang, this origin wasn't obtained by me. The moment Shanyang heard, he immediately understood and said smugly, It turns out that it's because of this. Ho. So what even if it wasn't obtained by you? This origin is fused with you. That's your ability. No matter how formidable the rest are, they couldn't fuse with the origin. That's also rotten mud that can't hold up a wall, too weak to stand up to compet. One time, the more Shanyang talked, the more W.A.N. Ji Qian wanted to find a hole in the ground to burrow into. Next to them, there were already quite a few pseudo-imperishable physiques who laughed out loud. Shanyang's brows furrowed even harder, and he said in a solemn voice, What's so funny? Could it be that this seat is wrong? The others did not dare to speak, but Bai Cuishan laughed and said, Lord Shanyang, what you said is really not correct. This origin was obtained by Yi Yuan. It's not that he couldn't fuse with the origin, but that he didn't care at all. Not only does he not care, he even made me disregard it too. Otherwise, no matter whose turn it is, it also won't be W.A.N. Ji Qian, this loser's turn to fuse with it. Ha ha. Chapter 2951. I'm of the real enshrouding mist soul physique. Chapter 2951. I'm of the real enshrouding mist soul physique. Loser? He simply did not dare to believe his own ears. A genius who could fuse with the supreme hegemon's origin was actually called a loser by someone. Did the world already become so crazy? Brat who's surnamed by, don't think that with your family's ancestor protecting, you can engage in wild talk in front of this seat. Do you really think that origin is so easy to fuse? This seat thinks that it's clearly you guys who couldn't fuse the origin, calling the grapes sour because you can't eat them, right? Mountain Goat looked at Bai Cuishan and said with a cold laugh, Ha ha. Mountain Goat did not expect that the moment the words came out of his mouth, it immediately incurred hooting waves of laughter. The pseudo-imperishable physiques that entered the seven-colored pag. All laughed. Although Mountain Goat was a great emperor whose reputation shook the imperishable soul domain, he felt somewhat ashamed and angry at this time too. I was actually being laughed at by a bunch of pseudo-imperishable physique trash. You trash have been laughing all the way from just now. Laugh my *SS. I'll shut up for this seat. Mountain Goat said in fury. The moment an origin powerhouse was enraged, everyone shut their mouths one after another and did not dare to laugh anymore. However, Mountain Goat also finally realized that the matter seemed to be different from what he imagined. W.A.N. Ji Qian, you say, what on earth happened inside the seven-colored pag? Duh. Mountain Goat said in a solemn voice. Lord Shanyang, W.A.N. Ji Qian stammered. Hoo-hoo. Lord Shanyang, although W.N. Ji Qian is already very shameless, he's probably still ashamed to talk about the events inside the seven-colored pag. Duh. Why don't I tell you? Bai Cuishan said with a laugh. Seeing that W.A.N. Ji Qian still had a stammering appearance, Mountain Goat gave a cold snort, which was considered to have tacitly agreed to it. The few great emperors were long already full of suspicion and could not help perking their ears up to listen attentively. The more everyone listened, the more shocked they became. Even if they had vast experience and knowledge, they also did not think that such terrifying things actually happened inside the seven-colored pag. Duh. And the initiator of evil for all these was Yi Yuan, including Cloud Neon. Their gazes when looking toward Yi Yuan were like looking at a monster. They thought that the seven-colored pag, to this time, the most optimistic estimation would only be one person who could come out. But who would have expected that more than 100 people actually came out? Furthermore, these over 100 people all made great progress in strength. The likes of Bai Cuishan even thrashed the W.A.N. Ji Qian, who fused with the origin. Loser. Mountain Goat was angered until he billowed smoke from all seven orifices. W.A.N. N. Ji Qian was really an out-and-out loser, fused with origin, and he was actually still being trampled by people. His central soul region's face had been utterly lost. Senior apprentice Sister Mu, you said that. Yi Yuan is a joke. Senior apprentice Brother Ming Jian, you said that. Yi Yuan was rotten mud that can't even hold a wall up. Brother Shan Yin, you were showing off in front of me about how impressive N. Ji Qian is. Suddenly, the cloud neon, who had been icy cold all along, opened her mouth. The three people's faces immediately felt a fiery heat. This 1 month plus, they had scolded Yi Yuan plenty. Cloud Neon did not make a sound the entire time. Who knew that she endured for more than a month? But now, she finally launched an attack. It was not that she did not care. It was just giving you a fatal blow at the critical moment. What a resounding slap. Yi Yuan was also dumbfounded from listening. Sure enough, women could not be provoked. Furthermore, this woman was well-versed in the Tao of posturing. Let you guys jump around first. After you guys finish posturing, I'll posture. Furthermore, it was a one-hit certain kill. Yi Yuan was currently marveling, but saw Cloud Neon's gaze look toward him as she said coolly, since W.A.N. Ji Qian has already fused with the origin, then you're useless. You can go and die already. Cloud Neon's words were devoid of any emotion. In an instant, Yi Yuan felt a piercing, cold, killing intent. He was virtually going to asphyxiate. This woman was not kidding. She had doubts about his motives and was really going to silence him to prevent divulgence of secrets. That meaning was that you had no more value to exploit. You can go and die already. Even if Yi Yuan was currently extremely strong, he did not have the slightest strength to fight back in front of Cloud Neon either. This woman was too strong. Yi Yuan's scalp tingled. This woman fell out at the drop of a hat. It really caught him off guard. Of course, Yi Yuan also knew that his actions had angered Cloud Neon. I asked you to go and integrate with the origin, but you're good, directly throwing the origin to someone else. This imperishable origin held extraordinary significance to the 5 great regions. Whoever fused with the origin was equivalent to being progenitor Imperishable's direct lineage disciple. After he Gemin Imperishable returned, that region's status would not be the same anymore. Well done, I regarded you so highly. You sold me with a flip of your hand. If I don't kill you, won't I let you down? Yi Yuan's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly said, hold on, although W.N. Ji Qian fused with the origin, he might not be able to find progenitor Imperishable. Maybe I can help you guys. The moment these words came out, the expressions of the 5 great origin powerhouses changed. The pseudo-imperishable physiques present were in an uproar. Find progenitor Imperishable? What's going on? Did something happen to progenitor Imperishable? No wonder they sealed the 7-colored pack. Oh duh, it turns out that it's because of this. Yi Yuan and W.A.N. Ji Qian both had a tacit agreement to not say the truth. At this time, Yi Yuan blurted it out under desperation. Everyone exploded at once. Something happened to progenitor Imperishable. This was an earth-shattering major thing. When progenitor Imperishable was around, the imperishable soul domain was around. If progenitor Imperishable died, the imperishable soul domain would perish. Plus this was what everyone knew. Mountain Goat said angrily, Yi Yuan, you're courting death? The origin has already been integrated by W.A.N. Ji Qian. It has nothing to do with you anymore. Since junior apprentice Sister Cloud Neon wants to kill you, you go to H.E.L. Then. The 5 great powerhouses were all in a thunderous rage at this time. Wisconsin H.I. plussing to kill Yi Yuan off for good. Mountain Goat even directly cleaved a palm knife over without giving a chance to explain. He had long found Yi Yuan displeasing to the eye. At this time, he naturally had to strike first to gain the advantage. Although Mountain Goat casually struck, it was a cataclysmic crisis to Yi Yuan. It was like he was H.I.T. by a paralyzing hex, unable to move at all. An origin power was too strong. Boom. Mountain Goat's expression changed. His sneak attack was actually terminated by Cloud Neon without extra trouble. Let him speak, Cloud Neon said lightly, not giving Mountain Goat face at all. Although it was a soul body, Yi Yuan still felt cold sweat run down his back. He drew a deep breath and said, finding progenitor imperishable through this trace of origin. That's just your speculation. You guys also can't guarantee that W.A.N. Jiqian can find progenitor imperishable, right? But I can. Mountain Goat was somewhat angry from Ibarra's smint and said with a cold smile, even progenitor's origin can't find him. What right do you have? Yi Yuan said coolly, based on that I'm of the real imperishable soul physique. Mountain Goat laughed loudly and said, what a joke. The 33 heavens have already existed for G. Oh, D knows how many years. It has also only produced progenitor imperishable, one enshrouding Miss Soul physique. You dare to boast shamelessly. Do you really take us, these great emperors, to all be fools? The old woman also sneered and said, in these countless years, no idea how many pseudo-imperishable soul physiques have appeared before, all saying that they are of the enshrouding mist soul physique. But they were all not. Why do you have to say that you are? Yi Yuan looked toward Mountain Goat, like he was saying, yes, you look just like a fool. Without waiting for Mountain Goat to fly off the handle, Yi Yuan said, before entering the seven-colored pag, oh, I didn't dare confirm that I'm of the enshrouding Miss Soul physique too. But now, I'm incomparably sure. I'm of the real enshrouding Mist Soul physique. Chapter 2952, Progenitor Imperishable's Legend. Chapter 2952, Progenitor Imperishable's Legend. Soul physique. All talk, but no promises. You're saying that you're the real enshrouding Mist Soul physique. Don't you find it ridiculous? Mountain Goat said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan, if you say that they're the real enshrouding Miss Soul physique, then it can only be me too, because it's me who fused with progenitor imperishable's origin. You being able to pass the levels only means that your comprehension ability is high. That's all. How do you prove that you're of the imperishable soul physique? W.A.N. Jiqian saw that his chance had come and could not resist coming forward to trample Yi Yuan again. Imperishable soul physique, this sort of thing, only progenitor imperishable could prove it. The others, whoever said it, it did not count either, and it could not prove it too. Therefore, now is the best time to kill Yi Yuan. You were disdainful to fuse with the origin. Now, you're finally getting your just desserts, right? W.A.N. Jiqian felt incomparably delighted in his heart. The old woman, senior apprentice Sister Mu, also said what W.A.N. Jiqian said is right. How do you prove that you're of the imperishable soul physique? Cloud Neon did not speak. Her icy cold expression was considered to have tacitly acknowledged these people's words. Want to not die? Prove yourself. Yi Yuan knew that his most dangerous time had already passed, said. Cloud Neon, this woman, still valued him greatly. Yi Yuan cultivated each stage to the realm of grand completion inside the seven-colored pag. Furthermore, only he could comprehend the inheritance that progenitor imperishable left behind. I feel that he is indeed very likely to be of the imperishable soul physique. At this time, Bai Tsuishan suddenly stepped forward to speak. These words came from the bottom of his heart. Not enough, Cloud Neon still said icily. Hearing this, W.A.N. Jiqian was wildly elated in his heart, although he did not know why Cloud Neon suddenly changed her attitude. But as long as Yi Yuan died, it was enough. As for proving whether Yi Yuan was of the imperishable soul physique, this was simply impossible. Yi Yuan, unless you can find progenitor imperishable. Otherwise, you'll die without a doubt today. W.A.N. Jiqian said with a smug look. Yi Yuan just smiled. Suddenly, he released his aura. A powerful to the extreme soul force billowed straight for the clouds. Above the void, an enormous stone door appeared. On the stone door, there were still seals with the word myriad on them. This action immediately attracted a wave of exclamations. This is the door of eternal life. Master Yi is really incredible. He summoned it so easily. Does Master Yi want to use Emperor Realm to prove himself? I also feel that Master Yi is very likely to be the real imperishable soul physique. The stone door that appeared above Yi Yuan's head was called the Door of Eternal Life. As long as one could summon the Door of Eternal Life, one would be considered to have stepped into the realm of Emperor Cloud Heaven. The cultivation of half-step Emperor Realm was in order to summon this Door of Eternal Life. To others, this step was as difficult as ascending to heaven. But the moment Yi Yuan's soul force was lightly released, it was summoned. The cultivation after Emperor Realm was closely related to the Door of Eternal Life. 3 myriad word seals were Emperor Realm's 3 firmaments. 3 seals, 3 shackles. Wanting to step into the realm of hegemon, one needed to use the power of origin to break the 3rd seal, knock open the door of eternal life, thus transcending samsara, and live forever. Hegemon realm powerhouses were not restricted by hegemon realm and would not experience Tao tribulation. As long as they were not killed, they could live forever. It was just that time flew past. Hegemon powerhouses had also experienced many blood transfusions. People who could truly live forever did not exist. Arriving at the soul race, Yi Yuan experienced the Nirvana Soul Hall's Hall entrance test and also entered the 7-colored pack. Oh, did he gain enlightenment on Tao? He finally comprehended the divine emergence's 3rd level. His thick ACCU emulations erupted. Summoning the Door of Eternal Life was like taking something out of his bag. Door of Eternal Life. This guy is actually going to break through to Emperor Realm at this time. It's just that breaking through to Emperor Realm and he'll be able to prove that he's of the imperishable soul physique? What a joke. W.A.N. Ji Qian could not help laughing as he said. Mountain Goat similarly sneered and said, "Too naive. Does he think that by breaking through to Emperor Realm here, he won't need to die anymore?" Junior apprentice Sister Cloud Neon. Now that progenitor imperishable's origin has already been fused, our top priority is going to find Ancestor. It can't be delayed. Could it be that you plan on wasting time here and delay things? The old woman also nodded and said, "Finding progenitor is the top priority. Cloud Neon, if you have time, play with him here. We're leaving." Cloud Neon's expression still remained unchanged. She just said coolly, "Have you all forgotten progenitor imperishable's legend?" Legend? What legend? W.A.N. Ji Qian said with a baffled look. However, the other 4 trembled all over. They had really forgotten about it. This legend was already too far back. Mountain Goat narrowed his eyes and said, "You're saying that he can do it? This is impossible." The old woman also said, "What a joke. That's just a legend. Even progenitor imperishable has never personally admitted it before." Cloud Neon gave her a glance and said coolly, "Who the H? How do you think you are? Does progenitor imperishable need to explain anything to you?" You. The old woman was angered by this sentence until she wanted to vomit blood. Great Emperor Ming Jian said, "But this matter is a highly guarded secret. Even with our status, we've only heard of it too. How did this boy know about it?" Cloud Neon said, "It doesn't matter. What's important is, can he do it or not?" The 4 people's expressions turned somber, and they stopped talking. W.A.N. Ji Qian had a look of confusion as he said, "Ancestors, what on earth are you all talking about? Could it be that breaking through to Emperor Realm can still set off any waves?" Mountain Goat narrowed his eyes and said, "Legends has it that a long time ago, the Nirvanic Soul Clan had not given birth to a supreme hegemon yet. The Nirvanic Soul Clan at that time was completely enslaved by the Chi Soul Clan. It was just a branch of the Chi Soul Clan, that's all the way until the appearance of progenitor imperishable. When progenitor imperishable corroborated his Tao as Emperor Realm, He comprehended the enshrouding mist origin, and he is also the only existence who comprehended origin in Emperor Cloud, Heaven Realm, in our soul race over countless years. Hence, that's why he could lead our Nirvanic Soul Clan to rise and stand up to the Chi Soul Clan as equals. If this kid can really comprehend enshrouding mist origin when breaking through to enshrouding mist soul physique, then he'll definitely be of the imperishable soul physique without a doubt. Because in these countless years, only progenitor imperishable alone had done it. Mountain Goat's words made the pseudo-imperishable physiques completely explode. Only then did they know it turns out that the enshrouding mist soul physique actually still had such a saying. No wonder the pseudo-imperishable physique status in the Nirvanic Soul Clan was extremely low. Turns out that these pseudo-imperishable physiques were really just pseudo-imperishable physiques, that was all. But Yi Yuan? TCH, this is simply impossible. When W. A. N. Ji Qian heard, he said with decisiveness that could chop iron, He Gemin imperishable was the one and only through the ages. What capability did He Yuan have? To follow in progenitor imperishable's footsteps? Senior apprentice Sister Mu laughed coldly and said, Cloud Neon, you're completely wasting time. Every minute that we're late, progenitor imperishable might be in greater danger. I'm very suspicious of your motives now. Shanyang, this seat feels that you should immediately go and invite Lord Yution now to clean up the household. Her words were already completely targeting Cloud Neon. Originally, the 5 great regions had continuous conflicts. For the sake of saving progenitor imperishable, that was how they came together. Shan Yang's brows furrowed, and he said with a nod, Junior apprentice, Sister Cloud Neon, the present situation indeed brooks no delay. If you insist on playing with this brat, then this seat can only offend you. When Cloud Neon heard, she just said coolly, as you Wisconsin H. Plus. Chapter 2953, Entering Emperor Realm, Comprehending Origin. Chapter 2953, Entering Emperor Realm, Comprehending Origin. Impervious to reason. Cloud Neon, this woman, clearly had a strong character. She would not care about other people's opinions at all. Mountain Goat felt somewhat of a loss in face. He snorted coldly, a burst of soul force tearing across the air. Cloudmount's gaze remained on Yi Yuan's body from start to end, not caring about Mountain Goat's action at all. A moment later, the void trembled and a figure stepped out of the air. This was the Central Soul Region's present leader, He Gemin Yution, paying respects to Lord Yution. Mountain Goat and the rest gave a bow towards He Gemin Yution, but Cloud Neon was aloof and indifferent. A hint of displeasure flashed across in He Gemin Yution's heart, and he said in a solemn voice, Since W. A. N. Ji Qian has already fused with progenitor's origin, then what are you still waiting for? A child is messing around, and you guys are messing around with him too? He looked toward the Yi Yuan, who was currently breaking through, full of disdain. Emperor Realm comprehending origin, he had attempted it before back then too. In the end, it ended in failure. It was far too difficult. Since time immemorial, there was only imperishable alone. What he comprehended was naturally not the enshrouding mist origin. The difficulty was far from as high as the enshrouding mist origin, but he still felt that it was as hard as ascending to heaven. In reality, it was far from just him alone who attempted to comprehend origin at Emperor Realm, but they all ended in failure. Now, you're telling me that you can comprehend origin? What a joke. While talking, He Gemin Yution already released his soul force domineeringly, intending to kill Yi Yuan. If you dare to make a move, I'll break through to He Gemin right now and fight it out to the death with you. Cloud Neon said it very lightly, as if she was chatting. But He Gemin Yution's soul force could not help stagnating. If you guys will leave, bring W. A. N. Ji Qian and hurry up and go. If Yi Yuan doesn't comprehend origin, I'll naturally kill him. There's no need for others to do it on my behalf. Of course, if you all feel that there's any issue, I'll accompany you to the end too. Cloud Neon said it in a soft voice, sounding very pleasant. But the words revealed a majesty that brooked no questioning. Hegemon realm, to others, that was a peak that was far beyond reach in their lifetime. But in Cloud Neon's eyes, it was like 100-foot-tall, small earth mound. If I want to climb it, then I'll climb. Hegemon Ution was Central Soul Region's peak Hegemon. But at this time, he hesitated. Otherwise, even if it was Mountain Goat, no one knew Cloud Neon's strength either. But he knew. Once Cloud Neon really risked it all, a sanguinary slaughter would probably be set off in the imperishable soul domain. A threat, a blatant threat. Would I, an exalted Hegemon, be threatened by you, an Emperor Sakura Heaven? Since Martial Niece Cloud Neon is so confident, what's the harm in watching? Hegemon Ution suddenly smiled and said. Everyone was stunned. What is this? Please, you're a Hegemon. Do you still want face or not? Boom! Just as everyone was shocked, the door of eternal life suddenly emitted a profound and inscrutable power. This power might not be too great, but it was sufficient to make the expressions of Hegemon realm powerhouses change. Yi Yuan, who was currently breaking through, suddenly opened both eyes. That secret that came from inside the door of eternal life, as if it could pry into the world, was currently being grasped by him. Is this the door of eternal life? Seems like all of my secrets are so laughable in front of it. Just where does this door lead to? Yi Yuan thought in his heart. In reality, when he was in the 7-color pag, he already vaguely felt something. Breaking through to Emperor Realm was just taking advantage of the opportunity to him. Yi Yuan's ACCU. Mutations in the 2nd level of Deity Realm were sufficient to let him break through to Emperor Realm. But the inheritance that Hegemon Imperishable left behind had indeed opened another window for him, letting him enjoy a new scenery. At this time, that aura of origin completely wrapped Yi Yuan up. Everyone happened naturally without extra effort, but in other people's view, it was an earth-shattering scene. Origin. That's really Origin. Emperor Realm comprehending Origin. He's really of the imperishable soul physique. No wonder he's disdainful to fuse with progenitor Imperishable's Origin. Turns out that he had a well-thought-out plan. With his own Origin, why does he need to fuse with other people's Origin? True, apart from the real, imperishable 7-colored pag. Who else can clear the stages so easily inside the 7-color pag? Following the descending of Origin, the pseudo-imperishable physiques present stared dumbfoundedly. Hegemon Ution's eyes almost popped out. How is this possible? He's actually of the true imperishable soul physique. Ution sucked in a cold breath and said, W-A-N. Ji Qian's face burned red-hot. He was slapped again. It was just that this time, it was more shocking than any other time before. Even if Yi Yuan beat him black and blue, he also never thought that Yi Yuan was of the true, imperishable soul physique. But now, it was not up to him to not believe anymore. One and only through the ages, in these countless years, only Hegemon Imperishable alone had once done it. Now, it was accomplished by Yi Yuan, the senior apprentice Sister Mu, Ming Jian, and Mountain Goat, who were jumping around endlessly just now, all stopped talking now. Yi Yuan grasping Origin, it was already conclusive beyond all doubt. A hint of surprise flashed across in Cloud Neon's beautiful eyes. She was very optimistic about Yi Yuan. Therefore, even if she was not sure of Yi Yuan's objective, she let him enter the 7-colored pag. Even if it was before, when Yi Yuan said that he could grasp Origin, she only held 1/10,000th hope too. Who knew that this 1/10,000th hope actually came true? The door of eternal life gradually exited. Yi Yuan's soul force skyrocketed and already reached the realm of Emperor Cloud Heaven. He looked towards Cloud Neon and said coolly, Now, it can prove that I'm of the imperishable soul physique, right? Cloud Neon was silent. Since ancient times, the soul race only had these two imperishable soul physiques. She believed that there should be some connection between these two great, imperishable soul physiques. But she was somewhat afraid now. She was afraid of Yi Yuan breaking away from her control. This person was clearly very dangerous. Was letting him go and find progenitor really a wise choice? What on earth was this boy's goal? Everyone's gazes turned toward Cloud Neon, while Yu Tian, this Hegemon realm powerhouse, was directly ignored. Clearly, the one who decided Yi Yuan's life and death was not Hegemon Yu Tian, but it was Cloud Neon. The matter brooks no delay. Come on. After being silent for a long time, Cloud Neon suddenly said, Mountain Goat, the old woman, Ming Jian, these people all shut their mouths now. They followed Cloud Neon quietly, leaving the Central Soul region. Nothing left to say. Previously, they could use not being able to fuse with the origin to shoot Yi Yuan down. But now, what could they say? This was the true enshrouding mist soul physique, an existence like progenitor imperishable, the second one through the ages. Yi Yuan clearly had a great say in this matter of finding progenitor imperishable. Yi Yuan did not say much either, following the few powerhouses and leaving. Along the way, one powerhouse after another gathered. Each person that arrived, their gaze when looking at Yi Yuan carried incredulity. The party went out of the imperishable soul domain and arrived above the sea. Above the sea, an enormous stone door appeared in front of everyone. This is the Abyss Gate. The last place that progenitor imperishable appeared was here. Previously, we've already sent many people into the Abyss Gate, but not a single one returned. The two of you try to feel it. See if you can feel progenitor's aura or not, Cloud Neon said. Chapter 2954, Sea of Evil. Chapter 2954, Sea of Evil. Felt it. Progenitor imperishable did indeed enter through the Abyss Gate. W-A-N. Ji Qian's mind stirred, and he said, Hegemon Yu Tian said, Then it's correct. The two of you lead the way. We'll enter the Abyss Gate together. There are many powerful existences in the Abyss Gate. Some of them, even Hegemon realms, are very fearful of them. Everyone be careful. At this time, a large group of Nirvanic Soul Clan powerhouses already gathered in front of the Abyss Gate. Just the origin realms were as many as 30 to 40. Hegemon realms even already reached 10. In order to save Hegemon imperishable, the Nirvanic Soul Clan already transferred close to 1/10 of their strength. Under the prerequisite that the Soul Race and Blood Race were at war, this was already the greatest transfer of forces. Another Hegemon said, This matter brooks no delay. Let's go in. With my estimations, Hegemon imperishable should be in the abyss, being tied down by some powerful existence. Everyone nodded, expressing agreement. Hegemon Yu Tian looked at Yi Yuan and said disdainfully, After messing around for so long, your origin looks nice, but is useless. It's not even as good as W.A.N. Ji Qian. Yi Yuan had a calm look and did not refute. Abyss Gate. It was a spatial crack between nihility exceeding balance heaven and another heaven. Inside, there were countless powerful evil things. Some could even threaten hegemons. One could say that this was a death zone. Yi Yuan, what do you have to say? Cloud Neon suddenly opened her mouth and said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Nothing to say. Cloud Neon frowned and said, If you don't say, I'll kill you. Yi Yuan was helpless. This woman indeed would never talk sense with you. All right, I can indeed feel that there's the aura of the enshrouding Miss Soul physique here. But I feel that this is a trap. Hegemon imperishable isn't in the Abyss Rift at all. He headed in that direction. Yi Yuan pointed in another direction and said. Cloud Neon frowned and said, Why do you say that? Yi Yuan said, There's some remnant enshrouding mist origin aura there, but it's extremely weak. Without carefully sensing it, it can't be discovered at all. The moment he said it, W.A.N. Ji Qian immediately snickered and said, Your meaning is that the origin that you comprehended is higher level than progenitor imperishable. I can't discover it. Only you can discover it. Is that it? Yi Yuan smiled and said, Whether or not it's higher level than progenitor imperishable, I don't know, but it's definitely higher level than you. WN. Ji Qian's face turned black, instantly feeling like he got slapped. He did not know whether or not it was high level, but having entered Emperor Realm and comprehended origin, Yi Yuan could kill him as easily as Cruz. I. Plussing an ant to death. Yu Tian also said, your meaning is that someone deliberately covered up progenitor's aura, then lured us into the Abyss Gate? Yi Yuan nodded and said, that's right. Yu Tian snickered and said, that's right, my asterisk SS. What you're saying is simply pulling down your pants to fart. Superfluous. The enshrouding Miss Soul physique is the only one in the world. Regarding this point, forget about nihility exceeding balance heaven. Even the other heavens know it too. Before this, who could have thought that we could find this place? Could it be that that person can foretell the future? Another Hejima nodded and said, I also feel that Brother Yu Tian's words make sense. You say that there's the remnant aura of the enshrouding mist origin over there. Do you have a way to prove it? Yi Yuan ignored him and shrugged at Cloud Neon as he said, I already said that there's nothing to say, yet you insisted on making me say. Cloud Neon said, you have no way of proving? Yi Yuan shook his head and said, the aura is very weak. I almost overlooked it just now too. Even if you want to track, it's very difficult too. Very clearly, the other party is very careful. Yu Tian's mouth curled, and he said disdainfully, in my view, the one with ulterior motives should be you. You, this boy, have unknown origins. Who knows what the H-E-L you're planning in your heart? You want to make us fail to find Hegemon imperishable, so as to let the blood race and Chi Soul clan prevail, right? Yi Yuan was dumbfounded by listening. This old man had such rich imagination. These Hegemons were not fools. In reality, they had long seen through some inklings from Cloud Neon's attitude towards him. It was merely because he comprehended origin that they did not kill him. W-A-N. Ji Qian was indeed very unreliable when compared to Yi Yuan. Of course, it was also due to Cloud Neon protecting him. Yi Yuan shrugged and said, all right. Just take it as I didn't say anything. Everyone enters the Abyss Gate together. However, if we encounter any danger inside, don't blame me for not warning you guys. Yu Tian snorted coldly and said, we'll be in danger if we trust you. Come on. The party entered the Abyss Gate. Inside, it was pitch-black darkness with countless evil things. Furthermore, their strength was extremely powerful. However, with 10 great hegemons blazing the trail, there naturally would not be any problem. Along the way, W-A-N, Ji Qian sensed Hegemon Imperishable's power of origin and led the way for everyone. Half a month later, everyone arrived before a dark fog. Ahead lies the Sea of Evil. There are many Hegemon-level evil things inside the Sea of Evil. East Seoul Region's leader, Hegemon W-A-N, Ji Ning said. Yu Tian said, already at this step, we have no path of retreat either. Moreover, if it isn't an extremely dangerous place, progenitor Imperishable wouldn't have been caught deep inside too. In the Sea of Evil, that evil dragon's strength doesn't lose to progenitor Imperishable. Everyone nodded one after another. How could ordinary means trap Hegemon Imperishable, this level of existence? However, Yu Tian was not a reckless person either. He naturally knew propriety. He said to W-A-N, Ji Qian, W-A-N, Ji Qian, sense carefully outside the Sea of Evil. There mustn't be any mistakes. This place isn't an ordinary place. A single misstep, and even the likes of us will be trapped inside too. W-A-N, Ji Qian had a serious look too, feeling tremendous pressure. He was a clever man and naturally knew the degree of seriousness. Hence, he started to spread his senses carefully. Cloud Neon said, Yi Yuan, you go too. Yi Yuan said, there's no need. Progenitor Imperishable has indeed come here before. He entered the Sea of Evil from that place. Cloud Neon frowned and said, "You're sure?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "I'm of the same root as progenitor imperishable. I can easily feel the enshrouding mist origins aura. It's that place. There's no mistake." But Yu Tian smiled coldly and said, "No matter if you are of the same root, it can't compare to the origin from progenitor himself either, right? Kid, if you let this seat discover that you're spurting nonsense, this seat will kill you right now." 2 hours later, Ji Qian came back. "Ancestors, I carefully investigated the Sea of Evil's entrance 3 times and confirmed that progenitor imperishable entered from there. The direction that Ji Qian pointed in was exactly the same as Yi Yuan said." With this, everyone was shocked. Could it be that Yi Yuan's perception ability was so much stronger than Ji Qian? This was also too sensitive. Ji Qian expended a Herculean effort before finding the place. Yi Yuan discerned it with just a glance. The group of hegemons looked toward Yi Yuan one after another. Ji Qian had a blank look. "The entrance was investigated by me. Were you guys looking at Yi Yuan for?" However, many hegemons were already somewhat having their thoughts stirring. Could it be that what Yi Yuan said outside the Abyss Gate was true? If it was true, this would be a trap. Then these people, would really somewhat be in danger. "What do you think, Brother Yu Tian?" Jining said. Yu Tian was silent and shook his head and said, "No matter what, progenitor has indeed entered the Sea of Evil. No?" Chapter 2955, Nirvanic Soul Clan's Great Crisis. Chapter 2955, Nirvanic Soul Clan's Great Crisis. Ancestors, actually, this disciple even discovered this at the entrance area. Ji Qian took out a very, very small white crystal. When Yu Tian and the rest saw it, their pupils could not help constricting. "Spatial origin crystal fragment," Yu Tian exclaimed. "Progenitor imperishable must have entered the Sea of Evil. There's no mistake." Jining also nodded and said, "Progenitor has already searched for this thing for several tens of thousands of years. Didn't expect that it would actually appear in the Abyss Rift. This also becomes understandable. Progenitor imperishable won't easily brave dangers. No need to hesitate anymore. Enter." The others responded one after another, already very certain that progenitor imperishable entered the Sea of Evil. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan's brows furrowed even harder. The more this was the case, the more he smelled a hint of danger. Cloud Neon, who was by the side, also became aware of Yi Yuan's expression, her expression stirring slightly. However, she did not say anything in the end. Now, all the evidence showed that progenitor imperishable was in the Sea of Evil. Furthermore, with their strength, even if there was really an ambush, they could retreat unscathed too. Regardless of whether it was Yu Tian or Jining, they were all not ordinary hegemon realms. Their strength was not at all inferior to hegemon Cloudmouth. There was only progenitor imperishable, this level of powerhouse, who could threaten them. The party stopped hesitating, entering the Sea of Evil. Upon entering the Sea of Evil, Yi Yuan felt an extremely uncomfortable feeling. In fact, even soul force was circulating somewhat sluggishly. The turbid air here seemed to have a great suppressing effect on soul bodies. Yi Yuan felt that in this place, the soul body could only unleash 70% to 80% of its strength. Even those hegemon realms were no exception either. But, unexpectedly, after entering the Sea of Evil, the surroundings seemed to have become quiet. Along the way, they actually did not run into a single evil creature. With this, even Yu Tian, they all felt something amiss too. Something isn't right. Ji Qian, are you sure that there's still the aura that progenitor imperishable left behind here? Yu Tian said with a frown. Ji-Qian nodded his head and said, yes. After entering the Sea of Evil, Progenitor's aura became even thicker. I don't even need to sense carefully anymore. Yu Tian looked toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan nodded slightly, expressing approval with Ji-Qian. Indeed, the enshrouding mist origins aura here was already very thick. It looked like this place seemed to have experienced a great battle. Otherwise, the origin aura would not be so thick. Brother Yu Tian, this place has already entered that pincer worm's sphere of influence. But I can't feel that pincer worm's aura at all. Something isn't right here. W-A-N, Ji Ning said. But Yu Tian's gaze looked toward Yi Yuan, his expression somewhat ugly. Could it be that this guy really hit the mark? Judging from this situation now, it was very likely. Brother Yu Tian, we wouldn't have really been schemed against, right? North Seoul region's leader, Hejemin Wu, once said. Yu Tian's gaze turned intent, and he spat a word out of his mouth. Retreat. But right at this time, there was a tremor in the void. One figure after another poured out from all directions. There were as many as 100 people. Each and every one of the Nirvanic Soul Clan's powerhouses' expressions changed drastically. Haha, Brother Yu Tian, you finally managed to make a trip to the Sea of Evil. You're going to leave without even drinking a cup of tea? The one speaking was an enormous pincer worm. Naturally, it was this region's king. Brother Yu Tian, we haven't met for many years. Why? Not saying H. Hello? Yu Tian's pupils constricted, and he said, Bloodmorn, your blood race actually colluded with the Abyss Rift. Bloodmorn, blood race Hejemin, Yu Tian's old rival. His strength was not beneath Yu Tian. Yu Tian never expected that the blood race and Abyss Rift colluded together. This was undoubtedly Ma's Civ bad news to the Nirvanic Soul Clan. Bloodmorn smiled and said, the enemy of an enemy is a friend. Yu Tian, such a simple logic, there's no need for me to tell you, right? However, your old friends aren't just us. Brother Jun E, not coming out to say H. Lo? Hearing this name, Yu Tian and the group of Nirvanic Soul Clan Hejemins all trembled all over, their eyes revealing a look of astonishment. Hejemin Jun E, who was wearing azure-colored long robes, slowly walked out. Yu Tian's eyes had an additional trace of despair. Jun E, the Chi Soul Clan and Nirvanic Soul Clan belong to the same ancestry no matter what. You guys actually allied with a blood race to deal with us? Yu Tian gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, with the blood race and Abyss joining forces, although he was surprised, he was not angry. But Jun E was the Chi Soul Clan's powerful hegemon. He actually colluded with the blood race too. This made him incredibly furious. Jun E said coolly, same ancestry? Yu Tian, you're thinking too highly of yourself. Your Nirvanic Soul Clan is our Chi Soul Clan's dog to begin with. In all the heavens and myriad worlds, there's only one soul race. Whatever Chi Soul Clan doesn't exist. Imperishable, that old thing. He should have died long ago. Yu Tian's entire body trembled, and he said worriedly, you all, what the H-E-L did you all do to progenitor imperishable? Junie smiled and said, although imperishable, this old thing is known as imperishable, with 3 great supreme hegemons joining hands. Even if he doesn't die, he'll lose a layer of skin too. Moreover, this time, it's scheming against the unguarded. You should be having a very bad time now. He might already be dead. The Nirvanic Soul Clan members present all sucked in a cold breath. 3 great supreme hegemons joined forces. Without a doubt, these 3 great supreme hegemons were the Abyss Hegemon Evil Dragon, the Blood Race's Hegemon Bloodsong, as well as the Chi Soul Clan's Hegemon Heavenly Soul. These 3 people actually joined forces. These 3 great hegemons joining forces, they could practically sweep across a world. Although Hegemon Imperishable was strong, under the joint forces of these 3 people, his life or death was really hard to say. An atmosphere of despair spread in the Nirvanic Soul Clan. Even the hegemons suffered a huge blow to morale at this time too. Hegemon Imperishable was the Nirvanic Soul Clan's strongest person and also their totem, their spiritual leader. Now, Hegemon Imperishable might be dying. Their blow could be imagined. Bloodmorn smiled and said, Brother Ution had better worry about yourself. In order to lure you all out, we paid a considerable price. However, as long as you all, these 5 great regions leaders, are dead, the nihility exceeding balance heaven will basically be finished. From now on, our blood race will share control of nihility exceeding balance heaven with the soul race. Ution glared at June E and said, You all are asking a tiger for its skin. The blood race's ambitions, all the heavens know. You all are actually working with them. June E smiled and said, The soul race and blood race are both chaos races, the top species in all the heavens. We are the same kind. The Chi Soul Clan had always been high and mighty. They looked down on the Nirvanic Soul Clan, but because of Hegemon Imperishable's existence, they could not do anything to the Nirvanic Soul Clan. All the way until the blood race found them. They discovered that the opportunity had arrived. Of course, the blood race naturally paid a huge price in order to join forces with the Chi Soul Clan. And the Abyss Rift were of one body and 2 faces with the soul race, natural enemies. The matters of the world mutually promoted and restrained each other. And the Abyss species was the nemesis of the soul race. In this situation, the Nirvanic Soul Clan had already reached the juncture of life and death survival. Chapter 2956. Every word PRI seeking the heart. Chapter 2956. Every word P. R. I. C. King the heart. From the 3 great races, 100 powerhouses were gathered all around. Just the Hegemon realm powerhouses were as many as 23 people. The number was more than double that of the Nirvanic Soul Clan. The rest were all origin powerhouses. In order to completely wipe out the Nirvanic Soul Clan's core forces, the 3 great races really mobilized powerhouses this time. Sigh, I really regret not listening to young friend Ye's words. If I had listened to young friend Ye's words, the Nirvanic Soul Clan wouldn't be in this current danger. The death of the Nirvanic Soul Clan today is entirely due to this old man's muddle-headedness. Young friend Ye, this old man apologizes to you for the disrespect along the way. Our Nirvanic Soul Clan shouldn't have dragged you into the water. Ution suddenly looked at Yi Yuan, his face full of regret. Only now did he know that him suspecting Yi Yuan was pus. Plussing the Nirvanic Soul Clan into the abyss with his own hands. Thinking up to here, he felt incredibly guilty. The other hegemons also had remorseful looks. Outside the abyss, Yi Yuan urged them time and again, but none of them believed him. Now, they were getting their just desserts. Yi Yuan did not have the intention of harming people at all, but they projected their shortcomings onto him, harming themselves in the end. Hearing this, Bloodmorn 3 people all looked towards Yi Yuan, somewhat visibly moved. All of this had been arranged carefully to the extreme. In fact, even Hegemon Imperishable had fallen into the pit too. In the end, this important matter was actually almost ruined because of this inconspicuous Emperor Realm brat. The flawless plan was actually seen through by this kid. Bloodmorn's back was already drenched in cold sweat. The blood race had schemed for far too long for the sake of this plan. If the entire plan fell through because of this kid, then the losses would really be too great. Dealings between the 3 great races with complicated interests and alliances, and they even had to hide from the entire Nirvanic Soul Clan. The manpower and resources expended for this were simply unimaginable. This nihility exceeding balance heaven was different from Grand Bright Jade, complete heaven. This place was the soul race's world. The soul race had 3 great supreme hegemons who were extremely powerful. This bone was not easy to chew. Hence, they could only put up with the second best option. It was to think of a way to join forces with the other 2 major factions first, and then eradicate the Nirvanic Soul Clan. This D-like maneuver was actually completed by them. Now, when the results bore fruit, it actually almost failed. Luckily, Ution these guys were too stupid. If they believed Yi Yuan, then he would probably be hammered to death by Lord Bloodsun. Sorry. Cloud Neon's voice entered Yi Yuan's ears. Yi Yuan gave her a glance, somewhat surprised. This woman actually knew how to apologize. Actually, you all don't need to despair. Progenitor Imperishable won't die. After killing your way out, the Nirvanic Soul Clan is still the Nirvanic Soul Clan. Yi Yuan said coolly. Bloodmorn was shocked inwardly, but he laughed loudly on the surface and said, Kid, you just entered Emperor Cloud Heaven, and you dare to surmise the victory or defeat of Supreme Hegemons. Hegemon Imperishable is indeed known as imperishable and is difficult to kill. But there's no unkillable person in this world at all. Regarding this point, you Tion, they all definitely know better than you. 3 great Supreme Hegemons joining forces, it's just a matter of time that imperishable, that old thing dies. The moment these words were said, the expressions of Tion and the rest became even bleaker. They knew that what Bloodmorn said was right. Although Progenitor Imperishable was known as imperishable, he was not undying. He could be killed. A Supreme Hegemon naturally could not kill him. But 3 Supreme Hegemons, that was completely different. Evil Dragon, Bloodsong, Heavenly Soul, these 3 great Supreme Hegemons represented the apex of 3 great chaos powerhouses. With them joining forces, there was no one that could not be killed. Yi Yuan gave Bloodmorn a look and said coolly, Why are you in such a hurry to come out and defend yourself? Guilty conscience? Bloodmorn was shocked inwardly again. What a formidable brat. Every word P-R-I-C. Ked the heart. When did such a monster appear in the Nirvanic Soul Clan? Although you all are Hegemon realm powerhouses, Body understands this enshrouding Miss Soul physique better than me. If it was before entering the 7-colored pack, I'll definitely say that Progenitor Imperishable will die. But after entering, I can tell you all that those 3 can't kill him. The Blood Race's true objective is you all. If you all, these people, die here, the Nirvanic Soul Clan will really be finished. Progenitor Imperishable alone can't set off any waves. Yi Yuan said it slowly, each word like a knife, making Bloodmorn's expression change greatly. Because what Yi Yuan said was not the slightest bit off from the Blood Race's plan. It was just like this plan was drawn up by him. Before this, Bloodsong had personally admitted that even if the 3 of them joined forces, they could not kill Hegemon Imperishable too. Hegemon Imperishable was an anomaly among Hegemons. His soul physique had already been cultivated to an incomparably terrifying realm. It could virtually be said to be undying and imperishable. Therefore, the Blood Race's true objective was the 5 great soul regions leaders. The Nirvanic Soul Clan had already become extremely powerful after hundreds of millions of years of ACCU. Mulation. Compared to the Chi Soul Clan, it was much stronger. Although Supreme Hegemons hard to come across, powerhouses below Supreme were similarly hard to come by. Not every Hegemon could reach Hegemon Cloud Mount's level, but one Nirvanic Soul Clan produced 5 of such existences. It was a very difficult bone to bite on. As long as they killed Tion, the 5 of them, the Nirvanic Soul Clan would completely fall. Bloodmorn did not expect that such an elaborate plan would actually be laid bare with a single comment from an Emperor Cloud Heaven boy. However, Yi Yuan did not finish speaking yet. He continued, From the moment they appeared, they have been using psychological attacks on you all, making you all think that Progenitor Imperishable will die. In addition, Sea of Evil, this battlefield is too advantageous to them. This way, they will be able to kill you all at the smallest cost. If you all are dispirited, it will fall right into their wishes. Therefore, kill your way out. Even if a single Hegemon escapes, it will be a great loss to them too. Boom! A streak of B-L-O-O-D. Light lit up, flying straight for Yi Yuan. Tion's pupils constricted, a streak of soul force flying straight for the firmament. 2 great Hegemons exchanged blows in an instant. But how terrifying was the attack of Hegemons? That aftershock instantly vaporized Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan. Yu Tian roared angrily, glaring at Bloodmorn. He still failed to save Yi Yuan in the end. Bloodmorn snorted coldly and said, "A reckless and blind ant actually dared to talk about hegemons presumptuously. His death isn't regrettable." The Nirvanic Soul Clan powerhouses were all glaring furiously. An Emperor Cloud Heaven was seriously too weak in such a battle. Even a tiny aftershock was sufficient to kill them several times over two. But Bloodmorn's sneak attack also indirectly proved that Yi Yuan's guesses were completely correct. Sigh. It was a shame that a peerless genius was gone. However, in the next second, misty air emerged from the ground. Gradually, it condensed into Yi Yuan's appearance. The S of everyone present were almost popping out. How is this possible? Yi Yuan actually didn't die? That blow earlier, forget about Emperor Cloud Heaven. Even if it was Emperor Vast Heaven, they would turn to ashes too. His enshrouding mist soul physique was clearly completely erased under that blow. Why didn't he die? The four great races looked at Yi Yuan with incredible shock, full of incredulity. Suffered a hegemon's blow and actually did not die. Chapter 2957. Great Battle Erupts. Cloud Neon displays her power. Chapter 2957. Great Battle Erupts. Cloud Neon displays her power. Being in such a hurry to kill me, you became angry from Embark. Meant? Yi Yuan looked at Bloodmorn and said with a light smile. Bloodmorn's expression changed, and he cried out in surprise. You're of the imperishable soul physique. There's actually a second imperishable soul physique in this world. This is impossible. Even if it's the imperishable soul physique, you received this seat's blow. It's impossible not to die either. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "That's why I said that you all couldn't kill Hegemon Imperishable. Even Hegemon can't kill me, and Emperor Cloud Heaven. Progenitor Imperishable Soul Body is on a completely different level from me. Even if three great supreme hegemons join forces, so what?" Everyone was suddenly enlightened. It turned out that this was the true imperishable soul physique. Even if died until not even residue remained, you could still revive. This scene made the Nirvanic Soul Clan's powerhouses become invigorated at once. It was indeed, as Yi Yuan said, the enshrouding mist soul physique could not be killed. Humph! Your measly deceptive trick can deceive others, but do you think that you can hide from this seat? The Nirvanic Soul Clan's methods simply have no way of hiding in front of my soul race. June, he said with a cold laugh. Yi Yuan knew that he could not hide it. He did not plan to hide it either. Even Cloud Neon could see through it. How could the hegemons from the soul race not see through it? In reality, Yu Tian and the others had seen through it too. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I'm not planning on hiding from anyone. I just want everyone to know how hard it is to destroy the enshrouding mist soul physique. Even if many Emperor Sakura heavens come, so what? With your strength, killing me many times, it will naturally be effortless, but so what? Can you truly kill me?" Junie gave a cold snort, but did not speak. Clearly, he could not kill. Yi Yuan continued, "You can't kill me, this rookie who just entered Emperor Realm. Then how powerful is Hegemon Imperishable's enshrouding mist soul physique? If the three great supreme hegemons are several realms stronger than him, then there's naturally no problem killing him. It's just a pity that they are the same rank." The eyes of Yution and the rest lit up. They were convinced. Honestly speaking, it was also their first time witnessing what was the true enshrouding mist soul physique. Enshrouding mist soul physique could actually borrow the power of heaven and earth to instantly recover. Such a soul physique, how terrifying was it? No wonder Progenitor Imperishable had experienced countless battles, but could never fall from beginning to end. They knew that back then, when Progenitor Imperishable led the Nirvanic Soul Clan to rise up, he had fought with the Chi Soul Clan countless times. At that time, he was still not the invincible Hegemon Imperishable. But no matter what means the Chi Soul Clan used, they were unable to kill him. That was how he had this name, Imperishable. Yution drew a deep breath and said, This seat understands. Everyone, listen up. No matter what grudges we had in the past, the biggest goal of all of us from the Nirvanic Soul Clan today is to live. We don't fear death, but we don't treat death lightly. W.A.N. Jining nodded and said, East Soul Region's people, heed my order. Every person that can escape counts as one. As long as we get out of the sea of evil, they won't be able to trap us anymore. Old Ghost Ution, didn't expect that this old man, I will actually have a day where I join forces with you. North Soul Region's He Jim and Wu once said, this old woman, I have lived for hundreds of thousands of years. I've lived enough too. Today I'll fight it out with this bunch of sons of B. TCEs. West Soul Region's leader said. For a moment, everyone who had originally lost their wills actually soared with fighting spirit. Yi Yuan's words had already completely activated them. Bloodmorn was furious until he gnashed his teeth in hatred. The situation that they had meticulously created was actually messed up by an Emperor Cloud Heaven brat. What shocked him even more was that the Nirvanic Soul Clan actually had another true, enshrouding Miss Soul physique appear again after he gemmed imperishable. Given time, this boy would soar to the sky, and then the Nirvanic Soul Clan would be at the height of its power. Everyone, we can't let a single person off today. Wu Jia, you don't need to take part in the fight anymore. Kill that boy called Yi Yuan at all costs. Bloodmorn said in a solemn voice. Lu, you go too. This boy can't be kept alive. Jun, he said with a deep gaze. The Chi Soul Clan was the one that was more apprehensive of Yi Yuan. If the Nirvanic Soul Clan really tided over this calamity, then it would be a grave threat to the Chi Soul Clan in the future. Therefore, Yi Yuan must die. The enshrouding mist soul physique was too terrifying. The three great races Hegemon realms had a total of 23 people. The numbers were quite a few, but wanting to completely kill 10 great hegemons, the difficulty was still quite high. But even so, they still transferred 2 great hegemons to specially deal with Yi Yuan. It could be seen how much importance they attached to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan fell into a desperate situation at once. He naturally knew the logic that the hunter would shoot the bird that sticks out. But this was an opportunity. First of all, if the Nirvanic Soul Clan was really completely wiped out, he would have to die too. Secondly, if he could really bring the Nirvanic Soul Clan out, then Progenitor Imperishable would owe him a huge favor. This would be a great help to him, lending the Purple Ripple umbrella. However, what he could do was also just these. He could only hope that after pulling themselves together, these guys could have a few more of them survive. Cloud Neon, regardless of Yi Yuan's ident. 1. Tai, he's our Nirvanic Soul Clan's benefactor. You escort him out. Ution looked towards Cloud Neon and instructed. Even when facing such a desperate situation, Cloud Neon did not show the slightest expression either. She just nodded her head lightly. But Yi Yuan was speechless for a while. People already sent 2 hegemons to come kill me. You guys were just sending an Emperor Sakura Heaven. Wasn't this killing people? Yi Yuan, rest assured. Cloud Neon's strength is more powerful than you imagine. She'll ensure your safety. Ution said. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said solemnly, have a few more survive. Ution laughed loudly and said, don't you worry. The few of us old fellows aren't so easily killed. Let's go. Cloud Neon said coolly, and Yi Yuan rushed out with Cloud Neon in spite of himself. The great battle instantly broke out. Yi Yuan only heard heaven-shocking explosion sounds coming from behind. It was as if the entire abyss was going to be blown apart. The Battle of Ution, this level of powerhouses, was seriously too terrifying. The aftershocks of the battle were naturally extremely terrifying. With the likes of his strength, he could only become cannon fodder. The pitiful W.A.N. Ji Qian turned to ashes in the instant the great battle erupted. Even if he merged with the Origin, it could not save him either. Yi Yuan 2 people were not out of danger. Even if Cloud Neon helped protect him from the vast majority of the force, he still felt like his soul body was going to be scattered. In front of them, There were 7 to 8 origin powerhouses that directly blocked off the two people's escape routes. Although origin powerhouses were inferior to hegemons, they could virtually be said to be the strongest under hegemons already. It was also that two great hegemons issued a certain kill order on Yi Yuan. Therefore, Cloud and Neon this side immediately attracted considerable firepower. Dozens of firepower fired over in unison. Yi Yuan felt like the sky was going to collapse. However, amidst the torrential storm, a white, beautiful figure strolled over leisurely. A surge of origin power spread out, and Yi Yuan's eyes went wide. Those dozens of unbelievably powerful attacks actually seemed to have grown eyes brus. Plussing past the two of them. Amidst the violent storm, it was only to see Cloud Neon point a finger. Terrifying soul force directly stabbed toward the soul race origin powerhouse that was coming head-on like a sharp sword. That origin powerhouse gave a miserable cry and directly turned to ashes. Origin powerhouses were actually not opponents that could last one exchange with her. Chapter 2958, Dream Recollection. Chapter 2958, Dream Recollection. How formidable! Yi Yuan was stunned by Cloud Neon's casual strike. Just earlier, he seemed to have been in a dream. In the dream, dozens of origin attacks completely scattered and disappeared. Those origin powerhouses all had confused looks too. Clearly, they did not know what had happened. It's the Cloud Dream Soul physique. Furthermore, she cultivated dream recollection. You all fell in her dream realm just now. It's impossible to hit her. Everyone leave. Leave this place to the two of us. You guys aren't her match. A figure landed. It was precisely the Chi Soul clan's hegemon realm powerhouse, Lu. When those origin powerhouses heart, they were all startled with fear. It's actually the legendary grade Cloud Dream Soul physique. It said that this soul physique isn't beneath the enshrouding mist soul physique. No wonder it's so formidable. Furthermore, she even cultivated the supreme soul canon, dream recollection. She's simply unmatched in the same rank. The Nirvanic Soul Clan is really going to be amazing. An imperishable soul physique and a Cloud Dream Soul physique. Once these two steps into the realm of hegemon, it will simply be our soul race's nightmare. Yi Yuan did not know about the Cloud Dream Soul physique, but he was very clear about dream recollection. The soul race's 3 great sacred canons, divine emergence, dream recollection, and extinction, each of them was a powerful to the extreme soul race cultivation method. For the same of these 3 great soul canons, Chi and Nirvanic, 2 races, even once had a shocking war erupt before. In the end, the Nirvanic Soul Clan suffered countless casualties. Progenitor Imperishable was seriously wounded before TC hing away these 3 great sacred canons from the hands of the Chi Soul Clan. Dream Recollection, this sacred canon. What it recorded was the method to gain enlightenment on Tao with dreams. Comprehending life in dreamland, comprehending heavenly Tao, and finally comprehending origin. Dreaming for 3,000 years, corroborating one's Tao, and gaining enlightenment on longevity. These 3 great sacred canons could be cultivated regardless by the Nirvanic Soul Clan or the Chi Soul Clan. But dream recollection, this cultivation method, was especially suited for the Cloud Dream Soul physique. The Nirvanic Soul Clan once had a peerless heavens chosen a peer before, who roamed the contemporary era unobstructed. At that time, he was reputed as the most promising existence to become a supreme hegemon. It was just that, sadly, he made an overly showy display of his ability, and he was plotted against by the Chi Soul Clan and ambushed. In order to kill him, the Chi Soul Clan did not hesitate to mobilize 3 hegemon realm powerhouses. They did not expect that many years later, the Nirvanic Soul Clan actually had another Cloud Dream Soul physique appear again. Lu looked at Cloud Neon and said with a light smile, I didn't expect that the siege this time actually still had an unexpected discovery. Imperishable, that old thing, He really hid you too well. Cloud Neon still had an icy cold appearance, disliking to talk. Yi Yuan only felt a blur before his eyes, and he discovered that Cloud Neon's soul body started dissipating, turning into nothingness in the end. Cloud Neon was gone. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted, and he shouted, "Are you kidding me? Abandoning me just like that? Have you forgotten what you promised He Jimin Yu Tian?" In just that instant, Yi Yuan could not perceive Cloud Neon's existence anymore. He Jimin Wu Jia was also stupefied, then immediately burst out laughing and said, "What bulls? I plus T Cloud Dream Soul Physique. More like it's called Fleeing Soul Physique, right? Kid, since that girly ran, you can go and die then." A streak of BLOOD while light flashed past. Yi Yuan felt like he was going to die. He was still too far away from He Jimin realm. Boom! Yi Yuan's soul physique was immediately vaporized. Killing Yi Yuan in one blow, Wu Jia said smugly, "Originally, I thought that it would be somewhat troublesome. I didn't expect that it's so simple. What imperishable soul physique, Cloud Dream Soul Physique. All simply too weak to withstand a single blow." Lu smiled and said, "While these two great soul physiques are formidable, their strength is too weak. To the likes of us, they are merely ant-like existences. But if we allow them to grow unchecked, the consequences would be too terrible to contemplate. Since this side has already been settled, let's hurry over and help Lord Bloodmorn they all then. That side is of the utmost priority." Wu Jia nodded, and the two people turned around and left. Over at the other side, the Battle of Hegemons had already entered a white-hot stage. The likes of Yutian were all top powerhouses among Hegemon realms. Their battle was virtually SMAs. Plussing the abyss apart. However, the Nirvanic Soul Clan indeed had greatly diminished combat power in this sea of evil. Plus, their numbers were not many, and signs of decline already appeared. With 3 races joining forces, the combat power was extraordinary. But right at this time, Lu's figure suddenly came to a stop, as if he was petrified. Wu Jia's brows furrowed, and he said, "Brother Lu, what's wrong?" Lu's expression changed, and he said, "Not good. We were duped. Brother Wu Jia, chase after them." Finished saying, he ignored Wu Jia, his figure turning around and immediately tearing across the air. Wu Jia had a confused look, not knowing what this Lu was going crazy over. But he still followed. "Brother Lu, what on earth happened?" Wu Jia caught up to Lu and could not resist asking. "We fell into that girl's dream realm just now." Lu said, "Dream realm? Her? How is this possible? A mere Emperor Sakura Heaven can use Dream Realm to deceive the two of us at the same time? Let alone that there are so many peak hegemons fighting over there. How can it be what she, a measly little Emperor Sakura Heaven, can simulate?" Wu Jia said in disapproval. Lu Dowie had a solemn expression as he said, "Half awake and half dreaming. That is when it's the hardest to distinguish. Plus, just now, she perfectly merged dreamland together with reality. Therefore, even if it's you and I, it's hard to detect too, if not for the dream realm dissipating just now, revealing a trace of extremely subtle undulation. Even if it's this seat, it's hard to detect it too. This girl's Cloud Dream Soul physique has probably already Serpa S, said the Menglana back then. Luckily, she's just Emperor Sakura Heaven. If she stepped into the realm of Hegemon, even if you and I died in the dreamland, it will be difficult to detect too." With this, Wu Jian was shocked. If what Lu said was true, then it was really too terrifying. The dream realm set up by an Emperor Sakura Heaven. He actually did not detect it in the slightest. "I really didn't expect that you, this woman, are icy cold, but you're actually so strong." Yi Yuan marveled. When he revived from the dead, Yi Yuan felt that it was magical. That kind of feeling was too real. The dreamland that this woman set up actually made 2 great Hegemon realms unable to detect it in the least bit. Then, she brought him away from under the 2 of their hands, unknown to DS or ghosts. Yi Yuan examined his own conscience and felt that his willpower was extremely strong. Plus, he had cultivated the divine emergence. Nothing could bewitch his mind. But this time he suck. Yumbed. Dream is born from the heart. It's no idea how many levels higher than an illusory real. You're not facing my spell, but facing your own heart. Although you cultivate divine emergence, your strength is too low. Falling into the dreamland is also within reason. After you reach my realm, I naturally won't be able to waver your heart. Yi Yuan was surprised. This woman was actually explaining things to him, but thinking about it, he felt at ease too. His words saved the Nirvanic Soul Clan, reducing this woman's enmity toward him. But this Cloud Dream Soul physique was really strong. Yi Yuan thought that He Jimin Yu Tian being apprehensive of Cloud Neon previously was because her background was strong, and she even had some connections to He Jimin Imperishable. But looking at it now, it was not necessarily so. Once this woman broke through to He Jimin realm, it was very likely that she could have Yu Tian's level of strength. Coupled with her powerful soul physique, as well as dream recollection, no matter how strong Yu Tian was, he probably could not do anything to Cloud Neon 2. The two people were extremely fast, looking as if they were about to fly out of the sea of evil. But right at this time, an azure and a red, two incredibly powerful attacks suddenly tore across the air and arrived. Cloud Neon's 10,000-year unchanging face also changed drastically at this time. Her palm thrust out. Yi Yuan's figure flew out of the sea of evil involuntarily, while her aura skyrocketed, turning around to meet those two powerful attacks. Boom! Cloud Neon's soul body smashed heavily onto the ground like a kite with a broken string. Two figures appeared. Who could it be if not Wu Jia and Lu? Wu Jia smiled lightly and said, "It's still Brother Lu who's formidable, seeing through this girl's dream realm. Otherwise, the two of them would really have escaped." Chapter 2959, Mutual Destruction. Chapter 2959, Mutual Destruction. Lu looked at the heavily injured Cloud Neon and said with a smile, "You didn't expect that we saw through it so quickly, right? Lias S. Although you're extremely talented, you can never underestimate a He Jimin realm powerhouse." Cloud Neon had a frosty look as she said, "Your Chi Soul clan is asking a tiger for its skin. You'll ultimately taste the disastrous consequences." Wu Jia smiled and said, "That's just your one-sided Wisconsin H. Plus your Nirvanic Soul clan claims to be of the same ancestry and root as the Soul race. But actually, the ones with the same ancestry and root are us. We're both chaos races. We're paramount existences. Our chaos races should rule the heavens in the first place. You all, these Nirvanic Soul clan members, are merely some ghosts of small importance. Why do you all have to sit on equal footing as us?" Lu seemed to have seen through Cloud Neon's intention and said coolly, "Don't think about buying time. You know that a mere Emperor Cloud Heaven, even if you let him escape for 2 hours, it will also be a matter of an instant for us to catch up to him. He Jimin realm powerhouses, shattering the barrier of heavens and crossing worlds were a walk in the park. Catching up to a puny little Emperor Cloud Heaven was naturally effortless. Their auras had already locked onto Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan could not escape at all. Suddenly, Wu Jia's and Lu's expressions changed. They actually lost the locking on Yi Yuan's aura. A hint of astonishment was revealed in the two persons' eyes. How could a mere Emperor Cloud Heaven possibly escape their aura locking? "Brother Wu Jia, I'll have to trouble you to make a trip. Leave this girlie to me," Lu said in a solemn voice. Wu Jia nodded his head. His figure moved, chasing out of the sea of evil. Lu's gaze turned cold, origin power blooming, charging over toward Cloud Neon. Facing Cloud Neon, even if Lu was an He Jimin realm powerhouse, he did not dare to slack off in the slightest too. It was because he knew that the Cloud Dream Soul physique back then killed a He Jimin under the besiegement of 3 great Hejimins. Therefore, he chose to sneak attack when Cloud Neon 2 people lowered their guard just now. Otherwise, for a dignified He Jimin realm powerhouse to actually sneak attacking an Emperor Sakura Heaven, he could not do it even if he was beaten to death. Too humiliating. But right now, Cloud Neon's injuries were extremely severe. It was much easier for him to deal with her. Cloud Neon's expression turned cold, dozens of origin power emerging from her body at once. Lu's pupils constricted, drawing a cold breath. 3,000 great Daos, it's born in dreams. Indeed, well-deserving of being the Cloud Dream Soul Physique. S actually already comprehended so many origins. Looks like you want to comprehend 9 by 9, 81 origins, blasting open the door of eternal life in one stroke, reaching the ranks of peak Hegemon. Impressive, truly impressive. But sadly, you don't have a chance, Lu said with a loud laugh. Door of eternal life was not just a shackle. It was similarly a civ lucky chance. By opening the door of eternal life, the origin comprehended an Emperor Sakura Heaven Realm would have a tremendous understanding, making one's strength have a qualitative leap. Therefore, many geniuses were not in a hurry to knock open the door of eternal life in Emperor Sakura Heaven Realm, but comprehending origin as much as possible. Because after entering Hegemon Realm, each origin comprehended would spend countless time. The origin that Emperor Sakura Heavens comprehended was like the end of a thread. The power was not strong, but the function of the door of eternal life was to pull this loose thread out, becoming a long rope. One could at most comprehend 81 origin powers in Emperor Sakura Heaven Realm. However, achieving 81 origin powers, it was just a legend. Those likely Clear Cloud, who could comprehend 9 origins, were already extremely monstrous. But now, Cloud Neon poured out dozens of origins at once. It could be seen how strong she was. However, Lu was merely just shocked. That was all. The Chi Soul clan was born from chaos and had a natural understanding of origin. This Hegemon realm, had already comprehended 10 origins. Although in terms of he could not compare to Cloud Neon this kind of genius. But in terms of quality, he had an overwhelming advantage. Boom! Cloud Neon bore her heavy injuries and had a frontal confrontation with Lu. The two people each flew out backward. Lu was struck dumb with amazement, looking at Cloud Neon with a look of shock, full of disbelief. He, in Hegemon Realm, was actually evenly matched with Cloud Neon. This is impossible. How did you do it? Lu said in shock. Cloud Neon said in a cold voice, the strength of the Cloud Dream Soul Physique isn't what you can imagine. The Chi Soul clan boasts that you're a chaos race. Then how much do you understand? The two of you great hegemons, I'll naturally have some fear. But if it's just you alone, I might not lose to you. Lu said in rage, I don't believe that I can't take care of you, this little girl, today. Under his violent rage, an even stronger soul force released with a loud bang. Boom, boom, boom. The Hegemon level battle made even the void tremble. Although the scale of their fight could not compare to Ution and the rest, it was also extremely fearsome. However, Lu discovered to his astonishment that Cloud Neon's strength was seriously too strong. He unleashed all of his abilities and could not defeat his opponent too. In a blink, he already sustained serious injuries. Of course, Cloud Neon was not much better than him. At this time, the final outcome would be mutual destruction. However, the more this was the case, the more Lu knew that he could not let Cloud Neon off. Otherwise, it would be a devastating blow to the Chi Soul clan. Hegemon Imperishable could not be killed. If Cloud Neon became a Hegemon and appeared, then all of the Chi Soul clan's glory would be trampled underfoot. Hence, he started risking his life. Executing one move after another, he planned on draining Cloud Neon to death at the risk of his soul body being seriously injured. Boom! With another heaven-shocking move, Lu fell to the ground with a loud bang. His soul body was already extremely dim and not far from death anymore. However, seeing that Cloud Neon was similarly seriously injured and on the verge of death, the corners of his mouth revealed a hint of a smile. You're finally still going to die, Lu said with a smile. Suddenly, his pupils constricted, his eyes full of astonishment. Because his opponent, Cloud Neon, actually changed. He blinked his eyes hard, wanting to prove that he had seen wrongly. But he discovered to his dismay that there was no mistake. Right now, the one lying opposite was not Cloud Neon, but Wu Jia. Lu shuddered. His feeble soul body actually started trembling. Ji got tricked. He actually fell into a dreamland again. Furthermore, he and Wu Jia actually fought until they were mutually defeated in the dreamland? In no way, right? When did he fall into a dream realm? Furthermore, this time, he was already prepared. How could an exalted hegemon realm possibly fall so deep into a dream realm and not detected in the slightest too? Lu felt his entire body turned icy cold. This cloud dream soul physique coupled with the dream recollection were really too terrifying. Two great hegemons actually fought until they were seriously injured on the verge of death before suddenly waking up from the dream. Why is it you? How can it be you? This is impossible. Who I was fighting against was clearly that boy. Not far away, Wu Jia's unwilling angry roar also came over. At this time, two figures appeared quietly. Lu's pupils constricted. These two people were precisely Yi Yuan and Cloud Neon. It was just that Cloud Neon's soul body was currently faint. Clearly, she had sustained heavy wounds too. However, it was merely just being heavily wounded. She was not in danger of dying. But he and Wu Jia were different. It was effortless for Cloud Neon to kill the two of them now. It was over. Completely over. How could this be? Chapter 2960. Failing on the verge of complete success. Chapter 2960. Failing on the verge of complete success. I didn't expect that executing divine emergence and dream recollection at the same time would actually be so powerful. Yi Yuan looked at the two great hegemons, who were seriously injured on the verge of death, and had a rueful look too. Just now, at the critical moment, the two people instinctively used divine emergence and dream recollection. The two people's soul forces integrated together and actually unleashed an effect that far surpassed, said the two people's strength. It was also that Cloud Neon's reaction was extremely fast. She made use of the favorable situation to push matters through with little effort, dragging the two of them into a dreamland along with the two great hegemons' attacks. These two great hegemons were actually completely unaware. However, Cloud Neon being seriously injured was real. And this was also the lure that activated the dream realm. In that moment, the dreamland completely erupted, and the two great hegemons caught deeply in it. The two great hegemons fell into the dream realm and thought that their opponent was Cloud Neon and Yi Yuan, but it was simply the other party. All the way until the two people suffered mutual defeat. It seemed simple, but to make two great hegemon realm powerhouses fight all the way until impending death before breaking away from the dream realm, that was virtually unimaginable. This was especially true considering that it was also under the circumstances that Lu was on the alert. Although Yi Yuan's divine emergence was weak, his soul force was like a catalyst, strengthening the dreamland countless times when it encountered Cloud Neon's dream recollection. Cloud Neon's dream realm was extremely powerful to begin with. When there was this catalyzing effect, even two great hegemons fell for the trick unknowingly. It's not just due to these two great sacred cannons. Just now, the two of our soul forces actually produced a resonance. This is the most important thing, Cloud Neon said. Recalling that miraculous feeling just now, Yi Yuan could not help nodding. At that moment earlier, his soul force and Cloud Neon's soul force actually produced a resonant effect. It was not just Cloud Neon, his soul force skyrocketed too. This kind of thing was simply inconceivable. Hearing these two people's words, the two great hegemons only felt that they had died so unjustly. Soul force resonance. This sort of thing was simply unheard of. Something that made no sense actually tricked two great hegemons to death. One had to know that even though the two of them were far from being strong, they were not weaklings among hegemon realms too. Both Yi Yuan and Cloud Neon did not expect that they would actually suck. And be just like that. Cloud Neon did not give these two people a chance, directly making a move. killing the two great hegemons. Two great hegemon realm powerhouses died at the hands of two juniors just like that. "All right, you can go," Cloud Neon said. Yi Yuan was taken aback and said, "You want to go back?" Cloud Neon nodded and said, "Lord W.N. Jining's kindness towards me is as weighty as a mountain. I can't watch him die." Yi Yuan thought about it and said, "I'm going to save progenitor imperishable. Do you want to come along?" Cloud Neon gave him a glance, being rather surprised, and she said, "Progenitor imperishable is being besieged by three great supreme hegemons. With your bit of strength, going will be courting death too." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "That might not be the case. If the three of them want to trap progenitor imperishable, they will definitely have to pay an immense price. After coming out of the seven-colored pack, oh, duh, I can feel that progenitor imperishable is very strong. Extremely strong. Perhaps we have an opportunity to exploit." Cloud Neon frowned and said, "This has nothing to do with you. Why do you want to go and save progenitor imperishable?" Yi Yuan said, "Haven't you always been curious about what my objective is? Actually, my objective is progenitor imperishable. I need the purple ripple umbrella." "Why?" Cloud Neon was incomparably surprised in her heart. This journey was too dangerous. One had to know that the ones besieging progenitor imperishable were three of the 33 heavens' topmost existences. Even if there was really an opportunity to exploit, they could huff you to death with a puff of breath. This fellow actually dared to go. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Talk about it again on the way. If we still don't go, we won't be able to leave anymore. Now is the best time to go and save progenitor imperishable. If the three great forces discover that this can't be done, they might gather all of their forces to deal with progenitor imperishable. At that time, wanting to save him will be as hard as ascending to heaven. Go!" Cloud Neon made a prompt decision. For hours later, several figures tore across S, P, A, C, and arrived. The person in front was precisely Bloodmorn. His expression was very ugly. The plan completely failed. Although the Nirvanic Soul Clan suffered heavy casualties in this battle, it did not hurt their foundation. Of the 5 great regions' leaders, only North Soul region's hegemon died. Although Yu Tian, W, A, N, Jining, and the rest suffered serious injuries, they killed their way out of the encirclement in the end. Of the 10 great hegemons, they only held 3 behind. The other 7 all escaped. Bloodmorn was currently bringing people to hunt Yu Tian down. On the one hand, it was because Yi Yuan's words gave them fighting spirit. On the other hand, it was also Yi Yuan, 2 people's appearance that scattered their fighting power. What was even more Nabal was that 4 hours had said, and Wu Jia and Lu actually still had not returned. Suddenly, Bloodmorn's figure stopped, and he said stop. Beside him, another blood race hegemon's expression changed, and he said, "Lord Bloodmorn, this is Wu Jia's aura. There's also the Chi Soul Clan's Lu." Bloodmorn's expression was heavy, and he nodded his head. As a peak hegemon, his perception was extremely acute. Upon arriving here, he felt a wisp of aura, which was left behind by Wu Jia and Lu. They had just died. The aura of origin had not dissipated yet. Tumultuous waves were set off in Bloodmorn's heart. 2 great hegemons chased after an origin Emperor Sakura Heaven, an Emperor Cloud Heaven. They actually all died? How is this possible? They actually all died? That hegemon cried out in alarm. 2 hegemons died at once. This was absolutely a major shocking thing. Each hegemon was extremely precious. Counting the 2 hegemons that died during the besiegement, they had 4 hegemons die at once in this battle. This mortality rate was actually even greater than that of the Nirvanic Soul Clans. Wu Jia, 2 people's demise, also made this besiegement battle become a complete and utter joke. 3 factions mobilized 23 hegemons. The casualty was actually even higher than the Nirvanic Soul Clan that was caught off guard. If the three great supreme hegemons knew about it, they would probably fly into a thunderous rage. What? Hegemon Wu Jia and Hegemon Lu actually both fell? How is this possible? That Cloud Dream Soul physique is actually so strong? She's just Origin Emperor Sakura Heaven, and she could actually kill 2 hegemons already? Really, DAM in it. Our battle was a complete failure. When those Origin powerhouses heard the exclamations of the hegemons, each and every one of them was dumbfounded. They never dreamed that the battle situation would actually turn out like this. Bloodmorn shook his head and said, although that Lias S is formidable, it's absolutely impossible to kill Wu Jia they all. Something that we don't know must have happened during this. It's just that no matter what, things are already very serious now. Putting aside Yu Tian they all, 1 Cloud Dream Soul physique, 1 Imperishable Soul physique, these 2 juniors are too dangerous. The others felt the same too. No matter what had transpired, 2 great hegemons had indeed died. Even if the war had been fought until now, not many hegemon realms had died too. But today, so many had actually fallen all at once. What worried Bloodmorn the most was still Cloud Neon and Yi Yuan. No matter what, they already had the means to kill hegemon realms. This was terrifying. Chapter 2961, A Small Lake. Chapter 2961, A Small Lake. Imperishable Soul Domain, Central Soul Region. A group of remnant troops gathered together, their expressions very heavy. Several peak hegemons all had faint soul bodies at this time, close to dissipating. In order to escape, they paid a terrible price too. North Soul Region's ancestor, Hegemon Wu 1, held back 3 hegemons by himself in order to cover the other people's departure and died on the spot. At this time, the atmosphere in the Central Soul Region's main hall was depressed to the extreme. Old Ghost Yu Tian still hasn't come back until now. It's likely fraught with grim possibilities. South Soul Region's ancestor, Hegemon Jijun, said with a heavy look. Old Ghost Wu is gone just like that. Old Ghost Yu Tian's and progenitor Imperishable's life and death are unknown. Our Nirvanic Soul Clan has really encountered a huge crisis this time. If Old Ghost Yu Tian is dead too, then the 3 of us really won't know what to do. West Soul Region's old woman, Hegemon Shimian, was in dejection. Ancestor W. A.N. Ji Ning did not say a word, but his expression was similarly heavy. Suddenly, the void trembled, and a figure fell with a loud bang. Old Ghost Yu Tian. When the 3 hegemons saw the arrival, they could not help being overjoyed. This figure that fell was precisely Hegemon Yu Tian, who returned with heavy injuries. The current Hegemon Yu Tian was very miserable. His soul body was incomplete. Saying that it was a remnant soul was also not overboard. Old Ghost Yu Tian, are you all right? Hegemon Jijun asked in concern. But no dismay could be seen on Hegemon Yu Tian's face at all. Instead, he had an excited look. Jijun few people exchanged glances, wondering to themselves if this old thing was beaten silly. We're already miserable until like this, and you're still in the mood to smile? I'm fine. I won't die. Ha ha. Satisfying. Yu Tian said with a loud laugh. The 3 people had baffled faces, not knowing what this guy was being happy about. Old Ghost Wu Wen was already dead, and everyone sustained serious injuries. Shouldn't you be a little pessimistic? Old Ghost Yu Tian, were you beaten, silly? Our Nirvanic Soul Clan suffered our greatest crisis in history. You're actually still in the mood to laugh? Shimian said with a livid face. Yu Tian smiled and said, why can't your father laugh? Bloodmorn, June E, these few things exhausted all of their brain power, wanted to round us up in one fell swoop. In the end, they suffered a double loss. Their casualties are even more disastrous than ours. Tell me, should your father laugh or not? Those 3 old things expended G. Oh, D knows how great a price for the sake of the setup this time. Now, it has all been for naught. Tell me, should your father laugh or not? Ha ha. The 3 people exchanged glances, feeling baffled again. They were certain that this guy was beaten silly. Enough. Stop laughing. Old Ghost Wu Wen is already dead. Which eye of yours saw that their casualties are worse than ours? She Mion reproached. Ution chuckled and said, We had a peak He Gem and die. They had one die too. But those two who hunted Yi Yuan and Cloud Neon down are both dead. Tell me, does your father feel great or not? Regarding this battle, Ution was stifled badly. 3 great races joined forces to deal with the Nirvanic Soul Clan. It was too hidden, too despicable. It made Ution keep on holding his anger in his heart. But when he passed south said by the place where Wu Jia and Lu died, he felt it. But at that time, Bloodmorn was pursuing closely behind. He did not dare to stay either. But at that time, he felt frustration being given vent in his heart. Now, he escaped with his life. He could not resist anymore and burst out laughing. But when Shi Mion, 3 people heard this, they did not laugh but had doubtful faces. You're sure that those 2 are both dead? W-A-N, Jining said with a frown. He also felt that Ution was beaten silly. How could 2 little brats possibly kill 2 great hegemons? Ution's face turned black, and he said in a great rage, Do you all really take your father to be stupid? The fall of a hegemon, the origin undulation is so intense. Can your father not sense it? Those 2 have indeed died. If not for Bloodmorn, that old thing stopping to investigate back then, your father really might not have been able to escape back. With these, the 3 people were shocked. How is this possible? W-A-N, Jining said. Ution snorted coldly and said, Although I don't know what's going on either, it's true that those 2 hegemons are dead. Plus, with the 2 that were killed by us, they have lost a total of 4 hegemons. In this battle, we gained a huge advantage. With 2 great hegemons dying, this matter can't be concealed. News will transmit over very quickly. At that time, you guys will know. W-A-N. Jining, 3 people felt that it was too inconceivable. This kind of exterminating besiegement, it was actually their side that gained the advantage. If it was really as Ution said, then they really should be laughing out loud. Before long, this great battle shook the entire nihility, exceeding balance heaven. 3 great races actually joined hands to deal with the imperishable soul domain. This news was earth-shattering. But what shocked people even more was that 3 races besieged the Nirvanic Soul Clan's hegemons, and their casualties were actually even more than the Nirvanic Soul Clan. For some time, the entire nihility, exceeding balance heaven, was shocked. It's here. The aura of the enshrouding mist soul physique disappeared in this small lake. If my guesses are correct, progenitor imperishable should have entered the lake. Yi Yuan pointed at a lake in front and said, He and Cloud Neon have been tracking all the way, arriving at this small lake after spending a month's time. This lake was situated in the Chi Soul Clan's hinterland. It looked very summing. Cloud Neon frowned and said, You're sure? You're not lying to me? There are no traces of any battle at all here. 4 hegemon realms, especially the battle between supreme hegemons, their battles were absolutely heaven-shocking. If progenitor imperishable was really here, it was impossible for her not to feel it at all. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Your Cloud Dream Soul physique is extremely formidable, but this person who laid down the camouflage, their formation Tao attainments has already reached the acme of perfection. It's very normal that you can't tell. Cloud Neon was somewhat angry. This guy was clearly just an Emperor Cloud Heaven, but his KY appearance really set people off. However, she really could not tell that there was any camouflage here. You're saying that there's someone guarding here? Cloud Neon said. Yi Yuan nodded and said, Just one person. But with this one holding down the fort, they can probably withstand 100 by themselves. I didn't expect that a human hegemon would actually dare to be a lackey. Although Cloud Neon thought otherwise, she also knew that the matter was of utmost importance. While she could not figure the situation out, she still decided to trust Yi Yuan. Otherwise, once any accident arose, the 2 of their small lives would be finished too. Then what should we do now? Cloud Neon said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, If the 2 of us join hands, so what even if it's a hegemon? You execute your dream realm, and cover this lake. We'll swagger our way in. Hence, a dreamland quietly covered the lake, and the two people fumbled their way over quietly. Cloud Neon discovered to her surprise that the trail that Yi Yuan took was extremely strange. Sometimes it would be forward. Other times he would step back, going round and round like walking through a maze. Suddenly, Cloud Neon's pupils constricted. An old man was sitting quietly on the surface of the lake just like that, with his eyes shut. Enchantment powerhouse. Prior to this, she actually did not detect at all. Cloud Neon knew that Yi Yuan was right in the end. In this inconspicuous place, to let a hegemon set up a camouflage and guard the area. This place must be very fishy. Chapter 2962, Chaotic Origins. Chapter 2962, Chaotic Origins. It's actually him. This guy actually sought refuge with the Blood Race too. Looks like our Nirvanic Soul Clan is really surrounded by enemies on all fronts. You know him. He's the human race's hegemon Inkcloud. His strength isn't beneath that hegemon Lu, especially in Formation Dao. He has already reached the acme of perfection. Oh, actually, you don't need to be anxious either. After you enter Hegemon Realm, you can match 10 Hegemon Realms. You look, you're standing in front of him right now, and he can't even see you? In the Dream Realm, Cloud Neon and Yi Yuan were currently talking opposite of Hegemon Inkcloud, but Hegemon Inkcloud was oblivious. This Hegemon Inkcloud's strength was very strong, but Cloud Neon and Yi Yuan, two people joining forces, had entrapped two great Hegemons to death. He was no big deal. Of course, if they wanted to kill Hegemon Inkcloud, it could not be done. Dreamland was born from the heart. Cloud Neon being able to entrap Wu Jia and Lu to death, it was by exploiting their desire to kill them, making the two people kill each other and die. Making them kill themselves on their own, that was impossible. If Hegemons were so easy to kill, then they would be worthless too. But it was also precisely because of this that even those Hegemons felt that it was inconceivable. All right, let's go down. Hegemon Imperishable should have entered another S, P, A, C, and the entrance is right below this lake, Yi Yuan said. Cloud Neon nodded and sank to the bottom of the lake together with Yi Yuan. The lake was not large, but it was very deep. Not long after the two people sank to the bottom of the lake, a CLUS, tur of gloomy light was very eye-catching. Clearly, this was the entrance to another S, P, A, C. Entering the spatial Pa S, Sageway, the scenery before the two people's eyes suddenly changed. A desolate slaughter atmosphere hit them head-on. Cloud Neon's and Yi Yuan's expressions changed wildly, their soul bodies virtually going to be torn to shreds by the wild gale here. What a terrifying place. This place should be an ancient battlefield. Furthermore, the origin powerhouses who died will probably have to be counted in millions. Yi Yuan drew a cold breath and said, this place was completely a savage battlefield of origin powerhouses. On the battlefield, there were utterly disorderly origins everywhere, wreaking havoc everywhere. It was as if they were still fighting. If ordinary people came here, just the chaotic origins were sufficient to reduce them to ashes. Fortunately, Yi Yuan, two people's soul bodies were different from the rest. That was how they barely managed to hold out. By the side, Cloud Neon suddenly said, Yi Yuan, I seem to have comprehended. Yi Yuan was stupefied. Turning around to look, he discovered that Cloud Neon's soul body was actually dissipating. His gaze could not help turning intent, immediately understanding something. The Cloud Dream Soul Physique and Enshrouding Mist Soul Physique achieved the same wondrous effect with different means. Enshrouding Mist Soul Physique was born from chaos and could transform into myriad Tao, and the Cloud Dream Soul Physique belonged to nothingness, feeling the growth of myriad Tao with Dreamland. These two great soul bodies had a natural advantage in the comprehension of origin. There were countless chaotic origins here. It was simply a paradise for gaining enlightenment on Tao to their two soul physiques. Cloud Neon's realm had long already reached the grand completion realm of Emperor Sakura Heaven. The origins that she gained enlightenment on had already reached as many as several dozen too. Now this opportunity to break through arrived. However, Yi Yuan also understood that this was a lucky chance, and there was also tremendous danger. There were tens of millions of disorderly origins here. The strength of the origins was not uniform. Many similar origins had different directions of comprehension too. A single misstep and one would be lost in it. The current situation was somewhat like the lucid forest. It was just that this place was full of origins. Compared to the lucid forest, this place was much higher level. Furthermore, the lucid forest was actually within the scope of rules. But there were no rules here. It was completely a chaotic land. Cloud Neon already entered the state of sudden epiphany virtually, without needing to deliberately comprehend. Yi Yuan thought about it, but still did not wake Cloud Neon up. This was her lucky chance. Life and death, it was controlled by and up to her. He did not have the right to interfere. Drawing a deep breath, Yi Yuan walked forward. The further he walked, the more difficult it became for Yi Yuan to extricate himself. One origin after another seemed to drill into his own soul. That sort of temptation was simply without equal. That was the allure of becoming a supreme powerhouse. Gaining enlightenment on Tao here, he could climb to the summit and become the strongest hegemon in this world. Hegemon imperishable might be nothing more than this too. Yi Yuan's eyes became more and more dazed. His soul body also completely transformed into the enshrouding mist soul physique. The enshrouding mist soul physique already left his control, deriving all kinds of origin power on its own. Under such an environment, the temptation was simply fatal to the enshrouding mist soul physique. Yi Yuan discovered that his own consciousness had started to blur. DAMN, my soul physique isn't strong enough yet. This place is the enshrouding mist soul physique's paradise, but not my paradise. At this rate, my consciousness is going to be completely wiped out, becoming a part of these countless chaotic origins. Yi Yuan was burning with anxiety. He was very clear that currently, he was already at the most dangerous moment. But he had no way of reversing this situation. His soul body was completely out of control. Yi Yuan also did not expect that he would actually suddenly fall into danger. This state was like the common saying that a feeble body could not take tonics. His strength, his soul body, was simply not capable of enduring such terrifying origin power. But his soul body was still absorbing it in spite of himself. In the depths of the ancient battlefield, for powerful forces were entangled together. These four powers seemed to have already reached a delicate balance, appearing very calm. These four people were naturally four great supreme hegemons. Ha! Two babies who haven't even reached hegemon realm actually barged into the deep bewildering battlefield. In Cloud, that Brad is really a good-for-nothing. Furthermore, it's actually the Cloud Dream Soul Physique and the real imperishable soul physique. Old Ghost Imperishable. With this, you have a successor. A sinister and charming voice came from the void. This void came from Hegemon, evil dragon of the abyss. Humph! Progenitor Imperishable snorted coldly. He knew that this evil dragon was intentionally making digs at him. However, he was also extremely surprised in his heart. In this period of time that he was not around, the Nirvanic Soul Clan actually had a second imperishable soul physique appear. This was the real enshrouding mist soul physique. As a supreme hegemon, he could naturally sense it. That lot S with the Cloud Dream Soul Physique is still alright. She might still have a slight chance of survival. But that enshrouding mist soul physique Brad is somewhat overestimating his own ability. You look. His consciousness is about to dissipate right away. This place is one of the battlefields where all the heavens annihilated the labyrinth divine palace back then. The origin powerhouses who died reached as high as 1,000,000. The likes of him, a measly little emperor Cloud Heaven, actually dare to enter this place too. Hegemon Heavenly Soul said with a snicker, Old Ghost Imperishable. These two babies are clearly here to save you. Looks like this enshrouding mist soul physique still since the origin that you left behind. It's just that the Nirvanic Soul Clan actually sent these two little fellows over. I reckon that you Tion, those few brats, have already died out. Do you still want to continue struggling? The one speaking was Hegemin Bloodsong. Hegemin Imperishable snorted coldly and said, "The three of you exhausted every power of your mind, but what can you do to me? At most, the four of us perish together. Do you really think that my Tlea of Imperishable is called in vain?" Chapter 2963, Hegemin Imperishable's Requiem. Chapter 2963, Hegemin Imperishable's Requiem. Old Ghost Imperishable, you don't need to be unruly with us either. Your strength has indeed exceeded our imaginations, but reaching our realm, you're not willing to die just like that either, right? If you really had this determination, you also wouldn't be dawdling with us here. With regards to Hegemin Imperishable's threat, Hegemin Evil Dragon just laughed disdainfully. Although the present situation was far beyond their expectations. A body could hide their thoughts from anyone. Reaching this level of realm, no one was a fool. Hegemin Imperishable just snorted coldly. Clearly, he had tacitly acknowledged Evil Dragon's statement. Moreover, we're not here to kill you either. As long as you're trapped here, that's enough. After those descendants of yours have died out, we can let you out too, Hegemin Bloodsong said with a laugh, looking like he had cornered Hegemin Imperishable. Amen? That kid's strength is too weak. His consciousness is already almost dissipating, Heavenly Soul said. Sure enough, Yi Yuan's consciousness was already disorderly and confused. Once his consciousness dispersed, the soul body would be a masterless object, and one would be considered to be completely dead. It was just that Yi Yuan's residual consciousness still had a strong reluctance. The purple ripple umbrella is already right before my eyes. I can save Ling Xue right away. How can I die just like this? No way. I can't die. Absolutely not. This intense unwillingness made his consciousness still remain there. Even if it was just an insignificant trace, it was like a feeble spark, stubbornly not dissipating. Saving Mu Ling Xue, this breath, had already supported him until now. He was absolutely not willing to give up now. 2 hours for hours. In a blink of an eye, a day passed, said. The four great hegemons all thought that Yi Yuan was already dead for sure, but he actually held on stubbornly just like that. With this, the four great hegemons were shocked. The four of them mutually restrained each other and were bored out of their minds. Yi Yuan and Cloudneon's arrival brought them a trace of fun. Therefore, their attention was placed on these two people very naturally. Compared to Cloudneon, Yi Yuan was naturally a little more worth paying attention to. It was because he was about to die right away. This boy has such a powerful will. Like this, and he's still not dead. Hegemin Evil Dragon marveled. This seat wants to see just how long this kid can last, Bloodsong said. Heavenly Soul smiled and said, Her, it's boring too. Why don't we bet how long this boy can last? Evil Dragon laughed and said, Ha, good idea. This boy's willpower is indeed very strong. This seat bets that he can last 10 days. Bloodsong also smiled and said, I'll bet 15 days. But Heavenly Soul smiled and said, There are a million origins here. This kid is like a drop of water that fell into the sea. How long more can he last? In the end, he can only be assimilated. I bet that he absolutely can't last 3 days. Old Ghost Imperishable. You're of the imperishable soul physique too. What do you think? The one who understood the imperishable soul physique best was naturally Hegemin Imperishable. Hegemin Imperishable was silent for a while and said, 3 months. The moment these words came out, the three great hegemons all burst out laughing. Clearly, this was a joke. Although you're of the imperishable supreme hegemon, don't treat us, these supreme hegemons, as morons either. Like this, he could last 3 months? Old Ghost Imperishable, do you feel that it's very boring now, and you're teasing the few of us? Heavenly Soul could not help laughing as he said, Forget about this boy, even if it's this seat back then, under this sort of environment, I can't last a month too. You're actually saying that this boy can last 3 months? Heejim Bloodsong laughed in spite of himself. In this place, there's not a trace of other variables. His consciousness is already close to disappearing. If he can last 3 months, this seat will pluck my head off for you to kick. Heejim Evil Dragon said disdainfully. Heejim Imperishable gave him a glance and said coolly, then be prepared to pluck your head off. Finished saying, he shut up and stopped talking. Regarding Yi Yuan, this second true imperishable soul physique, Heejim Imperishable naturally paid great attention. He seemed to have seen himself back then from Yi Yuan. Not the imperishable soul physique, but the person. That sort of unwillingness to be outdone by others. That sort of stubborn unyieldingness, he saw it from Yi Yuan. Back then, in order to lead the Nirvanic Soul Clan to rise, he challenged the entire Chi Soul Clan with his power alone. That sort of difficulty was absolutely H-E-L-L level. How many times had he narrowly escaped death? How many ups and downs he had? He relied on his Astonies. H-I, plussing willpower to pull through. But, as an enshrouding Miss Soul physique, he knew Yi Yuan too well. Without something that could influence the situation, it was impossible for him to pull through. Yi Yuan came to the wrong place. If Yi Yuan entered at Origin Realm, this place would definitely be a paradise. But he was currently too weak. Right now, this bewildering battlefield was the nightmare of the enshrouding Mist Soul physique. Therefore, he felt that 3 months was the limit. Very soon, 3 days Pa said. The first to get slapped was Heejim Heavenly Soul. Heavenly Soul's expression was very ugly as he said in a solemn voice. This brat is really a rock in the latrine, smelly and hard. What's the point of holding on like this? Heejim Imperishable smiled coldly and said, hence, that's why this idiot, would be Serpa. Said by this seat. Heejim Heavenly Soul's face turned black, and he said in a great rage, Imperishable, you're courting death. Heejim Imperishable was indifferent and said coolly, is that so? If you want to perish together, bring it on. Heejim Heavenly Soul gave a cold snort and stopped talking. When Heejim Imperishable was body, he was already a supreme Heejim. But countless years had said, and Heejim Imperishable strength had already Serpa. Said him. Got to admit, this sort of thing was very disgraceful. If not because the Chi Soul clan still had a Heejim Samsara, they would really be completely suppressed by the Nirvanic Soul clan. It was just that Heejim Samsara's status was transcendent, traveling the myriad worlds. He did not ask about the soul race's affairs at all. If not for this existence, Heejim Heavenly Soul would have long been unable to suppress the Nirvanic Soul clan. 10 days later, Heejim Evil Dragon was slapped in the face. This boy is also too monstrous, right? Does he feel that he can really go against the heavens? Evil Dragon said somewhat glumly. Later on, after 15 days, Heejim Bloodsong was slapped too. This boy actually really survived for 15 days. How is this possible? Forcibly hold on like this doesn't have any meaning at all. It's absolutely impossible for him to survive. Bloodsong shook his head and said with a sigh, time passed, said day by day, 15 days, 20 days, a month. 3 months were up. This time, even Heejim Imperishable was slapped in the face too, because Yi Yuan lasted 3 months. With this, the 4 great supreme Heejimins were really shocked. Just what kind of unfulfilled wishes does this boy have? Hanging on with this one breath. Is he going to hold on until heaven and earth turn old? Old ghost imperishable. Looks like you've miscalculated too. Heejim Evil Dragon said with a laugh. Heejim Imperishable let out a sigh and said, young man, give up. It's too hard for you to hold on like this. There's no meaning. Heejim Imperishable's words carried a requiem effect, directly reaching Yi Yuan's last trace of consciousness. But he completely did not expect that his one sentence was like throwing a bunch of withered S on the spark. Instantly, the spark reignited. Chapter 2964. Blessing in the Disguise of Misfortune. Chapter 2964, Blessing in the Disguise of Misfortune. These hegemons were all clear that being able to hang on with one breath and not die, there must be some unfulfilled wishes. Just like mortals, when lying in a coma, if they had any unfulfilled wishes, they would refuse to shut their eyes no matter what. Hegemon Imperishable knew that the current Yi Yuan was in far too much hearts. I plus P. Therefore, this requiem was to help him be free. But the one who spoke was him, Hegemon Imperishable. The perception between enshrouding mist soul physiques was completely ignited at this moment. Hegemon Imperishable's voice was hope to Yi Yuan. Actually, the current Yi Yuan already had little consciousness. But Hegemon Imperishable's enshrouding mist soul physique was like a clap of thunder, exploding in his last strand of consciousness. What was his obsession? Wasn't it to meet Hegemon Imperishable and borrow the purple ripple umbrella? The resonance between enshrouding mist soul physiques made the Yi Yuan, who was in the chaos, instantly find the lighthouse, finding the direction home. The four great supreme hegemons were all struck senseless. What's going on here? Old Ghost Imperishable, what kind of trickery did you do? This kid actually came back to life again? Hegemon Evil Dragon said, with shock all over his face. Hegemon Imperishable himself also had a stunned look and said, "This seat didn't do anything. I just saw that he was in too much suffering and let him be free with a requiem sound. I don't know what's going on either." While Hegemon Heavenly Soul said with a strange look, "Really seeing ghosts?" You helped to appease his soul. Not only was he not freed, his consciousness became increasingly stronger instead. Amen? He's starting to control the enshrouding mist soul physique. His enshrouding mist soul physique unconsciously comprehended origins in so many origins. Origin seeds have probably already been planted in his soul body. When his realm is reached, these origin seeds will take root and germinate. This was simply a Civ lucky chance for him. When speaking, Hegemon Evil Dragon was even somewhat jealous. Yi Yuan's situation, if he died, everything was naturally over. But not dying, then the benefits would be unimaginable to him. The enshrouding mist soul physique was born from chaos to begin with. It was extremely sensitive to origins. Under a conscious state, the enshrouding mist soul physique was limited by individual talent, and the comprehension would be limited in the end. But under an unconscious state, the enshrouding mist soul physique was completely comprehending origins on instinct. Finally, Yi Yuan's soul body condensed and formed again. He also felt his own soul body's chances. Inside this enshrouding mist soul physique, there seemed to be many origin powers that appeared correct but were really wrong. His realm had not reached yet. This response was very blurry, but he knew that the power of each origin was extremely precious. Origins could not be comprehended because you wanted to. For a great Tao, only by cultivating the power of rules to the realm of grand completion could one have the chance to comprehend origin. Yi Yuan's Tao was not yet perfect. He did not have too clear an understanding of these origin powers. But the enshrouding mist soul physique recorded the sensations of these origins in his body. Yi Yuan could find the direction of great Tao by following these sensations. This was equivalent to saying that each great Tao had a beacon light. To Yi Yuan, cultivation would naturally yield twice the results with half the effort. I didn't expect that I actually had a blessing come to me in the disguise of misfortune. Hegemon Imperishable wanted to help me be free. But he didn't expect that it would actually let me grab the last strand of life-saving straw. The matters of the world are indeed hard to predict, Yi Yuan said ruefully. He knew how dangerous his previous state was. If it was anyone else, it would have been impossible to reawaken his consciousness too. Converging his mind, Yi Yuan did not remain anymore and continued deeper in. The surrounding origins became more and more, but it was already inconsequential to Yi Yuan. His realm was limited, and the enshrouding mist soul physique was already satiated. It was impossible to absorb more origins. Following the direction of Hegemen Imperishable's voice, Yi Yuan chased after. Along the way, there were scenes of desolation. Clearly, the four great supreme hegemons had experienced an extremely horrifying battle. Interesting. This boy really came over to find you. He came in together with that girl. It's probably for the sake of you, old ghost imperishable, right? A human brat. Wonder what goal he has, Hegemon Evil Dragon said with a strange laugh. Yi Yuan's paltry cultivation realm naturally could not deceive these supreme hegemons. Actually, as soon as he entered the deep, bewildering battlefield, the four great hegemons could see through it. Therefore, with regards to Yi Yuan's life and death, they all did not care too much, inclusive of Hegemon Imperishable. After he comes, wouldn't we know then, Hegemon Imperishable said coolly. Along the way, he did not encounter any dangers. Whatever danger was gone after the four great supreme hegemons battle too. Yi Yuan raised his head to look at the sky and saw a blue-colored giant dragon hovering at the horizon, an enormous blood lake, and also a big and tall celestial deity. But these three were bogged down in a S of enshrouding mist. Without a doubt, these were the four great supreme hegemons. However, Yi Yuan saw a large purple umbrella in this region of mist. The purple-colored halo emitted by that large umbrella made the misty air plus Ne purple. When Yi Yuan saw it, his entire body could not help trembling. There was no doubt that was the purple ripple umbrella. Human brat, don't tell this seat that you're here to save old ghost imperishable, Evil Dragon said with a smile that was not a smile. Having his ident. 1. Tai be seen through, Yi Yuan was not surprised and said with a nod, what Senior said is right. I'm here to save Hegemon Imperishable. Ha ha! Get lost. Just based on your bit of strength, it's still far lacking. Evil Dragon said with a loud laugh. To the four great supreme hegemons, Yi Yuan was just a little bug. Puff a breath of air, and he would be gone. But Yi Yuan was indifferent and said coolly, Seniors, let it go. Your plan has already completely failed. The moment these words came out, the three people stiffened up noticeably. Bloodsong smiled coldly and said, a mere Emperor Cloud Heaven also dares to engage in wild talks in front of this seat. Do you not believe that this seat will exterminate you right now? I don't believe it. Yi Yuan said coolly, Hegemon Bloodsong, if you had this ability, would you still talk rubbish with an ant like me here? Therefore, the three of you can only take a beating from me now. The Tlea of Supreme Hegemon was indeed scary, but it would also depend on who you were scaring. It looked like these three people were seemingly joining hands to deal with Hegemon Imperishable currently. Actually, Yi Yuan had long seen through. These four people had reached a delicate balance. Whoever broke this equilibrium, the outcome would definitely be very miserable. At this point, the only way was for the four people to pull back at the same time. Sure enough, the moment Yi Yuan said it, the expressions of the three great hegemons became ugly to the extreme. A little bug actually dared to swagger and turn in front of them. I really underestimated you, this brat. Pretty good eyesight. But do you think that based on your strength, you can cause any harm to us? Evil Dragon said disdainfully. Yi Yuan nodded and said, maybe I can. Evil Dragon laughed loudly when he heard that and said, ha, then you come and try it. See if you can scratch your Lord Dragon's itch. Amen. You wait for a moment. Yi Yuan nodded his head in earnest, but he cast Evil Dragon to one side and said to Hegemon Imperishable, I want to borrow the purple ripple umbrella. Chapter 2965, Meathead. Chapter 2965, Meathead. Evil Dragon was ticked off. He was actually being ignored. Hegemon Evil Dragon, was born from chaos. The moment he was born, he was a Hegemon powerhouse and had always been standing at the apex of all the heavens. Today, he was actually being underestimated like this by an Emperor Cloud Heaven. Wait a moment? What was called wait a moment? Could you freaking give me, this supreme hegemon, a little respect? He Gemin Imperishable was shocked too. This boy asked for the purple ripple umbrella the moment he opened his mouth. Could it be that he did not know what the purple ripple umbrella meant to him? Impudent thing. After this seat gets out, I'll definitely use the fire of evil dragon to burn you for 9,999 years, casting you into eternal damnation. Evil dragon said with a furious roar. Yi Yuan ignored him but stared at He Gemin Imperishable and said, I saved the Nirvanic Soul Clan, resolving their 3 races' besiegement against He Gemin, you Tion they all. Now, I'll help you to get out and heavily wound the 3 of them. I wonder if these 2 favors are enough or not. Before He Gemin Imperishable spoke, He Gemin Heavenly Soul smiled coldly and said, Little fellow, before you talk big, can you look at the target first or not? You, a measly little Emperor Cloud Heaven, can disrupt the all-encompassing Singnet that our 3 races joined hands to lay down? Dozens of Hegemons are there. A sneeze from each person and you won't even have residue remaining. You're insulting old Ghost Imperishable's intellect by saying this. He Gemin Imperishable said coolly, Wanted to let me believe you. You have to display your strength first. What you said is indeed too exaggerated. Indeed, what Yi Yuan said, the 4 great hegemons did not believe a word. Forget about Yi Yuan. Even if an ordinary Hegemon realm was standing here, they would not even believe it. A war that engulfed 4 great races, a battle that involved dozens of hegemons. How could it be what you, a puny little Emperor Cloud Heaven, could influence? Hegemon Imperishable's meaning was very clear. Want to make me believe? Eradicate the 3 of them before talking. However, Yi Yuan shook his head and said coolly, You swear a heavenly Tao oath right now. I only need the purple ripple umbrella for 3 months. Otherwise, I can only cripple the 4 of you thoroughly, then force you to hand over the purple ripple umbrella. These words were arrogant to the extreme. In the 33 heavens, someone who dared to say such words to these 4 people up front probably had not been born yet. Yet, Yi Yuan dared to say it. However, Yi Yuan was compelled against his will too. He saw through that He Gemin Imperishable was extremely vigilant toward him. This kind of existence, joy and anger were unpredictable. If he refused to hand over the purple ripple umbrella, even if he saved him, he might kill him afterward. The purple ripple umbrella was too important to He Gemin Imperishable. This item, even if it was someone closest to him, he probably would not lend it out either. The reason why he could fight 1 versus 3, while it was because the enshrouding Miss Soul physique was incomparably powerful, it was also because of the existence of the purple ripple umbrella. It was just that when these words were uttered, even He Gemin Imperishable jumped in fright too. You're freaking teasing me, right? Ha, old Ghost Imperishable. I even thought that this boy was here to save you. Didn't expect that he's here to kill you. Pray tell, are you scared or not? Evil Dragon said with a loud laugh. He Gemin Imperishable was speechless. He Gemin Heavenly Soul also laughed loudly and said, Brat, the more you say so, the more it shows that you're talking nonsense. Are you trying to tell us how formidable you are at boasting? The few of us have been bored for a very long time. Thank you for delivering us a bit of gag. Ha, really very funny. Yi Yuan gave Heavenly Soul a glance and said with a smile, He Gemin Heavenly Soul, right? Your old friend, He Gemin me Tion, asked me to send you his regards. But it seems like you haven't been well these few years, being suppressed firmly by He Gemin Imperishable. That stalwart celestial deity's laughter abruptly ceased at this moment. A pair of angry eyes were glued on Yi Yuan. He Gemin me Tion. This was a name that humiliated him. The divine emergence that Yi Yuan cultivated was S-N-A-T-C, head away from his hands by precisely He Gemin me Tion. Back then, He Gemin me Tion crossed worlds, saying that he wanted to borrow the 3 great sacred cannons to browse. He Gemin Heavenly Soul was naturally not willing. In the end, he was beaten by He Gemin me Tion until he had to search the ground for his teeth. In the end, It was when Hegemin Samsara returned that this skirmish came to an end. However, under Hegemin Samsara's agreement, Meteon still borrowed the divine emergence among the three great sacred canons to read. This matter was the humiliation of the entire Chi Soul clan. To this day, it was still an indelible humiliation in Hegemin Heavenly Soul's heart. Today, this junior actually mentioned Hegemin Meteon in front of him. This was really courting death. Similarly, Supreme Hegemins, the strength had a disparity too. Just like Hegemin Imperishable, he could deal with three great Supreme Hegemins with his power alone. Clearly, his strength belonged to the very strong kind among Supreme Hegemins. As for Hegemin Meteon, he overwhelmed the Chi Soul clan with great ease with his power alone. Yi Yuan guessed that he was probably even stronger than Hegemin Imperishable. Didn't expect that your old man Meteon's successor. After this seat gets out, I'll definitely kill you right away. Hegemin Heavenly Soul said in a cold voice. Yi Yuan shrugged and said lightly, "You don't have a chance. Senior Meteon told me that Hegemin Heavenly Soul was born with a powerful soul body, even stronger than the fleshy body major powers of all the heavens. But he's merely a meathead, that's all. Dealing with him, using a weaker force to deal with a greater force would do." The other three great Hegemins desperately held back their laughters. In the end, they could not hold it anymore. Hegemin Heavenly Soul was furious to the extreme. Meathead, this term of address, was truly all too apparent. He was actually unable to refute. He was born from chaos. His inborn soul body was incomparably strong and could not be killed at all. But his comprehension of origin was extremely dull. The reason why he could squeeze into the ranks of Supreme Hegemin was entirely that his soul body was powerful. As for origins, he practically knew nothing about it. Although he was a soul denizen, he was simply a big fellow who trained the physical body. Of course, that also depended on who it was. To Hegemin Meteon, he could toy with him however he wanted. But Supreme Hegemins whose strength were lacking, even if they reached Supreme Hegemin, it would be hard to gain any advantage under his powerful soul body too. As for Yi Yuan, it went even more without saying. Using a weaker force to deal with a greater force? Her. This seat wants to see how you, a measly little Emperor Cloud Heaven, use a weaker force to overcome a greater force. Heavenly Soul said in rage. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "That's fine. You just watch. Hegemin Imperishable. Are you really not lending it?" "Not lending," Hegemin Imperishable said without thinking. Yi Yuan heaved a sigh and said, "Since that's the case, then I can only offend." Swaz. H. Plus Yi Yuan's figure swayed, and he disappeared. The four great Supreme Hegemins were stupefied, feeling a little baffled. Ha! This boy is really interesting. Threatened us for half a day here. In the end, he slipped away. Hegemin Evil Dragon said with a loud laugh. Humph! If he has the ability, flee out of nihility, exceeding balance heaven. Otherwise, even if this seat needs to chase him until the end of the world, I'll kill him too. Hegemin Heavenly Soul said hatefully. But Hegemin Bloodsong said, Amen? This boy didn't run. He went over to the Sea of Origin there. What does he want to do? The current Yi Yuan plunged headfirst into the Sea of Origin, enshrouding Miss Soul physique, fusing into the origins once more. The four great Hegemins stopped laughing. They felt as if something was about to happen. Chapter 2966. Pummeling the Four Great Hegemins. Chapter 2966. Pummeling the Four Great Hegemins. Should we bury the hatchet first? I keep feeling that something bad is going to happen. Hegemin Heavenly Soul said. Bloodsong snorted coldly and said, Heavenly Soul, are you a good-for-nothing? A measly little Emperor Cloud, heaven has scared you? Or is it that you got scared by Hegemin Meteon's name? Heavenly Soul's expression turned cold, and he said in anger, Keep your mouth shut. Otherwise, this seat will find trouble with you. Bloodsong's mouth curled, and he stopped talking. He currently needed the Chi Soul clan's alliance. However, with this disturbance, no one kept Yi Yuan in mind. They were supreme hegemons in the end. There were really not many existences in this world that could threaten them. They also really wanted to see just what the Yi Yuan was doing. In the Origin Sea, Yi Yuan emitted a series of strange fluctuations through the enshrouding mist soul physique. This undulation was very unique. Even the four great hegemons could not sense it. But a portion of the origins in the Origin Sea started to seethe little by little. These were all masterless origins without consciousness. They would not deliberately attack people and would not deliberately let people comprehend. But at this time, they actually seemed to have their consciousness be awakened, producing a resonance with Yi Yuan's soul physique. Very soon, those origins were seemingly lit up. In this dark bewildering battlefield, countless stars seemed to have lit up all at once. Originally, the four great hegemons were all waiting to see Yi Yuan's laughingstock. But now they could not laugh anymore. At their prime, they naturally did not care about these origins. But the four of them were currently in a situation of four sides being defeated and wounded, being attacked by so many origin energies. The consequences were not an ordinary kind of serious. What on earth is going on here? Those masterless origins are being awakened by him? Hegemon Heavenly Soul said in shock. Could it be that this boy is planning to use these origins to come and attack us? This isn't possible, right? Evil Dragon said in shock. How is this possible? These masterless origins, even we can't order them about. He, a puny little enshrouding mist soul physique, can order so many origins to be used by him? This boy probably imprinted many origin seeds in the enshrouding mist soul physique and can cause an origin resonance. That's all. He wants to use this move to force old ghost imperishable to submit, Bloodsong still said disdainfully. When everyone heard this, they felt that it made sense too. They immediately felt much more relieved. At this time, Hegemon Imperishable suddenly said, what he awakened doesn't seem to be all of the origins. This place is the bewildering battlefield. Do you guys think he will use some method to awaken all of the origins of the Labyrinth Divine Palace powerhouses that died? The moment these words came out, the three great hegemons were shocked. If it was like this, it would be terrifying. This isn't possible, right? A measly little Emperor Cloud Heaven. What right does he have to be able to summon the origins of the Labyrinth Divine Palace powerhouses who died? Hegemon Bloodsong said in alarm. Although he denied it firmly, he still felt that Hegemon Imperishable's guess was very reliable. But Heavenly Soul trembled all over and said in disbelief, don't you all forget. Old Thing Me Tion and the Labyrinth Divine Palaces Hegemon Tion K are bosom friends. If he pious said some secret technique to this brat, it's not impossible. Hegemon Imperishable said, back then the Labyrinth Divine Palace was like rolling bigger and bigger. Furthermore, the Labyrinth Divine Palace's disciples were extremely united. It was like there was something brain was plussing them. This boy might be using this secret technique. Although the origins are masterless, they were all comprehended by people, and all carry a trace of obsession from powerhouses when they were still alive. This trace of obsession is usually nothing, but if it's the Labyrinth Divine Palace, the horizons of the few great supreme hegemons were all at the peak of the heavens. Hegemon Me Tion's relations. Plus P with the Labyrinth Divine Palace was no secret, especially that Hegemon Heavenly Soul was sworn enemies with him. He naturally knew very, very well. They guessed the whole thing very quickly. However, it was already too late. All of a sudden, countless light dots in the night sky whistled by, like a meteor shower, completely illuminating the night sky. The four great hegemons felt their hairs stand on end. Old Ghost Imperishable, hurry up and stop. Hegemon Heavenly Soul cried out. At this time, the Hegemon Imperishable, who had been level-headed and calm, was not calm anymore as well. His voice appeared slightly anxious as he said, 1, 2, 3, let go. The other three people were long already too impatient to wait. At virtually the same time, the four people separated. But at this time, the origin meteor shower had already arrived in front of the four people. Among the hundreds of thousands of origins that were awakened, there were even many hegemon realm powerhouses origins among them. How immense was the pressure? The four people brought out their strongest moves at the same time, without hesitation, attempting to withstand this meteor shower. If they were at their prime, they naturally would not fear a bunch of dead people. But the four people had experienced a great battle without equal. They were all already arrows at the end of their flight. Facing such shocking power, they also felt tremendous pressure. Boom, boom, boom. The meteors fell, and the void exploded. A terrifying to the extreme energy undulation blew the void into smithereens. Arg, pain, so painful. Hegemon Evil Dragon cried out strangely. His powerful physical body was blasted into a blurry mess of blood and flesh. Countless meteors landed on Hegemon Heavenly Soul's head, directly blowing his head away. And Hegemon Imperishable's enshrouding mist soul physique also became extremely thin under this kind of terrifying explosion. This meteor shower explosion belonged to an indiscriminate attack. It even disrupted the heaven and earth rules in this area of S.P.A.C. time. Therefore, Hegemon Imperishable's consciousness suffered heavy damage too. The most miserable was none other than Hegemon Bloodsong. Yi Yuan fused a wisp of the purest blood origin into Hegemon level origin. Hegemon Bloodsong was also a key target of Yi Yuan's consideration. That region of Blood Lake almost dissipated under this bombardment. One had to know that Hegemon Bloodsong's strength was even stronger than Lord W. A. N. G's was. How could his Blood Lake be so easy to break? But sadly, he encountered Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's origin of blood was even purer than his origin. This is the origin of chaos blood. How can you, a measly little Emperor Cloud Heaven, have this? Amidst the miserable cries, Hegemon Bloodsong's voice was filled with horror. He was all too clear where this origin of chaos blood originated from. Apart from the chaos bloodstone, body could possess it. Now, it actually appeared on a puny little human. How could he not be horrified? The terrifying meteor shower bombardment finally subsided after blasting this region of S.P.A.C. time for several hours. At this time, Yi Yuan's figure slowly emerged. It was just that his soul body was already close to dissipating. Guiding this origin explosion, he naturally had to pay a huge price too. The price was his soul body virtually collapsing. The current Yi Yuan was weak to the extreme once again. However, the four great supreme hegemons were even more miserable than him. If someone was here, they would definitely be frightened until their eyes were popping out. Regarding these four great supreme hegemons, randomly call one out and the world would tremble for a long time. But here, they were actually being thrashed by a puny little emperor, Cloud Heaven. This scene was seriously too soul-stirring. Chapter 2967, Imperishable lowering his head, Cloud Neon breaking through realm. Chapter 2967, Imperishable lowering his head, Cloud Neon breaking through realm. Now, are you lending or not? Yi Yuan's face had no joy nor sorrow, but his words were filled with determination. How could Hegemon Imperishable still not understand? Yi Yuan's obsession was to borrow the purple ripple umbrella. So what if I don't lend? Could it be that in your current state, you can still launch it a second time? Hegemon Imperishable said with a cold snort. Yi Yuan did not speak, his already very faint soul body integrated into the origins once more. The second meteor shower was launched fiercely. Of course, the power this time was much worse than the previous time. The target of his attack was also not the four great hegemons, but Hegemon Imperishable alone. When Hegemon Imperishable saw this scene, his scalp could not help tingling. This boy really did not want his life anymore. It was another indiscriminate bombardment. Yi Yuan had not turned to ashes yet, but he was already not far away. Hegemon Imperishable was no better than him as well. Someone as powerful as him was actually in danger of turning to ashes too. Lending or not, Yi Yuan seemingly completely could not feel that he was about to disintegrate right away and just said coolly, "Brat, you're too naive. This seat's name of Imperishable isn't randomly called. At this rate, the one to die first is yourself." Hegemon Imperishable still refused to relent. Yi Yuan did not speak, launching the third origin meteor shower. When the other three saw that Yi Yuan was so vicious, they could not help being visibly moved too. This guy was a complete lunatic. He completely did not care about his life and death. Threaten you? It did not exist. If you don't agree, I'll bombard you until you agree. This boy is a ruthless character. If he doesn't die, he'll definitely achieve great accomplishments in the future. Hegemon Evil Dragon was visibly moved as he said, "Umph, do you think that he can still not die like this?" Bloodsong said in anger, "After going out this time, just take it as today's matter never happened." Hegemon Heavenly Soul said with a cold snort, "For great supreme hegemons actually suck. You, bet at the hands of an emperor, Cloud Heaven. If this were to spread, their faces would really have nowhere to put." Bang, bang, bang. It was another indiscriminate bombardment. Yi Yuan's soul body was already almost transparent. If you did not look carefully, you could not even see it anymore. Of course, Hegemon Imperishable soul body was also about there. Hegemon Imperishable was on the verge of Paris. I plussing this time. Of course, it was not that Yi Yuan was very formidable. It was just that he was too badly injured before. The ones who fought with him were supreme hegemons. The next time, it should be the last time. I reckon that I can't make it anymore. Just don't know whether or not you can pull through. Yi Yuan was still expressionless, as if talking about something that had nothing to do with him. But these words were simply humiliation to Hegemon Imperishable. He was of the enshrouding mist soul physique. Yi Yuan was similarly of the enshrouding mist soul physique. Yi Yuan roughly knew what Hegemon Imperishable's limit was. One more time, Yi Yuan would definitely die without a doubt. But whether or not Hegemon Imperishable could pull through was really hard to say. Hegemon Imperishable's face alternated in shades of white and green. How long had it been since he had felt this feeling of humiliation? Even when facing the besiegement of three great supreme hegemons, he did not give in at all too. Regarding this battle with the three great hegemons, he was proud. Forcing three great supreme hegemons to not dare to make a move without careful consideration, this could not be done by everyone. Who knew that today he was actually forced into such a situation by an Emperor Cloud Heaven brat? Hegemon Imperishable was stubborn. He instinctively wanted to reject it. But, just as he opened his mouth, he glimpsed that the three people by the side were currently looking at him with excited faces, and he could not help but shudder. These three fellows were hoping that he and this boy would both suffer mutual destruction, right? If he really died, then the Nirvanic Soul Clan would really be finished. Even if he did not die, in his current condition, he still did not know how long it would take to recover. Okay, I promise you. When the words reached the tip of his tongue, Hegemon Imperishable changed his tone. Bloodsong, three people had disappointed looks, while Yi Yuan let out a long sigh in relief. He naturally knew about Hegemon Imperishable's pride. Therefore, he had no confidence at all in whether or not the other party would agree. Fortunately, there were still three old fellows next to them. Thank you all. Yi Yuan felt that if it were not for the three of them, Hegemon Imperishable would rather die than to agree. Rumble. Right at this time, the winds and clouds suddenly changed. Above the void, an enormous stone door slowly emerged. Door of eternal life. A beautiful figure was standing in front of the door of eternal life. Evil Dragon's expression changed wildly, and he cried out in alarm. Not good. This girl actually broke through the gateway too and gained enlightenment on Tao amidst the origins. Hegemon Bloodsong smiled lightly and said, "What are you scared of? This girl is arrogant at heart and haughty in manner, and she plans to use 81 origins to salt the door of eternal life. This third seal is as difficult as ascending to heaven. Evil Dragon came to a realization and said, "That's true." Concerning 81 origins, the third seal is at the level of grand completion. Across the heavens and myriad worlds, those who could break through this hurdle, to this day, can be counted on one hand. Does this girlie really think that she's defying the heavens? Around Cloud Neon, dozens of origin powers were glimmering and fading indeterminately, supporting her like a fairy maiden that descended to the mortal world. On the door of eternal life, the third seal seemed to be a little tighter. The more origins, the greater the difficulty of breaking through as well. These 81 origins were the limit of Emperor Sakura Heaven. The power of this third seal was also the strongest. Since ancient times, no idea how many geniuses had attempted to use 81 origin powers to break through the seal. But there were barely any who succeeded. Of course, once it succeeded, the sealed door would directly have a slight gap being pushed open, and the benefits obtained would also be unimaginable. Boom! On Cloud Neon's body, an afterglow radiately brilliantly. She had started to salt Hegemin realm. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, he felt an upsurge of emotion too. He had heard from Hegemin Mi Tian before that salting the door of eternal life with 81 origins. Once it succeeded, one's strength could immediately reach the level of peak hegemons. They were not at all inferior to supreme hegemons. But it was precisely because it was difficult that once the door of eternal life could not be opened, they might not be able to break through to Hegemin realm for life. Therefore, all those who dared to take this step were outstandingly talented people. Yi Yuan had long prepared to salt the door of eternal life with 81 origins. Today, he could view it in advance. Under a strike, the third seal did not budge an inch. The power of this third seal was even more terrifying than imagined. However, Cloud Neon's face did not have the slightest ripple, striking again without the slightest hesitation. Boom, boom, boom. One attack after another hammered on the door of eternal life. But the power of the third seal clearly exceeded imagination. But Cloud Neon's soul body became dimmer and dimmer because of the door of eternal life's backlash force. Seeing this scene, Hegemin Evil Dragon laughed loudly and said, "Old ghost imperishable, this girl underestimated the door of eternal life too much. Her strength is pretty good, but wanting to break the door of eternal life, it's impossible." Heavenly Soul also smiled and said, "The Cloud Dream Soul physique is indeed powerful, but this lot S is too ambitious." With 81 origins bombarding the door of eternal life, does she really think that this step is so easy to take? A hint of gloominess was also revealed in Hegemin Imperishable's eyes. He knew that Cloud Neon was considered to be crippled. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said lightly, "She'll succeed." Chapter 2968, Borrowing Umbrella. Chapter 2968, Borrowing Umbrella. Boy, some things can't be done just by moving your mouth, Evil Dragon said with a sneer. His voice had yet to fade when Cloud Neon's soul body suddenly vanished. The 81 origins merged into one, Kraz. Plussing into the door of eternal life once again. Boom! A crack actually appeared in that third seal. But when Cloud Neon's soul body appeared again, it was faint to the extreme. Her soul body was about to collapse. The three great hegemons' expressions changed, and they cried out in surprise. Does this lot not want her life anymore? Burning her soul body to salt the hurdle, it's fatal. Cloud Neon's face did not show any emotion, her soul body dissipating again. Boom! This time, the crack grew a little bigger, but Cloud Neon's soul body became even dimmer. The four great hegemons were shocked. Their eyes could not help looking toward Yi Yuan. This reckless scene was so familiar. These two little fellows that barged in were both lunatics that did not want their lives. Boom, boom, boom. Cloud Neon's soul body became fainter and fainter. However, the crack on the third seal also grew bigger and bigger. In a blink, Cloud Neon's soul body already could not be seen clearly anymore. It was even more serious than Yi Yuan. However, she still rushed towards the seal again without the slightest hesitation. Boom! The third seal opened at the sound of it. The door of eternal life that would seemingly never open actually opened a tiny gap at this time. The aura of great Tao poured out like floodwaters that broke the dam. The expressions of Evil Dragon and the other three great hegemons changed wildly. This S actually really succeeded. To them, this was terrible news. The three of them were critically wounded. Under such circumstances, they could not even escape, which was also to say that Cloud Neon's breakthrough was devastating to them. Whose H plus Cloud Neon's soul body that was about to be completely destroyed actually recondensed under the scouring of this great Tao power. And her aura was also in the midst of climbing frenziedly. The 81 origins turned bright at a speed visible to the naked eye. The current Cloud Neon stood there, still cold as ice, but it gave people an otherworldly feeling, as if she was otherworldly. Even if it was Yi Yuan, he was actually mesmerized from watching too. Walking lightly, Cloud Neon gave Hegemon Imperishable a deep bow and said, paying respects to progenitor. Hegemon Imperishable had a relieved expression on his face. This was his trump card that he was originally planning to use to deal with the Chi Soul clan. He did not expect that at this time. She actually succeeded in breaking through, becoming a Hegemon realm powerhouse. The other three great hegemons also did not expect that in a blink of an eye, this S in front of them actually became the crux that governed everyone's life and death. Oh, Cloud Neon, you didn't let this seat down. Now kill this kid first. Hegemon Imperishable pointed at Yi Yuan and said, this punk brought him endless humiliation. He had been invincible all his life and had never been forced to lower his head by anyone before. But he lowered his head to Yi Yuan. Fortunately, he had not sworn the heavenly Tao oath yet. Now, he could decide Yi Yuan's life and death with a word. Evil Dragon, three people all had gloating expressions. They did not have a good impression of Yi Yuan either. If not for this kid, they would have already made their getaway now. Why would they need to wait to die here? Cloud Neon's gaze turned toward Yi Yuan. The latter did not shy away either and just smiled sadly. He also did not think that Cloud Neon actually broke through at the critical moment. However, outside of everyone's expectations, Cloud Neon actually bowed toward Hegemon Imperishable once again and pleaded, may Cloud Neon be so bold as to request progenitor to lend Yi Yuan the purple ripple umbrella to use. What did you say? Hegemon Imperishable's gaze turned intent as he glared at Cloud Neon. He could not quite believe his own ears. Cloud Neon was actually making him lend the purple ripple umbrella to Yi Yuan. Evil Dragon, three people also opened their eyes wide. What on earth was this girl doing? Was she not old Ghost Imperishable's people? Why would she say such a thing? Cloud Neon did not avoid Hegemon Imperishable's gaze in the slightest and said calmly, Yi Yuan is just borrowing the purple ripple umbrella in order to save his beloved. Cloud Neon will be by the side. Once he finishes using it, I'll take back the purple ripple umbrella. Progenitor, please show mercy. Yi Yuan was surprised. Was this woman moved by him? But back then, she clearly did not have any expression at all. Yes, along the way, Yi Yuan told Cloud Neon the reason for borrowing the purple ripple umbrella. It was just that Cloud Neon just listened to it and did not express much. She still had a cold face, as per usual. But now, she actually spoke up for him at the risk of offending Hegemon Imperishable. This woman was very similar to her. Before this, Yi Yuan felt that this woman was very cold-blooded, killing people without batting an eyelid. But now, Yi Yuan suddenly discovered that he was wrong. This woman's coldness was only due to her nature, but her heart had a soft side. This kind of personality was simply cut from the same cloth as Mu Lingxue. The Mu Lingxue back then, how proud and cold was she, akin to a fairy maiden from heaven. But once she fell in love with him, Even if her bones were ground to dust, she would not hesitate either. Yi Yuan did not feel that Cloud Neon fell in love with him, but very clearly she was moved by his story. Someone who went through all kinds of hearts, H.I. plus P.S. and difficulties for the sake of his beloved, walking step by step from the mortal world to this present day. This kind of unwavering feeling, how could it not move people? Yi Yuan guessed correctly. Cloud Neon was moved by him, but what she was moved by was not the story. It was everything that he had done. Yi Yuan held on with one breath, refusing to be annihilated, all the way until Hegemon imperishable awakened him anew. He did not scruple to have both sides suffer mutual destruction, pressuring an overlord like Hegemon imperishable to lower his head. Such a thing could not be falsified. Cloud Neon was gaining enlightenment on Tao, but she saw everything that happened in the deep, bewildering battlefield. Actually, she also did not know why she did it. Perhaps it was at the behest of supernatural powers. Hegemon Imperishable's eyes turned icy cold, and he said in a solemn voice, "If I don't agree, are you going to help him deal with this seat?" Cloud Neon said, "Progenitor, it's just a matter of lifting a hand. Why is there a need?" Hegemon Imperishable said in anger, "Good, very good. I didn't expect that this seat actually raised an ingrate. Take it." Scram. A large purple umbrella flew toward Cloud Neon. Cloud Neon reached her hand out to take it. "Pa-S, sing it to Yi Yuan," she said. "If you're concocting any schemes, I'll kill you with my own hands." Yi Yuan just smiled and did not speak. He was not interested in the purple ripple umbrella at all. What he wanted was just to be able to save Mu Lingxue. Suddenly, the power of origin blossomed from Cloud Neon's body. Only to see her point at the void, Hegemon Evil Dragon directly blew into pieces and was completely annihilated along with his dragon soul. A supreme Hegemon of his generation died on the spot. Following that, she pointed a finger at Bloodsong in the same manner. Bloodsong's expression changed greatly, and he roared wildly, "Mother Stone, save me!" Right at this time, a streak of B-L-O-O-D, while light tore across the sky, and it actually directly entered the G-O-D bewildering battlefield. Boom! Cloud Neon took several steps back in a row. Her icy cold face actually carried some shock. At that moment, Bloodsong, who was with them all, had long already disappeared. What terrifying strength! Progenitor, there's actually still such an expert in the blood race? Cloud Neon said. Hegemon Imperishable's fury had long already dissipated into thin air. He also had a shocked expression on his face. Clearly, it was also his first time seeing this power. Chapter 2969. Chapter 2969. The Scent of Hope. Chapter 2969. Chapter 2969. The Scent of Hope. This guy became stronger again. Looking at the bloodlight that receded like the tide, Yi Yuan said in surprise. Hegemon Imperishable and Cloud Neon both looked at him strangely, clearly rather surprised. Suddenly, the bloodlight seemed to have discovered something and actually stopped retreating. A pair of eyes appeared in the bloodlight. Looking at that illusory figure Yi Yuan, the Chaos Bloodstone said, "Brat, we meet again." Yi Yuan's pupils constricted, and he said in shock, "You can talk." Being able to talk, it meant that it had already awakened consciousness. The last time he met the Chaos Bloodstone, he was still in a state of unconsciousness. Everything could only rely on instinct. But now, this guy actually already had consciousness. This was also to say that the Chaos Bloodstone was probably not far from being born. This was not good news. Looks like you're very surprised. This seat is currently at the final juncture of awakening. I'll spare you this time. After this seat comes into being, the first one that I'm going to kill is you, this punk. To dare cheat a wisp of this seat's chaos blood origin, you're still the first one. This score must be settled. Ha ha ha. While talking, the blood light retreated, and everything returned to tranquility. Yi Yuan's expression was very ugly. Cloud Neon, Imperishable, Heavenly Soul, three great hegemons were all looking at Yi Yuan with shocked faces. This guy actually cheated a trace of origin from that terrifying existence. This boy was really impressive enough. Yi Yuan, before waiting for Cloud Neon to open her mouth and ask, Yi Yuan said all of the information that he knew. He's the blood race's mother stone, Chaos Bloodstone. The blood race was created by him. When the three great hegemons heard, their faces were unprecedentedly solemn. Only then did they learn that it turns out that the 33 heavens actually gave birth to such a terrifying existence. Therefore, regardless of whether it is your Chi Soul clan or Nirvanic Soul clan, there's no meaning in attacking each other at all. Once the Chaos Bloodstone is born, it will probably be the entire 33 heavens catastrophe. What appeared just now was merely a wisp of his clone. I can feel that he's much stronger than before. Furthermore, he already has consciousness and probably won't be too far away from coming into being. Yi Yuan said with a solemn look, You mean that we were all made use of by the blood race? Hegemon Heavenly Soul said in a solemn voice. Otherwise, whatever chaos races are one family. How ridiculous. Hegemon Heavenly Soul, you're really a meathead. Even this kind of bulls. Plus T reason can deceive you? Yi Yuan beat him down without the slightest mercy. Hegemon Heavenly Soul said in a great rage, Brat, if you dare to say another word, this seat will immediately tear you to shreds. Yi Yuan's mouth curled, and he said disdainfully, You only dare to challenge me, this Emperor Cloud Heaven, Heavenly Soul, without Hegemon Samsara, who the H.E.L. I do you think you are? If you have the ability, wait until I reach Hegemon realm. Then let's have a fight. If I don't beat you until your soul disintegrates, my name, Yi Yuan, 2 words, will be written upside down. You, Hegemon Heavenly Soul, could not help choking. His biggest taboo was others mentioning this point. He was a supreme hegemon at any rate, his strength reigning supreme across the heavens. He did not want to be perceived by people that he was surviving under Hegemon Samsara's wings. But he understood in his heart that reality was like this. Being exposed by Yi Yuan mercilessly, he felt a loss in face. Enough. Heavenly Soul, what Yi Yuan said is right. The enmity between us can be put aside for the time being. Once that evil thing comes into being, regardless of whether it is the Chi Soul clan or Nirvanic Soul clan, will probably suffer a cataclysmic disaster. Furthermore, the blood race is currently running amok across the heavens, and the Chaos Bloodstone strength is getting stronger and stronger. We have to be prepared. Hegemon Imperishable said. Humph. Hegemon Heavenly Soul said with a cold snort and stopped talking. Cloud Neon, you bring him. Hegemon Imperishable said. Yes. Hence, Cloud Neon brought Yi Yuan and left the deep bewildering battlefield. A month later, at Sublime Pill Sect, after a terrifying Tao tribulation, Yi Yuan opened his eyes, light radiating everywhere. When this half of a clone returned to the original body, he directly leaped over true sovereign heaven and stepped into Emperor realm. His door of eternal life had already been summoned. His origin divinity realm had already stepped into Middle Emperor Cloud Heaven. Breaking through to Emperor realm was just a matter of how much divine essence to him. This happened to be very simple to Yi Yuan. After finest plussing breaking through, Yi Yuan's heart started pounding. This day finally arrived. Experiencing countless tribulations, he finally saw the hope of saving Mu Lingxue. The beauty before his eyes, Yi Yuan took meticulous care of her. She was spotless and flawless, and even preserved the appearance of being locked in eyes for 10,000 miles. It was as if she was asleep. A powerful divine essence wrapped Mu Lingxue up. She was only at the lower realm's divine king realm. Her physical body could not withstand the 33 heavens' power of rules at all. Yi Yuan looked at Mu Lingxue. The muscles on his face were twitching. Mi Tian said before that Mu Lingxue's divine soul might have already entered samsara. If so, it cannot be called back anymore. Furthermore, because Mu Lingxue burned her divine soul back then, her divine soul had long already become uncertain. Only wisps of soul origin's energy were left behind, drifting between heaven and earth. The trace of fluctuation that Yi Yuan felt in the lower realms, it was this soul origin's energy. Whether or not he could revive Mu Lingxue was still an unknown thing. The purple ripple umbrella opened, and purple light enveloped Mu Lingxue's physical body. Yi Yuan cast the soul-gathering mystic art with endless flus. The purple light was quiet, setting off waves of ripples. Mu Lingxue's physical body finally had a reaction. That last trace of spiritual consciousness was magnified by the purple ripple umbrella. The purple ripple umbrella was one of the soul race's supreme soul artifacts. It had a function, which was that it could feel the most fundamental soul origin in the world. It was also precisely because of this that Mi Tian had Yi Yuan come and borrow the purple ripple umbrella. Everything was in order. Yi Yuan could only slowly wait. However, his entire body was trembling by the side. He had waited for this day for far too long. He was not afraid of hearts. H.I.+PS. What he was afraid of was not being able to save Mu Lingxue. Cloud Neon looked at this scene. Her icy face could not help sighing slightly. Love sickness in this world was no more than this, right? Kid, loosen up a little. You've already worked very hard. Even if you can't save her, she won't blame you too. Mi Tian urged. Yi Yuan did not speak. He just stared fixedly at Mu Lingxue. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. 1 day said after another, and the serene light of the purple ripple umbrella had already said through all the heavens, searching for Mu Lingxue's soul origin. But there was still no reaction. Yi Yuan's heart became more and more teared, virtually about to explode. He did not want it to still be all in vain after waiting for so many years. Mi Tian looked at this besotted child, a hint of reluctance plussing across in his heart. This child was too stubborn. On the 10th day, there was still no reaction. On the 15th day, still no reaction. Yi Yuan's heart was already filled with despair. He virtually wanted to roar out. Finally, on the 18th day, the purple ripple umbrella had a reaction. A familiar aura came from beyond the heavens. This was the aura of soul origin. Yi Yuan had felt it once. He knew this aura too well. At this moment, Yi Yuan was almost jumping up in agitation. It's back. Really came back. Senior, I've finally waited for this day. When talking, Yi Yuan had tears covering his face. Chapter 2970. We'll meet again if fated. Chapter 2970. We'll meet again if fated. Under the purple ripple umbrella, Mu Lingxue's soul origin was gathering around little by little. The sleeping beauty like Mu Lingxue actually had a trace of life. This made Yi Yuan become even more wildly elated. Senior, I finally succeeded. The current Yi Yuan needed someone to share his joy. Mi Tian smiled and said, Heaven rewards the faithful. Kid, congratulations. On Yi Yuan, he saw eternal composure. No matter how great the difficulties he faced, he could keep his cool in the face of a crisis. However, the current Yi Yuan was agitated like a child. It was still his first time seeing it. Mi Tian also felt deeply emotional. This boy truly had love as solid as gold. In the cultivation world, feelings were often very unreliable. People who betrayed you were often the people closest to you. Even if it was not betrayal, time would also weaken everything. But Yi Yuan was different. The longer the time, the deeper his feelings seemed to grow. A mortal world lover, but Yi Yuan could strive until today for her sake. It was truly not easy. He felt happy for Yi Yuan too. Ugh! Suddenly, Mu Lingxue gave an inaudible groan. Yi Yuan was overjoyed. Taking out a heavenly pill, he sent it into Mu Lingxue's body extremely carefully. At this time, Mu Lingxue already had some consciousness and was no longer a living corpse. She could naturally cultivate. Hence, under the help of the heavenly pill, Mu Lingxue's cultivation realm increased rapidly. Half a month later, the heavenly pill was fully digested, and Mu Lingxue became a heavenly stratum powerhouse. This was just a matter of lifting a hand to the current Yi Yuan. 3 months passed, said in a twinkle. On this day, Mu Lingshue's eyelids quivered slightly, and she actually slowly opened her eyes. Yi Yuan was agitated until his heart was almost leaping out of his throat. He hugged Mu Lingxue and said agitatedly, "Lingxue, heaven didn't let me down. You finally returned. Do you know how long I've waited for this day? You're really silly. You didn't even want your life anymore for me? Do you know how much my heart ached? So many years, I've always spent it in guilt. No matter how strong I became, that guilt in my heart had never disappeared before. However, everything has said. Everything is said now. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back." Yi Yuan had never hugged Mu Lingxue so tightly in this life before. He was scared. He was scared that this was a dream. Seeing that Yi Yuan was so emotional, the 10,000-year ice face of Cloud Neon, who was not far away, actually showed signs of thawing too. In the boundless 33 heavens, this scene was truly not often seen. But the Mu Lingxue, who was being embraced tightly by Yi Yuan, her reaction seemed a little dull. Time did not leave its mark on her face. That face was still kingdom-toppling. It was just that the look in her eyes seemed somewhat vacant. No idea how long had said either. She slowly pushed Yi Yuan away, looked at Yi Yuan, and asked with uncertainty, "Who are you?" Yi Yuan's entire person turned stiff, and he said with unwillingness, "Lingxue, I'm Ji Qingyun. Do not you recognize me anymore?" Mu Lingxue frowned slightly, as if striving hard to remember, muttering under her breath, "Ji Qingyun?" Yi Yuan nodded his head hard and said, "Yes, Ji Qingyun. Qingyun Zi. You think carefully again. Back then, in the Medicine King Hall, you and I drank together under the moon. You stabbed my shoulder with a sword, forcing me to submit. Back then, Heavenly Wind Divine King wanted to make a move against me, so you hunted him down for 100,000 miles. I paid a visit to give thanks, but you shut the door and refused to meet." Yi Yuan recounted each event as if enumerating his family's valuables. But Mu Lingxue did not have the slightest reaction. She just said coolly, "Apologies. What you said just now, I don't have any impression at all." Yi Yuan was akin to being thunderstruck, standing transfixed on the spot. How could this be? Then do you remember who you are?" Yi Yuan asked unwillingly. Mu Lingxue nodded and said, "Spirit Snow Divine King, Mu Lingxue, this place doesn't seem to be the divine realm. My cultivation also seems to have greatly said before." Yi Yuan was stupefied again. She remembered everything and only forgotten about him? Or was he the eternal pain in her heart? Mi Tian let out a sigh and said, "Looks like her soul origin wasn't fully condensed." Yi Yuan roused himself and said, "Then I'll cast the soul gathering technique again and condense her soul origin." "It's no use. A portion of her soul origin has already entered samsara. No matter how exceedingly formidable your means, you can't find it too." Cloud Neon suddenly opened her mouth and said. Mi Tian felt somewhat sorry for Yi Yuan and said with a sigh, "Mortal divine souls contain 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls. She burned her divine soul, losing the carrier, and the 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls turned into soul origin, drifting between heaven and earth. Once a long time has said, the 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls will each have their own encounters. Some can even cultivate on their own and attain Tao. But as long as they didn't enter samsara, they ultimately can escape the purple ripple umbrella's calling." However, he did not finish saying, but the meaning was already very clear. Even the purple ripple umbrella could not find it. Then it must have entered samsara. Mu Lingxue was somewhat confused, not knowing what they were talking about. Yi Yuan had a look of dejection and still said unwillingly, "Even if it entered samsara, it has to be in this 33 heavens. Can it be found?" Cloud Neon said coolly, "The variables involved are too great. After entering samsara, it's a new life. She won't have her previous life's memories any longer, and she won't have her previous life's feelings. Even if you really find it, Do you feel she'll want to fuse together with a completely different individual? Yi Yuan was silent. He did not expect that after experiencing many untold hearts. H.I. plus P.S. He still did not let Mu Lingxue resurrect perfectly. What Cloud Neon said was right. If right now he had a previous life standing in front of him, asking him to merge together, would he agree? That was impossible. I'm me, the only one in this world. But was he giving up just like that? He was still not willing. If it was not a complete Mu Lingxue, then what was the point of reviving her? Right at this time, Mu Lingxue moved. She slowly walked outside of the main hall. Yi Yuan was startled and said, Lingxue, where are you going? Mu Lingxue said coolly, this place doesn't seem to be the divine realm. It's a new world. I want to go and take a look. Yi Yuan let out a sigh of relief and revealed a smile as he said, okay, I'll bring you. Finished saying, he was going to bring Mu Lingxue away. Stop! Mu Lingxue suddenly shouted coldly and said, I don't know who you are and what objectives you have. You don't need to put on a lovesick appearance in front of me either. Mu Lingxue, don't buy this. Now, stay further away from me. I know that you're very strong, but Mu Lingxue, would rather die than be your pet. Finished saying, Mu Lingxue turned around and left just like that. Yi Yuan was stunned, standing there at a loss on what to do. After experiencing untold hearts, H.I. plus P.S. what he exchanged for was such a scene? I'll go and capture her back. Cloud Neon's figure moved and was about to make a move. Forget it. Let her go, Yi Yuan suddenly said. Cloud Neon's eyes flashed slightly, and she said, You're willing to let her leave just like this? Yi Yuan suddenly changed to a relaxed smile and said, We'll meet again if it's fated. Moreover, this is the Mu Lingxue that I know. Chapter 2971, Secret of Samsara, Fulfilling His Promise. Chapter 2971, Secret of Samsara, Fulfilling His Promise. Senior, what do I have to do to find Lingxue? Yi Yuan said with unwillingness. Finding Mu Lingxue, Yi Yuan finally put down a heavy burden. However, not finding the complete Mu Lingxue, he was still reluctant and kept feeling that something was missing. Mi Tian looked at Yi Yuan and said, Across the heavens and myriad worlds, there's only one person who can bring her back. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted, and he said, He Gemin Samsara? Mi Tian nodded and said, That's right. This old thing is different from the others. He only gained enlightenment on the Tao of Samsara, but his strength is virtually the top existence among the entire He Gemin realms. It can be described using the word unfathomable. His comprehension in the Tao of Samsara is unmatched by anyone. Although he can't control Samsara, he's walking on this path. As for how far he's walked, I don't know either. If anyone in this world can find that then it can only be him. In this world, no one dared to say that they had completely grasped the Tao. With 3,000 great Taos, even if it was just grasping one Tao, one could virtually connect to the heavens. A legend circulated in the 33 heavens. Those who could completely grasp an origin could break the door of eternal life and step into the great beyond. But since time immemorial, no one had ever done it. It was because only heavenly Tao could completely grasp a Tao. Therefore, that was why people would attempt to comprehend as many origin great Taos as possible, attempting to break the door of eternal life. Between these two paths, it was hard to say who was stronger or weaker. But without a doubt, He Gemin Samsara was very strong until he was not far from completely grasping a Tao. When Yi Yuan heard, he said somewhat excitedly, Where is he? Mi Tian shook his head and said with a bitter smile, Oh, Body knows where he is. This old thing travels the heavens and myriad worlds, comprehending life, understanding samsara. Perhaps he's currently just a mortal. Maybe he's currently a supreme He Gemin. He might be beside you and me, but no one knows where he is. If he could be found, I wouldn't have asked you to go and borrow the purple ripple umbrella either. If that old thing takes action, wanting to revive this lot S would merely be a matter of lifting a hand. Yi Yuan drew a deep breath and suddenly felt akin to being relieved of a heavy burden, and said with a smile, "Doesn't that mean that as long as I can find he gem in samsara, I can revive many people?" Meteon nodded and said, "Yes, as long as the soul origin is still around, as long as the strength didn't reach he gemin realm, he can revive them all. In the Tao of samsara, his accomplishments are unmatched by anyone." He gemin realm blasted open 3 seals. They already transcended samsara and were not in the 5 elements. Therefore, if a he gemin died, they would really be dead. But as long as one did not reach he gemin realm, they would have to follow the arrangements of he gemin realm in samsara. Although he gemin samsara did not grasp samsara, to revive a few people, it was easily accomplished. Back then, Yi Yuan distinctly sensed Ji Xingyang's soul origin before. This also ignited Yi Yuan's hope. Cloud Neon said coolly, "Give up on this. In these countless years, the number of times he gemin heavenly soul has met he gemin samsara can be counted on one hand, unless he takes the initiative to show himself. And, oh, body can find him." Yi Yuan smiled and said he'll show up. Once the Chaos Bloodstone comes into being, that's the calamity of all the heavens and myriad worlds. I believe that he gemin samsara will definitely show himself. From a certain perspective, the two of them belong to the same CLA. Both existences who have virtually reached superlative in one Tao. At that time, when the blood race plagues every heaven and myriad worlds, he gemin samsara probably won't be able to stay aloof from worldly affairs and comprehend samsara. One origin of blood, one samsara origin, they were both extremely strong great Taos. The Chaos Bloodstone needed the power of blood and needed the fresh blood of countless lives to corroborate his Tao. In contrast, he gemin samsara needed to comprehend the Tao of samsara amidst the ordinary. These two people could be said to be absolute opposites. Therefore, Yi Yuan judged that at that time, he gemin samsara would definitely appear. As for whether or not he gemin samsara would take action, Yi Yuan did not care. At least, there was hope, right? Cloud Neon actually had nothing to say in reply, and said with a snicker, "Who do you think you are? If you ask he gemin samsara to revive, he'll help you revive?" Yi Yuan just smiled and did not retort. Whether he gemin samsara would agree or not, he did not know. But he would do his best. He would work hard to become strong and qualified to speak with he gemin samsara. The goals that he set for himself back then have all been achieved. No, just borrowing the purple ripple umbrella. This was originally an impossible task, but he still did it. Although there was Cloud Neon's help involved, when it came down to it, it was still Yi Yuan's own efforts. Muling Xue had already revived, and Yi Yuan naturally did not need the purple ripple umbrella anymore as well. He was not someone who was greedy for treasures. He returned the purple ripple umbrella very readily, and came to the imperishable soul domain together with Cloud Neon to thank he gemin imperishable. He gemin imperishable was seriously injured and had not fully recovered yet. Seeing Yi Yuan, he naturally would not have a good attitude either. "Many thanks, Senior Imperishable, for your kindness of lending the umbrella. This ye will bear it in mind. This ye owes Senior Imperishable a favor. If you need anything in the future, this he absolutely won't refuse." Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said. Imperishable took back the purple ripple umbrella and said with a cold snort, "Do you think that this seat needs your favor?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You don't need it now, but not necessarily in the future. This he examines my own conscience, and feels that once I step into the realm of Hegemin in the future, my strength won't be beneath Senior's. Perhaps Senior might really turn to me for help." Hegemin Imperishable had a black face and said in a solemn voice, "Boy, you're really arrogant. Aren't you scared that this seat will smack you to death right now?" Yi Yuan still smiled as he said, "Didn't Senior set up the 7-colored pag? Oh, in order to look for the true, enshrouding Miss Soul physique? Now, the true enshrouding Miss Soul physique has appeared. I'm considered half a successor of yours too. Senior probably can't bear to do it. right? In the bewildering battlefield, He Gemin Imperishable was worried that Yi Yuan was hatching a sinister plot, so he was not willing to lend the umbrella. Now, he knew that Yi Yuan was only trying to save someone, and he understood that everyone had the blood race, this common enemy. So he naturally would not have killing intent anymore. Furthermore, what Yi Yuan said was right. He did indeed want to find a successor. It was just that he did not expect that his successor was actually a human. In addition, after He Gemin Imperishable returned, he also learned that Yi Yuan had indeed saved the Nirvanic Soul Clan. Although He Gemin Wu Wen died, the three races' allied forces had even greater losses than them. He Gemin Imperishable, had no choice but to receive this favor too. Everyone was smart. There was naturally no need to beat around the bush when talking to. He Gemin Imperishable snorted coldly and said, "Your origin divinity, returning to the physical body, is a waste. You should enter my Nirvanic Soul Clan. Your future accomplishments definitely won't be beneath this seats in the future." Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "My body is given by my parents. Yi Yuan doesn't dare to give it up easily. Moreover, what this Yi pursues isn't just soul Tao. My ambition is even greater than what Senior can imagine." When He Gemin Imperishable heard, he flew into an even greater rage and said in a solemn voice, "Brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, my Nirvanic Soul Clan doesn't welcome you. Get lost." Yi Yuan smiled and bade farewell to He Gemin Imperishable. After coming out, Cloud Neon's gaze flickered, and she asked, "You're really not staying?" Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "I have something more important to do." Cloud Neon frowned and said, "That girl has already been saved. What more important stuff do you still have?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I promised Senior Mi Tian that I'd send him home. Now, it's time to fulfill the promise." Chapter 2972, Heaven Qian Grade Bloodline. Chapter 2972, Heaven Qian Grade Bloodline. Void Shrine illuminating heaven. This place was the paradise of true spirits. This place was ruled by the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise, for chaos true spirits, whose strengths were even a level greater than the soul race. They were the earliest ancestors of the myriad world's demon race. Although the 33 heavens were planes of the same level, there were actually differences too, such as Grand Bright Jade, Complete Heaven. It was quite a bit worse compared to Nihility, Exceeding Balance Heaven, and Void Shrine, Illuminating Heaven. This could clearly be seen from the number of hegemons, as well as the quality of hegemons. Like Mi Tian, a powerhouse born from chaos and whose race talent was extremely powerful, he could be said to roam the heavens without adversary. In existences such as He Gemin Cloudmount, although he was a top existence in Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven, he was considerably worse when looking across all the heavens. Following his horizons continuously rising, Yi Yuan also gradually understood how strong the Mi Tian at his prime was. The feeling of returning home is really good. Thank you, Yi Yuan. Coming out of the barrier of heavens, Mi Tian could not refrain from feeling vicissitudes of emotion. He had been away from home for too long. Senior is treating me too much as a stranger by saying this. All these years, you've taught me so much. Without you, there also wouldn't be the person I am today. Yi Yuan said sincerely. Mi Tian smiled and said, "Without me, you can reach the peak all the same. You have Tao in your heart and are outstandingly talented. Maybe you can really become the first divergent cultivator to break heavenly Tao fetters and ascend to He Gemin across all heavens and myriad worlds." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Senior is too kind. It's just that, although we've arrived at Void Shrine Illuminating Heaven, it's not considered returning home either. Most likely, the way back home is still rather difficult, right?" Mi Tian was silent. He knew that he could not hide it from Yi Yuan. An exalted supreme He Gemin, a formidable existence who swept across the soul race, but died in a strange land and was almost completely annihilated. Such a thing, it was unusual no matter how one looked at it. For so many years, Mi Tian did not speak. Yi Yuan did not speak either. But Yi Yuan guessed that this matter was probably not so simple. Some things I'm actually just guessing too. Everything will act according to Cirque. Stances when we return to the clan, Mi Tian said. Seeing that Mi Tian was not willing to say, Yi Yuan did not ask as well. He said with a nod, "Then, what should I do now?" Mi Tian said, "Go to East Billow region. Heavenly Dragon Island will send the Divine Dragon Envoy to patrol East Billow region. What you need to do is to attract the Divine Dragon Envoy's attention and have him bring you to Heavenly Dragon Island." The 4 divine beasts ruled a region each. The Chaos Dragon race was the ruler of this East Billow region. Major races like the Dragon race and Soul race all had their own holy land. Heavenly Dragon Island was the holy land of the Chaos Dragon race. Legends had it that the place was the closest place to chaos, and it was also the birthplace of the dragon race. Heavenly Dragon Island was in a land of extreme east in void shrine illuminating heaven above the vast sea. Body knew just where it was. Only by obtaining the recognition of the Divine Dragon Envoy could one be brought to Heavenly Dragon Island and become a true dragonkin. Originally, with Mi Tian's status, returning to the island was naturally effortless. But that way, many things would not be easy to do. Therefore, Yi Yuan wanted to enter Heavenly Dragon Island, but needed the Divine Dragon Envoy's guidance. "Where are we now?" Yi Yuan asked. "This place should be the border between the Northern Phoenix region and East Billow region. Not far ahead is the East Billow region," Mi Tian said. Yi Yuan was not long-winded either, and was about to set off for East Billow region. Coincidentally, right at this moment, a ray of red light fell from the horizon. Boom! A large hole was directly smashed out in the dense forest not far away. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. Thinking about it, he still went over to investigate. Upon going over to look, there was actually a fire-red phoenix lying in the large pit. This phoenix was the size of 2 humans. There were bloodstains on the body. There were no signs of life anymore. Yi Yuan shook his head slightly and said, "There's no hope." Mi Tian said, "No, she entered the state of annihilation and will have a nirvanic rebirth very soon. This fire phoenix's bloodline is extremely pure. She's probably a core character of the Vermilion Bird clan." Yi Yuan said in surprise, "Like this, and she's still not dead?" Mi Tian said, "Phoenix Nirvanic Rebirth. This is the innate divine ability of the Vermilion Bird clan. Each Nirvanic rebirth will have tremendous benefits for them, but it's also the most dangerous time. This fire phoenix is seriously injured and forcibly entered a Nirvanic state. Once she rises from the ashes, not only will her wounds recover fully, but her strength will also improve further." Sure enough, before his voice faded, the fire phoenix started burning on her own with a bang. The blazing fire turned the surroundings into ruins. Yi Yuan's expression changed greatly, and he hurriedly retreated. This flame was too terrifying. "Since she won't die, let's go then." As he said those words, Yi Yuan wanted to turn around and leave. "Sir, please wait." Yi Yuan was just about to leave when a sweet female voice suddenly transmitted over. Except this voice seemed extremely feeble. It was as if it was about to die out at any moment. Yi Yuan was taken aback and confirmed that this voice came out of the large fire. It was the voice of the fire phoenix. That voice said, "Qing Xian is being pursued by villains. I definitely can't escape the calamity when undergoing my nirvanic rebirth. I beseech Sir to lend a helping hand and save Qing Xuan's life. After Qing Xian succeeds in my nirvanic rebirth, there will definitely be generous rewards." Yi Yuan frowned and said, "Do you feel that this Yi is young and ignorant about worldly affairs? You're a middle emperor cloud heaven yourself. With your bloodline, at least there has to be an emperor vast heaven realm powerhouse to want to kill you too. What motives do you have to have me intercept here?" Yi Yuan himself was of the dragon race bloodline. He was very clear how strong the dragon clan's core disciples were. One could say that they were virtually invincible in the same rank. This fire phoenix's ident. 1. Tai was clearly not simple. Such an important person, the strength of the people pursuing was definitely not ordinary. This woman wanted to make him save her. She was most likely treating him as cannon fodder. Although Yi Yuan was public-spirited and kind-hearted, he was also not a dummy who would be bored enough to seek death. This kind of murky water, he was naturally not willing to step into it. Seeing that Yi Yuan was about to leave, that voice became anxious. Sir has misunderstood. There's indeed powerhouses at Emperor Vast Heaven hunting me down, but they have been lured away by me using schemes previously. The ones pursuing now are just 5 Emperor Cloud Heavens. As long as Sir helps me delay them for a moment, I'll be able to rise from the ashes. This drop of blood essence is tentatively a deposit. There will still be generous thanks afterward. While talking, a drop of blood essence drifted out of the flames and arrived before Yi Yuan. A boundless aura hit him in the face. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted. It was Heaven Qian grade blood essence. This Fire Phoenix's bloodline was actually so powerful. Using this drop of blood essence as the reward could be said to be generous. Postnatal bloodline, Heaven Qian grade, was the pinnacle. To the true spirit clan, the breakthrough of bloodline was even harder than the breakthrough of cultivation realm. Many true spirit clan, He-Gem, and powerhouses were merely Earth Kuan grade bloodline too. Heaven Qian grade bloodline was extremely rare. Of course, above Heaven Qian grade, there was an even more powerful Chaos grade bloodline. But Chaos grade bloodline could not be reached postnatal at all. Only prenatal Chaos true spirits, such as Mi Tian, could possess it. Some special innate divine abilities could only be executed by Chaos grade bloodline. This was the reason why Mi Tian was so powerful. Yi Yuan breaking through to Emperor Cloud Heaven, coupled with his comprehension in the origin of Chaos blood, he only barely broke through Battle G, O, D grade and reached Earth Kuan grade. But this Fire Phoenix was just Emperor Cloud Heaven, and her bloodline actually reached Heaven Qian grade already. It could be seen how strong her bloodline was. Chapter 2973. You Just Care About Nirvanic Rebirth. Chapter 2973. You Just Care About Nirvanic Rebirth. On the horizon, several figures were currently closing in at extreme speed. The blazing fire was too eye-catching. It could not be hidden at all. Yi Yuan, accept it. You're the human race's fleshy body and confused with Phoenix divine blood. This is greatly beneficial to you. Phoenix divine blood can help you comprehend the origin of fire, letting you have the technique to rise from the ashes. The benefits are too many to enumerate. Furthermore, you have the origin of Chaos blood. Comprehending bloodline power yields twice the result with half the effort. The more bloodlines, the stronger your strength will be. Mi Tian said. When Yi Yuan heard, he was rather moved too, reaching his hand out to grab, collecting this drop of blood essence. The human race's bloodline power was extremely weak, but their compatibility was extremely high. Many human cultivators would think of ways to collect powerful true spirit bloodlines and fuse into their own bloodline, thus transforming into a powerhouse, which was also the bloodline martial artists that everyone was talking about. Bloodline martial artists were often not regarded highly by people. The majority of them were not strong either. But that was because high-ranking true spirit bloodline was too difficult to come across. Those who possessed high-ranking true spirit bloodline were all true spirit clans' powerful existences or descendants. How could it be so easy to obtain? Heaven Qian grade true spirit bloodline was even what human powerhouses tried their utmost to obtain even in their sleep. Seeing Yi Yuan accept the blood essence, Feng Qingxian finally let out a sigh of relief. Yi Yuan was the last strand of straw to clutch at. She had no choice now but to place her hopes on Yi Yuan, letting him persevere for a while longer. Deal. I'll help protect you. But if Emperor Vast Heaven powerhouses appear, I'll leave. Yi Yuan said straightforwardly. Many thanks, sir. Feng Qingxian said feebly. At the same time, she sneered coldly in her heart. If a Vermilion Bird Clan's Emperor Vast Heaven powerhouse came, did you think that you could leave? If not because she was at the end of her rope, Why would this young lady waste a drop of blood essence to beg a piece of trash, such as yourself, to help? She only hoped that this boy would not be too useless and could last a little longer. As long as the nirvanic rebirth this time succeeded, my strength would directly reach grand completion Emperor Cloud Heaven. Even if Feng Kaiwa, that old spinster, came, I won't be scared too. She did not care about Yi Yuan's life and death at all. In Feng Qingshuan's view, Yi Yuan would definitely die without a doubt. There were not just these 5 Emperor Cloud Heavens hunting her down. Once she entered the nirvanic rebirth state, those pursuers would swarm over. At that time, there would even more many Upper Emperor Cloud Heaven, even Grand Completion Emperor Cloud Heaven existences that would appear. How could this human boy possibly survive? Yi Yuan naturally did not know what Feng Qingxian had in mind and already met with those 5 Emperor Cloud Heavens. The Fire Phoenix clan is conducting business. Get lost if you don't want to die, boy. From afar, the handsome youth in front roared. These 5 Emperor Realm powerhouses all looked human, but the Phoenix clan bloodline in their body was very powerful. Of course, it was much worse compared to Feng Qingxian. Apologies, this he has to try my best to do what was entrusted to me. The few of you had better not go over. Yi Yuan blocked the way and said. Among these 5 people, 4 Lower Emperor Cloud Heaven, and 1 was Middle Emperor Cloud Heaven. It was seriously not enough for Yi Yuan to look at. His goal was the Fire Phoenix blood essence. He did not want to kill people. Except, he did not want to kill people, but these few people clearly did not plan on letting him off. The handsome youth smiled coldly and said, Looks like this boy is bewitched by that little SL. UT, to actually stand up for her recklessly and blindly. Ha ha, this boy just came out to the real world, right? He probably doesn't know what kind of existence my Fire Phoenix clan is. Kid, that little SL UT is undergoing nirvanic rebirth and deliberately made you come over to court death. If you're sensible, hurry up and get out of here. The 5 people did not place Yi Yuan in their sights at all. A mere human ant, they could kill him with a wave of their hands. In the same cultivation realm, the Fire Phoenix clan's bloodline advantage was too great. Yi Yuan could feel that these few had already reached battle spirit rank chaos bloodline. Placed in the Fire Phoenix clan, they were considered youth talents too. It was just that, to Yi Yuan, it was completely inadequate. Seeing that Yi Yuan was unmoved, the handsome youth snorted coldly and said, Kid, you're courting death yourself. Then I'll send you off. Feng Ying, go and kill him. Next to him, the youth called Feng Ying had a disdainful look, and his hands started to form seals. Fire Luo, Sacred Seal. The surging flare directly enveloped Yi Yuan inside. Yi Yuan did not even dodge and was swallowed up by the large fire. Feng Ying smiled coldly and said, Mantis trying to stop a cart. The handsome youth could not even be bothered to look at Yi Yuan and said coolly, Come on, that little wench is undergoing nirvanic rebirth. It's precisely a good chance to kill her. Killing her will have made great contributions. The 5 people were just about to move when the flare dissipated. Yi Yuan was standing there without moving like he was completely fine. The handsome youth jumped in fright, his eyes full of incredulity. Are you a human or ghost? The handsome youth cried out in alarm. Yi Yuan said coolly, The few of you are too weak. This he can't be bothered to make a move. It's better to leave. When the handsome youth heard that, he felt great humiliation. In this void shrine, illuminating heaven, apart from the 4 symbols family clans, who dared to speak to them like this? A human actually said that they were too weak. This was the greatest humiliation. The handsome youth's expression turned cold, and he said in a solemn voice, Attack together. Kill this punk. In an instant, 5 fire phoenixes suddenly appeared, carrying a terrifying bloodline aura. The 5 people cut across the sky, charging over towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan shook his head slightly and said, People should have self-awareness. You all are so weak, don't you know it? Done talking, Yi Yuan threw a punch out lightly. Boom! The void trembled. The 5 fire phoenixes were directly blasted flying. The handsome youth somersaulted dozens of times in the air before barely managing to stabilize his figure. The five people looked at Yi Yuan, their eyes full of astonishment. Leave. The handsome youth fled at a splitting pace without even turning his head back. Feng Qingshuan's consciousness had not completely entered the state of annihilation yet. Seeing this scene, she could not help saying anxiously, "Sir, why didn't you kill them?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "I have no grudges nor enmity with them. Why should I kill them?" Feng Qingxian felt like she was going crazy and said anxiously, "Sir, there are still Fire Phoenix clan members in the vicinity. You let them leave, they will definitely get reinforcements." Yi Yuan still said calmly, "It doesn't matter. You." Feng Qingshuan's heart was burning with anxiety. She actually found an idiot. She was also very surprised that Yi Yuan was so strong. But she did not think that this kid was simply a complete and utter fool. This boy clearly did not have any real-world experience to actually be so benevolent to the enemy. Yi Yuan looked at the burning Feng Qingxian and said coolly, "You just care about your nirvanic rebirth. As long as an emperor of vast heaven doesn't come, I won't leave." Feng Qingxian could not hold back and wanted to let loose a torrent of abuse, but she did not dare. If Yi Yuan left, she would really have no hope. But how could she let this moron understand that he did something that was foolish to the extreme? Was this a problem of you leaving or not? Originally, those people could not immediately find her position by sensing. But now, with those few fellows leading the way, they could find her in no time. Following that, you would be facing dozens of Emperor Realm pursuers. Do you know that you're courting death or not? Feng Qingxian was burning with anxiety, but she also did not know how to persuade this overweeningly arrogant idiot. She was going crazy. Chapter 2974. Fusing Bloodlines. Chapter 2974. Fusing Bloodlines. Sir, this isn't a problem of leaving or not. In order to hunt me down, the Fire Phoenix clan sent out more than 10 Emperor Cloud Heaven powerhouses this time. Among them, there are even 3 Grand Completion Emperor Cloud Heavens. You'll lure them all over like this. Sir, you can still make it in time if you chase after to kill them now. Feng Qingxian forcefully endured the fury in her heart and urged with earnest words and the best intentions. Oh, Yi Yuan just responded lightly and started to sit cross-legged. The Phoenix blood essence appeared in front of him. When Feng Qingxian saw this scene, she nearly went crazy. Sir, refining Phoenix blood essence isn't the work of a single day. Furthermore, it's very dangerous. You should find a quiet place and enter close seclusion to refine it. Feng Qingxian urged once again. Oh, Yi Yuan responded indifferently again and still did whatever he wanted to. Feng Qingxian felt that she was about to collapse. Just what kind of moron did she be, you MP, into? Can't he understand human speech? Refining like this, you'll die. If you die, who'll protect me? XX. Feng Qingshuan's heart was raging with profanities. With this young lady's gentle personality, I'm almost angered until insanity by your idiocy. Chi. The nirvanic rebirth fire suddenly started to tremble violently and actually showed signs of exploding. Yi Yuan gave a glance and said coolly, "You'd better focus on your nirvanic rebirth. You'll die like this." Feng Qingxian was speechless. Nirvanic rebirth would not necessarily succeed. In reality, this process was very dangerous. One might directly die in the process of nirvanic rebirth. Feng Qingshuan's emotions were extremely volatile right now. It was very easy to fail the nirvanic rebirth. Feng Qingxian virtually wanted a rampage. Wasn't this caused by you? Seeing before courting death, but never seen before someone who courted death so limitlessly like you. Were you sent by heaven to save me, or sent to screw me over? Feng Qingxian wanted to cry. However, she also understood that at this rate, the nirvanic rebirth would definitely fail. She could only forcefully converge her mind and focus on the nirvanic rebirth. Meanwhile, at this time, Yi Yuan had already started fusing the Phoenix blood essence. When Feng Qingxian saw this scene, She nearly lost control of her mind again. But in the next moment, she was shocked. Fusing blood essence was equivalent to letting all the blood in the body be reborn anew. It was a very dangerous and also very painful thing, especially Phoenix blood essence. It contained the meaning of narrowly escaped death. The process of the fusion was practically a narrow shave from death, overwhelming to the extent where one wished that they were dead. However, Yi Yuan was completely fine. It was as if he was still somewhat recollecting the aftertaste endlessly. Roughly 15 minutes later, Yi Yuan slowly got up, the Phoenix bloodline power in his body gus. Plussing out. Feng Qingxian was akin to being struck by lightning and said in great shock, "This, he succeeded in fusing? My blood essence is Heaven Qian grade blood essence." An incomprehensible feeling of setback arose spontaneously. She suddenly had some doubts. Was her own bloodline very trashy or not? Why did Yi Yuan fuse with it so easily? How could she know that Yi Yuan had obtained the origin of chaos blood? Fusing bloodlines was as easy as turning his hand over to him. If it were not for the origin of blood, Yi Yuan naturally would not have been so relaxed. But the origin of chaos blood was the source of bloodline in the world. No matter what bloodline you were, it could not escape this domain. Myriad blood under the heavens, all returned to the origin. Under the control of the origin of blood, Yi Yuan did not face too many difficulties in fusing the Phoenix bloodline and would not have much risk too. Roar! Another dragon roar transmitted out, and azure dragon bloodline power emerged from Yi Yuan's body. Yi Yuan's overwhelming aura rose to the peak in an instant. A dragon and a phoenix, two phantoms, appeared behind Yi Yuan. A dragon and a phoenix were contending. It was a wonderful and mighty panorama. At this moment, Yi Yuan directly broke the fetters of cultivation realm and broke through to Middle Emperor Cloud Heaven. Tao Tribulation arrived in response. But the current Yi Yuan, his aura was powerful to the extreme, and his strength was also fearsome to the extreme. Although Tao Tribulation was strong, it could no longer do anything to him. Presently, Yi Yuan's strength grew stronger and stronger, and he already far surpa. Said the power of heavenly punishment, Tao Tribulation. So the current heavenly punishment, Tao Tribulation, virtually had no more threat to him anymore. Feng Qingxian currently had an impulse to jump out of the nirvanic rebirth. Where did this punk appear from? He was a divergent cultivator. This guy's strength actually completely outmatched Tao Tribulation. Was this still called divergent cultivator? Divergent cultivators were strong to begin with, but this boy was even stronger than divergent cultivators. Perhaps this kid can really do it, right? With the final strand of consciousness, Feng Qingxian completely returned to annihilation. More than 10 figures approached from afar, arriving in an instant. The one in the lead had unparalleled beauty. It was just that there was an additional trace of brutal aura between her brows, ruining her peerlessly beautiful looks. This woman's imposing momentum surged to the sky. She had shockingly already reached the grand completion realm of Emperor Cloud Heaven. Furthermore, in terms of bloodline power, she had reached Earth Cohen Grade 2. Clearly, she was a core disciple of the Fire Phoenix clan too. Bloodline power reaching Earth Grade rank. They were not some random Tom, D-I-C-K, Harry anymore. In the future, there was a possibility of stepping into the Hegemin realm. Of course, it was just a possibility. Feng Ninesong had a cold appearance. Looking at the Yi Yuan who was barring the way in front, she said coldly, "Punk, I'll give you a chance. Get in front of this young lady and kneel down. I'll spare your life." Feng Ninesong had a high and mighty appearance. It was as if Yi Yuan was a speck of dust. Yi Yuan ignored her, but looked towards the handsome youth and said, "Just now, I spared your life, but you don't know how to cherish it. Must you come and die?" The handsome youth smiled coldly and said, "Come and die? Her. You probably don't know who Lord Ninesong is, right? Among the Fire Phoenix Junior generation, Lord Ninesong's strength is sufficient to rank in the top 5. Boy, you dare to offend our Fire Phoenix clan. You're dead for sure. Honestly speaking, he was very surprised that Yi Yuan broke through to Middle Emperor Cloud Heaven in the blink of an eye. But at the thought that there was Lord Nine Song around, his heart calmed down. Could a mere Middle Emperor Cloud Heaven overturn the heavens? Beside Feng Nine Song, an Upper Emperor Cloud Heaven said, "Kid, Lord Nine Song is ordering you to come over and kneel down. Didn't you hear it?" Yi Yuan let out a sigh and said, "This Yi is just trying my best to do what was entrusted by others. You guys don't force me." Feng Nine Song's expression was cold, and she said, "Looks like you're treating this young lady's words as water rolling off a duck's back. Feng Ning, break his four limbs and carry me in front of me to kneel down. To dare stand up for that little wench? It won't be so easy even if he wants to die." Feng Ning was that Upper Emperor Cloud Heaven who spoke just now. This was her guard. Her strength could not be underestimated. She was more than a level stronger than the handsome youth. "I obey." Feng Ning laughed coldly and attacked fiercely. Heavenly Phoenix G. O. D. Exterminating Fist. A punch struck, carrying the divine might of the phoenix, covering the sky and blotting out the sun. Yi Yuan appeared extremely insignificant under this punch. Yi Yuan did not move. Instead, he sized this punch up with interest. The bloodline power in his body started to seethe. When Feng Nine Song saw this scene, her pupils constricted, and she said in a cold voice, "Human ant, to actually dare secretly fuse with my vermilion bird bloodline. Death sentence. Also, that little wench actually dared to give blood essence to a human without permission. She can't clear her name this time." Boom! A punch landed, and Yi Yuan waved his hand lightly. The Phoenix Phantom immediately collapsed. This horrifying punch was casually resolved by Yi Yuan. Chapter 2975, Phoenix 9 Ensembles. Chapter 2975, Phoenix 9 Ensembles. How can this be? The Heavenly Phoenix G. O. D. Exterminating Fist was actually blocked so easily. Feng Ning's strength is extremely strong among her peers. He actually doesn't even need to make a move. Even if he absorbed that little wench's blood essence, he shouldn't be so strong either, right? The Phoenix race's Emperor Realm powerhouses were all shocked by Yi Yuan's effortless force. They naturally knew about bloodline martial artists, but no matter how strong bloodline martial artists were, it was also impossible to unleash the power of bloodline fully. Otherwise, what was the true spirit race for? Although Feng Qingxuan bloodline was Heaven Qian rank, after Yi Yuan fused with it, he could at the very most unleash the power of Battle G. O. D grade. But Feng Ning's bloodline was proper peak Battle G. O. D grade. It was even a minor realm higher than Yi Yuan. No matter what, Yi Yuan should not be so relaxed too. But the moment Yi Yuan made his move, it was too appalling. Currently, Yi Yuan was just involuntarily emitting the aura of the Phoenix race. His bloodline power was not displayed. Yi Yuan smiled lightly and said, "It's impolite not to reciprocate. You should have a taste of my Heavenly Phoenix G. O. D. Exterminating Fist too." Finished saying, the Phoenix bloodline in his body erupted. Earth Cohen grade. A human actually reached Earth Cohen grade. How is this possible? I could just find a piece of tofu to commit suicide with. What a strong bloodline aura. I'm so envious. When the Phoenix clan powerhouses saw this scene, they virtually wanted to cry. A human's Phoenix bloodline was actually same level with Feng Nine Song. This was too depressing. The improvement of bloodline power was too difficult. These people, were only left with envy and jealousy. It was not that Yi Yuan intentionally held back, but if he erupted with Heaven Qian grade bloodline, Feng Ning probably could not have even withstood a single move and would definitely have died on the spot. Yi Yuan naturally did not mind killing people, but regarding the situation today, he was an outsider to begin with. As for who was right between Feng Qingxian and Feng Nine Song, he did not know. This kind of internal clan power struggle, it was hard to say who was right or wrong. The reason why he was guarding here was merely because it was a transaction. Yi Yuan had his own principles when doing things, so he did not want to kill people. Otherwise, these people in front of him would have long died. It was impossible for Feng Ninsong to be his match too. In the next moment, Yi Yuan threw a punch-out. It was amazingly indeed the heavenly phoenix G.O.D. exterminating fist that Feng Ning executed just now. Feng Ning's pupils constricted, her mind in great shock. Heavenly Phoenix G.O.D. exterminating fist was the Fire Phoenix clan's secret technique. How did this guy know? Furthermore, the power was even so strong. Boom! Feng Ning vomited fresh blood wildly, her figure flying several tens of thousands of feet out, all the bones in her body broken, looking extremely miserable. However, her little life was spared. All those present were dead silent. The scene was somewhat wrong. Originally thought that exterminating this human was just a matter of lifting a hand. Who knew that this kid did monstrous things time and again and was actually so troublesome? Feng Ninsong's expression was already frosty to the extreme as she said in a solemn voice, "Not only did you dare to secretly fuse with Phoenix blood essence, you even dare to secretly learn my Fire Phoenix clan's secret technique. Today, this young lady will sentence you to death in the name of the Fire Phoenix clan." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Miss, withdraw. I really don't want to kill people. After that Miss succeeds in her nirvanic rebirth, I'll leave. At that time, I won't mind if you all pursue her again." Feng Ninsong smiled coldly and said, "It's too late to only beg for your life now." Yi Yuan was stupefied. Was this young lady misunderstanding something? I was clearly warning. How did it become begging for my life when it reached you? However, Feng Ninsong was no longer listening to his explanations. The peak Earth Kuan grade bloodline in her body erupted, directly displaying her Fire Phoenix original form. Got to admit, Feng Ninsong was very strong. Compared to Feng Ning, she was quite a lot stronger. Her strength was not in cultivation realm, but an all-round powerful. This was the strength bestowed by bloodline. It was not without reason that the Chaos True Spirit lineage could stand at the apex of all the heavens. It's the Phoenix Nine Ensembles. Looks like Lord Ninsong is genuinely enraged. That boy is dead for sure. My Fire Phoenix clan's Phoenix Nine Ensembles. Only Earth Kuan Grey bloodline can barely manage to execute the powerful secret techniques. I want to see how this boy blocks. Feng Ning said in anger. Phoenix Nine Ensembles. Each ensemble is life and death. Body can rival this move. A strange phoenix cry sounded out. Feng Ninsong soared in the sky, circling around indeterminately. Yi Yuan looked at this scene without moving his gaze. The origin of blood in his body worked in concert with the phoenix bloodline, continuously analyzing this move. He also felt the power of this move. This move was even stronger than the dragon race's Nine Heavens Dragon Transformation Fist. It was the true core secret technique of the Vermilion Bird clan. Coupled with the origin of blood, Yi Yuan could distinctly feel that bloodline fluctuations of Feng Ninsong. Observing the actions, understanding the meaning. Feng Ninsong's move did not have too many secrets in front of Yi Yuan. Boy, prepare to die. Feng Ninsong cried out, swooping down. At this moment, the earth seemed to be burning. The air became very red under the influence of the Phoenix Nine Ensembles. And right at this moment, a phoenix phantom condensed and formed behind Yi Yuan, akin to the original body descending. However, it was a heavenly phoenix G.O.D. exterminating fist again. Heaven Qian Great, my G.O.D. How is this possible? It turns out that he even concealed his bloodline power. He actually reached Heaven Qian Great bloodline already. F***CKme. Even a human can reach Heaven Qian Great bloodline. Then what is our Fire Phoenix clan for? Feeling the bloodline power that erupted on Yi Yuan's body, these Fire Phoenix clan powerhouses actually felt ashamed of their unworthiness. This human's bloodline power flung them 10 streets behind. Without a doubt, What Yi Yuan fused with was Feng Qingxuan's blood essence. But even so, how could a human possibly fuse with it 100%? Boom! Just as everyone was in shock, two phoenix phantoms collided together. Feng Ninsong was shaken off, but Yi Yuan was directly blasted several thousand feet flying. When he stabilized his figure, a trace of fresh blood flowed down the corners of his mouth. Clearly, he was already injured. Feng Ninsong's heart shook wildly. This boy actually perfectly fused with the phoenix blood essence, and he relied on the might of the bloodline power to forcibly withstand the Phoenix Nine ensembles. The pride in Feng Ninsong's was being ravaged mercilessly. Lord Ninsong is mighty. This boy dared to fuse with Phoenix blood essence. Exterminate him. This kid has exhausted all his tricks. Let him feel the wrath of our Fire Phoenix clan. Feng Ninsong winning, the envious and jealous Fire Phoenix powerhouses danced with joy. So what if bloodline was strong? Your cultivation realm was low. Boy, do you know that you've committed my Fire Phoenix clan's taboo? Today, you'll definitely die. Feng Ninsong said coldly. She was jealous too. Her bloodline power had already reached the limit and could not be improved anymore. But this human punk actually perfectly fused with Heaven Qian grade bloodline. Where would she, this Fire Phoenix clan's proud Heaven's Chosen, put her face? In the next second, the Phoenix Nine ensembles started again. Boom! Yi Yuan was injured again. 3 attacks in a row, each stronger than the last. Yi Yuan responded to them with the Heavenly Phoenix G.O.D. exterminating fist. But after the third time, Feng Ninsong's moves underwent samsara, executing the first ensemble. Yi Yuan knew that this Feng Ninsong only knew or could only display 3 ensembles. Chapter 2976, Persuade to Surrender. Chapter 2976, Persuade to Surrender. With Yi Yuan getting injured repeatedly, Feng Ninsong held great advantage. She laughed shrilly and said, "Kid, do you think that by fusing bloodline, you can be arrogant in front of my Fire Phoenix clan? You're still lacking." Yi Yuan was somewhat speechless. This woman looked very proud of herself. It was just that, did she not realize that he only used one move from the start till the end? Furthermore, it was even the Fire Phoenix clan's move. He shook his head slightly and said with a sigh, "It's just these 3 moves back and forth. It looks like you only know these 3 moves in this Phoenix Nine ensembles." Feng Ninsong's expression changed, and she said with a cold smile, "3 moves is enough to kill you." Yi Yuan could not help laughing and said, "Killing people at the drop of the hat. Do you really take this Yi to be easy to bully? Although I don't want to kill people today, I'll have to leave you with a bit of a lesson too." While talking, the Heaven Qian grade bloodline in Yi Yuan's body surged. Behind him, the Phoenix Phantom turned corporeal, flying towards the void and circling indeterminately. This scene was shockingly the first ensemble of the Phoenix Nine ensembles. The expressions of all the Fire Phoenix clan powerhouses changed. Phoenix Nine ensembles? How is this possible? This is my Fire Phoenix clan's undisclosed secret. Only core members can learn it. Where did this boy learn it from? Previously, he had been using the Heavenly Phoenix G.O.D. exterminating fist all along. Now, he learned the Phoenix Nine ensembles too. Could it be that he learned it on the spot? How is this possible? The Phoenix Nine ensembles has a certain bloodline fluctuation. Without the secret technique imparting, it's simply impossible to learn it. Even if it's Heaven Qian grade bloodline, it's impossible too. Feng Ninsong was extremely shocked in her heart. It was because she felt that Yi Yuan might have very likely secretly learned her Phoenix Nine ensembles. Judging from the time, this boy had only come into contact with Feng Qingxian, that wench, for a short time. That wench did not have the time to impart Yi Yuan such a consummate skill. Then, it could only have been that he secretly learned it. Learning her secret technique now, this was also too heaven-defying, right? Furthermore, the moment Yi Yuan made his move, under the augmentation of the Heaven Qian grade bloodline, the power was even more frightening than her Phoenix Nine ensembles. A light cry. The Phoenix Phantom directly fell, colliding together with Feng Ninesong's third ensemble. Boom! Feng Ninesong's body was like a kite with a broken string, directly being thrown tens of thousands of feet away. The expressions of the Fire Phoenix clan powerhouses changed greatly, and they hurried over and discovered that Feng Ninesong's wings were currently flapping, but she could no longer move. Everyone drew a breath of cold air. First ensemble versus the third ensemble. He actually beat Feng Ninesong until like this? Just how strong was this guy? Cue quickly run. This guy is too strong. The group of Fire Phoenix clan powerhouses displayed their movement techniques and were about to flee. But right at this time, Yi Yuan said coolly, "Did I let you guys leave?" Everyone who was currently scattering in all directions seemed to have been hit by a paralyzing hex, instantly turning stiff where they stood. Even Feng Ninesong was defeated. How could they be Yi Yuan's match? Running away at this time was equivalent to seeking death. Previously, Yi Yuan said that he did not want to kill people. They just treated it as a joke. But now, they did not think so anymore. Yi Yuan looked at everyone and said coolly, "I know that you guys still have Emperor Vast Heaven powerhouses pursuing her. Therefore, for safety's sake, you all had better stay behind for the time being. After her nirvanic rebirth succeeds, I'll naturally let you all leave." Feng Ninesong recovered to her human body, her complexion deathly pale as she said, "Is this true?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "Would I need to be so long-winded if I want to kill you all? However, if I discover that you guys secretly tipped them off, don't blame me for not being courteous." These true spirit powerhouses naturally had their own unique means of communication. However, Yi Yuan did not care. With me Tion this major power around, these people's paltry tricks could not be concealed. He had already given them a chance. Whether or not they knew how to cherish it would depend on them. Everyone thought about it and felt that it was true. If Yi Yuan wanted to kill people, none of them could escape. Hence, the Fire Phoenix clan pursuers became Yi Yuan's captives. He's actually not killing us. Looks like he's really not in a clique with that wench. Feng Ning said. Feng Ninesong shot her a glare. The latter's neck shrunk, and she immediately shut up. However, Feng Ninesong suddenly said, "What you said is right." He kept saying that he was trying his best to do what was entrusted by others. Most likely, that wench used Phoenix blood essence to bribe him. Feng Ning's S moved and said, "Then are we." Feng Ninesong immediately understood and said with a nod, "Help me over." Yi Yuan took them in as captives. Then he continued studying the Phoenix bloodline not far from the Nirvanic rebirth area. The more he studied, the more Yi Yuan felt the power of the Phoenix bloodline. Feng Ning helped Feng Ninesong over. Feng Ninesong looked at Yi Yuan, her expression complicated. Today, her Fire Phoenix lineage's pride was completely trampled underfoot by this young man. She could feel that there were many secrets on this young man. Becoming a captive made Feng Ninesong calm down instead. Feng Ninesong was not a fool. Just by relying on a Heaven Qian gray bloodline, one absolutely could not reach Yi Yuan's level. In the Fire Phoenix clan, the Heaven Qian gray bloodline was not Feng Qingxian alone, but in body had Yi Yuan's ability to perfectly replicate the other party's moves just by relying on the opponent's bloodline undulation. If this kid could deal a counterblow, Feng Qingxian, that wench would definitely die. "Sir, previously, it was all Ninesong who was too rash. This younger sister apologizes to you here." Feng Ninesong bowed slightly, her words full of respect. Feng Ning was somewhat surprised. The proud Feng Ninesong would actually lower her head. Yi Yuan said coolly, "If you want to persuade me to deal a counterblow, sorry then. Stop making futile efforts." Feng Ninesong was taken aback, thinking to herself, what a clever kid. The moment she opened her mouth, he guessed her intentions. However, she still did not give up and said, "Sir, Feng Qingxian is my Fire Phoenix clan's wanted criminal. We came to capture her in the name of the clan. As long as Sir can take action, my Fire Phoenix clan will definitely remember Sir's kindness of lending your assistance." Since Yi Yuan was so smart, he would definitely know how great the Fire Phoenix clan's favor was. In this void shrine illuminating heaven, One really could not find more than a few that are greater than the Fire Phoenix clan's favor. Of course, this was also talking nonsense. She could not represent the Fire Phoenix clan. Yi Yuan opened his eyes and looked at her, looking until the latter felt Guseb. You, MPS. Feng Ninesong secretly sighed in her heart. This kid was too smart. Sir should be very interested in the Phoenix Nine ensembles, right? As long as Sir is willing to take action, I'm willing to offer the Phoenix Nine ensembles up with both hands. Apart from the Phoenix Nine ensembles, Ninesong still has two secret techniques with power that are not at all inferior to the Phoenix Nine ensembles. They can all be given. Either way, Sir is already fused with Heaven Qian grade bloodline. Feng Qing Xian is already of little use to you. Feng Ninesong guided skillfully and patiently. Yi Yuan still looked at Feng Ninesong and said with a smile, I said that I'm trying to do my best what was entrusted by others. If it was just for the sake of Phoenix blood essence, why would I need to sit in boredom here? Stop making futile efforts. He has my own principles when doing things. Please go back. Feng Ninesong felt angry. This punk was simply impervious to reason. But right at this time, a fire phoenix shot to the sky, soaring above the nine heavens. That kind of power was as if a sovereign descending upon the world, being incomparably majestic. Feng Qingxian succeeded in the nirvanic rebirth. Ha ha! Feng Ninesong didn't expect that I'd succeed in my nirvanic rebirth, right? Prepare to die. Above the void, Feng Ninesong laughed charmingly. Chapter 2977, Dragon and Phoenix Prosperity. Chapter 2977, Dragon and Phoenix Prosperity. The current Feng Qingxian was like the noonday sun and actually reached half-step Emperor Vast Heaven in one stroke. The success of the nirvanic rebirth this time had far exceeded imagination. It was just that the people present were all struck senseless. This woman clearly had not figured the situation out yet. Sure enough, she discovered that something was wrong very quickly and said, Min, why are you injured? Following that, she noticed Yi Yuan too and said in surprise, You are actually not dead yet. In her view, with Yi Yuan facing off against these Fire Phoenix clan powerhouses, he would definitely die beyond a doubt. Even if he refined Phoenix blood essence, it could not change this result too. She understood Feng Ninesong's strength too well. But now, Yi Yuan actually did not die. This made her extremely surprised. Feng Ninesong rolled her eyes and said crossly, Stop showing off. I know that you're impressive. We're currently all Yi Yuan's captives. You can come down. See captives? Feng Qingxian nearly fell down from the sky. Yi Yuan alone captured more than 10 Fire Phoenix clan powerhouses. She focused her eyes to look and discovered that the others indeed all looked scared of Yi Yuan. It was actually true. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for these people to live together in harmony. Feng Qingxian landed and transformed into an unparalleled beauty appearance. In terms of looks, she was a notch above Feng Ninesong. Feng Qingxian sized Yi Yuan up and down, seemingly wanting to see through him. This conclusion was seriously too unexpected. So many people came to search for her. If it were not for Yi Yuan, it would have been impossible for her to succeed in the nirvanic rebirth. However, these could be discussed in the future. She looked toward Feng Ninesong and said smugly, Feng Ninesong, you all framed me in order to help Feng Qingyu ascend to the throne. But you didn't expect that you'd have today too, right? You all deceived your superiors and deluded your subordinates, framing me as disloyal. Today, I'll sentence you to death on the spot. After she was done talking, Feng Ninesong's aura surged, and she was about to make a move. However, Yi Yuan stopped her and said coolly, Apologies. I promised to let them go. You guys can go now. Feng Ninesong felt akin to being relieved of a heavy burden, and the rest were overjoyed and were about to leave one after another. Feng Qingshuan's expression turned dark, and she said in a cold voice, What a joke. When is it your turn to speak here? You all stop for me. Not a single one of you can leave. Even if Yi Yuan made Feng Ninesong and the rest captives, in Feng Qingshuan's eyes, he was also merely an ant-like existence. She was of the high and mighty heavenly Qian level bloodline and could look down proudly on the world. It was only to see her throw a palm over, wanting to force Yi Yuan to dodge. However, Yi Yuan did not dodge or evade at all. Lifting his hand, it was a Phoenix 9 ensembles. Boom! The two people each fell back several thousand feet before barely managing to stabilize their figures. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Apologies. The deal between you and me is over. I've also done what I promised you. As for them, I promise to let them leave. If you're still overbearing, don't blame this Yi for not being courteous anymore." Feng Qingxian was shocked to the extreme in her heart. When he made his move just now, Yi Yuan was clearly Heaven Qian Gray bloodline. Furthermore, he even learned the Phoenix 9 ensembles. How did this guy do it? Feng Ninesong also finally understood how Yi Yuan made Feng Ninesong become a prisoner. When Feng Ninesong saw this scene, she felt delighted too. This monstrous kid that you found, you bear it yourself? But Feng Qingxian had her own pride. How could she possibly shrink back because of sentence from Yi Yuan? Moreover, her cultivation realm was significantly higher than Yi Yuan. Heaven Qian Gray bloodline. Is this your pride? Do you think that I Feng Ninesong have this sort of trash? Kid, I urge you to move aside. Otherwise, don't blame me for not being courteous. Feng Qingxian said in a cold voice. Feng Qingxian, sir, is at any rate your savior. You're completely kicking him to the curb after he has outlived his usefulness by doing so. Sir Yi is someone whose words carry the weight of 9 tripods. The promise that he made, he'll definitely do it. Previously, he protected you like this. Now, it's naturally impossible to let you touch us too. Feng Ninesong said in a loud voice. Although she was seriously wounded by Yi Yuan, the current Feng Ninesong really admired Yi Yuan. This man stood firmly to his word. Such a man was not often seen in the heavens and myriad worlds. Feng Ninesong snorted coldly. She knew that what Feng Ninesong said was right. Her blood essence had already been given. If it was someone else, they would probably have long made their getaway. This was clearly a messy situation, but Yi Yuan still persisted in protecting her. Although the blood essence was a reward, Yi Yuan having life-saving grace toward her was an undeniable fact. Compared to her life, what did blood essence count for? It was just that letting Feng Ninesong leave now, she was unwilling. Feng Ninesong pursued her all the way. She narrowly escaped death several times. Having such a fine opportunity today, if she did not take revenge, there probably would not be a chance anymore in the future. Hence, Feng Qingxian steeled her heart and said in a cold voice, "Fine, since his words carry the weight of 9 tripods. Let him be buried in death together with you guys then." A light cry. Feng Qingxian transformed into an incomparably beautiful phoenix, soaring above the sky. Phoenix 9 ensembles, 5th ensemble. 9 ensembles. The power of each was stronger than the last. And Feng Qingxuan's Heaven Qian Gray bloodline could completely support her to execute the 5th ensemble. Furthermore, the 5th ensemble that Feng Qingxian executed was much stronger than Feng Ninesong. Indeed, her strength was far stronger than Feng Ninesong. The moment this move came out, even Feng Ninesong's expression changed drastically too. Her 5th ensemble is already mastered to perfection, reaching the realm of grand completion. This power, probably even Sir Yi can't block it too. Feng Ning, you bring them away first. It will be too late if you still don't leave. Feng Ninesong said anxiously. She was currently heavily injured. If Yi Yuan could not block it, she would definitely die beyond a doubt. It was just that Feng Qingxuan's strength and status in the clan were not what she could compare to. Feng Qingxian was a true heaven's chosen, but Feng Ning refused to leave. Where Lord Ninesong dies, this lowly one will die there. Yi Yuan was also somewhat surprised. None of these Fire Phoenix clan powerhouses actually left. This made him feel great admiration. Just based on this, Yi Yuan would not let anything happen to them too. Boom! Boom! 2 shocking auras rose to the sky from Yi Yuan's body. A dragon and a phoenix, 2 phantoms, danced behind him, These two very different auras actually appeared very harmonious on Yi Yuan's body, letting his bloodline pressure climb significantly again. When everyone saw this scene, they were completely stunned. Surye's body actually still has true dragon bloodline. Furthermore, it's even Earth Kuan grade. No, Dragon and Phoenix, two great bloodlines, are actually in marital harmony, being magnified infinitely on him. His current dragon race bloodline power already reached Heaven Qian Grade 2. Dragon and Phoenix, two races are born from chaos, incompatible like water and fire. How can these two great bloodline powers possibly appear on one person at the same time? This is too inconceivable. The more powerful the bloodline, bleer it was. True Dragon bloodline and Phoenix bloodline were both the most bloodlines in the world. It was impossible for them to blend together. But now, these two supreme powers actually formed a perfect unity in Yi Yuan's body. The Fire Phoenix clan powerhouses present were incomparably shocked. Yi Yuan looked at Feng Qingxian and said coolly, "This is the move that I've just comprehended. Since you're so stubborn, then I'll give it to you. Dragon and Phoenix prosperity."